on. So if I go there and I go here, put that down there. And do we propagate? Yes, here we go. And hopefully we can get that there. There we go. So we've got that up and running there. And I'm just going to pop that out there. Put that up in there. All right, all good. All right, I think we're firing up. Not sure. Live chat. That's what we need. They're all ganging up on poor old Bernie. What else is happening out here in the world? Coming up there. 2 minutes ago. Beautiful. 2. Now, with that there, I think that's a Tracy. How you doing, darling? Yes, you're spying on your fella, are you? Just working in the background. So we've now got 2 watching on Restream wherever, and 3 on YouTube. Cool. So how you all doing, folks? Yes, I think I've got everything up and running. It's looking like it. All right, the news of the day. Yeah, New York Times is getting plastered and that by saying about Russian interference again. Well, everybody's laughing at them now. There's a very good article called "The Memo to the Democrats and the Media." It's not the Russians meddling in your elections, it's you. I'll put a link to that story in the chat. Woodster HQ, how you doing? Doing good here, man. Just kicking off the day, just getting some news stories up, putting one in there. You know, all these cries about Russian interference and all that sort of thing. It's all self-imploding. Cool. Worcester HQ. I haven't seen you in here before. I don't know if you're a regular or not. I've been on and off for a while. But, yeah, if you're new here, welcome. That we're only just getting it going up, but we've been fired up for 5 minutes. Folks are making coffees and all that sort of thing, getting ready to sit down. Oh, thank you. It used to be red, but I'm getting a bit old, so it's more grey than red. First time? Well, welcome aboard. The folks that actually run the place will be along later. They're doing some work and got friends and folks and that happening. They're over there in the Ozark Mountains. That's where Wizards base. We've got folks all over the place. UK, Poland. I'm in Australia. We've got Kiwis. We've got folks in Asia. All around the place. I'm in a little town called Dimboola in southern Australia, next to the Little Desert. Two deserts over here. We've got the little one and the big one. Big one's about 3/4 of the country. The little one's just down by us. Yeah, it's not a bad spot. Excuse me while I partake at the moment. Hey, Crud, how you doing? It's just some homegrown, man. I grow it out the back. I'm running short on the bowl, so hang around. I'll go off and trim off another head in a little while and dry it off in my little dryer there. And 20 minutes later, I'll be smoking it. And this, well, this is just straight spirit out of my still. So I will be turning it into Irish whiskey, but I just got nothing else here with any decent kick to it. So I'm drinking that, which is a little bit strong. Yeah, well, you can get a permit here, rightio, and providing you're not a heinous criminal or something and all that sort of thing, they have no problem giving you a permit. And you play with the game, you know, you pay your, I think it's $40. If you're a disabled person, I think you're only paying 10 for your permit if you've got a disability. So yeah, get some decent seeds and all that sort of stuff, and yeah. Depends on which state. In Western Australia, they'll lock you up and give you 2 years for having one joint. Right, yeah. In Queensland, it's they'll fine you. Down here, it's totally been decriminalised, and if you apply for the permit and that, they can still pick you up under the influence if you're driving a motor vehicle. Right, yeah. So that's still a pinch. If you've been smoking pot and that reads in your system, and that you're in strife. Yeah. The other thing here, I'm not exactly obeying all the laws. I'm supposed to be on this government oil. They take this CBD oil out and all that thing, but it's got a shitload of chemicals in with it, including the stuff they embalm people with. This is a leftist government. That's what the lefties do. They all scream compassion and all that sort of thing. And the way they treat the Aboriginal folks over there, it's the most racist part of Australia. Seriously. Hey, Most Censored, how you doing? So the only thing is, in some of the states too, if you've got a medical marijuana certificate, then they have restrictions on your firearms and stuff like that. And that's the other side of it. So not here. Because I don't have what in this state, the only thing that affects my firearms thing is criminal record. So, and so far I'm clean. I've had a couple of charges, but I've beat them. So not found. One was found to be self-defense, and the other one we just both sides dropped it and all that sort of thing. So it's all good. Home brewing, I can have as long as I don't sell it, I can make pretty much anything I want. As soon as I sell it, then I'm in big trouble. Straight to federal offence. Tax office gets involved. Corporations Act comes in. Brewing Act comes in. Distilling Act comes in. You sell it. There was a bloke there, and I honestly believe him. He said, I only sold 3 bottles to some friends of mine, friends of friends. They stopped by. It was after hours, and they came by, got 3 bottles of his homemade, and went up the road and got pinched. It wasn't regular label. Where'd you get it? Oh, I bought it from this little guy down the road down there. About $60,000 in fines. He actually didn't do any prison time, but he spent a shitload in lawyers and about 60 grand in fines and penalties for 3 bottles, and he reckons that's the only 3 bottles he's ever sold. So, but at the moment, I've got 44 litres of the good stuff in a keg out the back. The raw spirit like this. Now inside the keg, because the keg's charred, it'll pick up the colouring from the caramelised wood and the charred wood, and get some of that smokiness about it, and it'll go brown over the next 3 or 4 weeks, and we'll start drinking it then. Zepso, I'm going to try a run here when I go down to visit pick up Tracy from the airport. Once I'm inside the international pickup area for passengers, departures and all that sort of thing, Australia Post in there will treat certain parcels like they come from the duty-free store and give them the big okay. So if I get the right packaging, I'm going to try it. So there's no guarantees, but you got my email? It'll only just be like, it won't be a big bottle, and then it won't be a jug, and then because postage to the US is expensive. But if I can get it for the $28 Aussie mark, and I'll try it. Well, in the back shed, yeah. You don't exactly have it out. I've got a couple of big workshops out the back. I'm a blacksmith, so one of the sheds I've got the still out in there, and yeah, might be cheaper than that to do it the way Canoes is doing it. You can actually buy poitín in America, and that's 65% proper Irish poitín. No, it's permit. Always been allowed here, and that as long as I don't sell it. As soon as I sell it, then I'm a criminal, and they'll go hard. And like I said, tax office gets involved. Everybody gets involved because everybody wants a cut out of you. But as long as I can give you a bottle. You come to my place, and I'll give you a bottle to take home. That's a gift. There's no financial thing in there, no value, all that sort of stuff. I can give you a bottle, and that's how I work it. If somebody wants some booze, I'll give them some. And if they're growing something, or they've got tomatoes or zucchinis in the gardens or whatever, throw me some of them back. Barter, it's all good. Well, see that's the problem. My mate who got pinched, and that was under the table and that, but. People get pinched with the stuff, and then they say, "All right, this is homebrew. Where'd it come from? Did you buy it?" "Oh yeah, I bought 3 bottles." Instant pinched. So they dropped that bloke for whatever he's in, because this is a big charge now. That's federal. You know what I mean? So, well, this is what this is: sipping liquor. You don't want to drink this skull on it like I do. I'm probably a bad example, but then again, I'm a bad drinker, as you probably noticed. But yeah, we're all pretty much laid back here, as long as you don't cause dramas. So I got my own little business. I work away. I pay my taxes every month, all that sort of thing. They just basically leave me alone. But that's the beauty of living out of cities. I'm way out in the bush, in a little town, 700 or 800 people. Swells up to about 1,200 during harvest time, and that because we get a lot of workers coming through. Contractors, all that sort of stuff. The rest of the time, it's pretty quiet. Wandered down the back. Yeah, look, it's a small town. Everybody knows everybody else's business. That's the drama. So going under the counter. And if you piss somebody off, that can come back to bite you. But if you give it away or just do barter, it's all good. I'm importing. I'm importing some. My girlfriend's in America, and at the moment she'll be here in a month. So she's probably watching at the moment. Give us a wave if you're watching, darling. So this will be a 4th time over the year, and hopefully she will stay this time. So, yeah, I lived in the city for a little while when I was in the army. I got married, kids, all that sort of stuff. I lived right in the city. It sucked, but you do what you've got to do for the family. But the kids are all grown. The wife passed away, and that now I can do what I want and live how I wish. So, and man, seriously, don't knock the country areas. There's a lot of little farm maidens running around the place. Ain't like city girls though. They don't like you. They'll pick you up and turn you upside down, pile drive you. Clean air, clean food, clean water. Not so many rat bags. Not so many leftist extremists demanding that I conform to everything they demand I conform to. By losing my rights and my free speech and all the rest of the stuff and that, because they're just going to shout and scream and carry on like a fucking pork chop until I shut up or I go away. And there's no politicians up here trying to score points. People do things up here. The community does stuff up here. Government doesn't do stuff. The fires and the floods we just been through out here, that was people coming together. Screw the government. You get them in the city though, they're all whinging, whining and that, and they expect the government to do everything. People out here, they just chop in and do it. Well, it's warmer weather, and in England you can grow pretty much anything. You're blessed that way. You got the rainfall. You do need water. Water's important. And me living next to a desert, yeah, it's tough. Yes, we do have big ass spiders. I bopped one this morning. Around about 6 inches across. So some of the big ones here, I just let go and all that sort of thing. But the really toxic ones or the aggressive ones, and that I'll knock off. Not me here personally. We had a few spot fires around the place. We had to duck up about 35 kilometres from here, a town up the road called Nhill, Nhill. They got bad fires up there. We managed to knock it on the head because everybody swarmed from everywhere and got on top of it real quick. But up by the cities, there were 17 fires along one road, started one after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. Somebody got, they've got dash cams nowadays, photos of the car that was stopping and throwing burning bits out all the way along the road. They got them doing 5 occasions. The cops now worked out they did another 12 before that. 17 fires they started or attempted to start. Some of them didn't actually start, but they found a little burnt bit on the side of the road. Guess what? They were greenies, environmentalists, trying to put the bullshit that the fucking fires were all part of climate change and we had to make changes now and tax everybody, all these sort of things. One of the Sheilas had only been on TV 2 weeks before fucking, it's doom and gloom, we've only got a few years to live if we don't do stuff important. Yeah, in other words, tax everybody to death. Give all the money to China, the biggest polluting nation on the country, who's just going to use it more because they're in the middle of building more coal-fired power stations. So anyway, But yeah, that's how it goes. And so I'm away from all of that sort of stuff. That's all outside of the cities. Climate change is a number of things. Because we're on an elliptical orbit that changes around the sun, and the sun is actually changing, and all of that sort of thing, and the moon's around us, and it's affecting stuff, and all that sort of thing. And we're still not sure on how much the other planets and gravitational waves affect our overall stuff. Old Moore actually had it worked out. Old Moore's almanac, the Farmer's Almanac, since about 1570, and that is the most accurate weather forecast system on the planet today. Forget about your multi-billion-dollar Cray computers and all that sort of stuff. A bunch of old farmers and scribes got together in the late 1500s, watched stuff for heat. Excuse me for a second, I just got a call coming in. Sorry about that, folks. The bank was on to me. Small business and that, all the rest of it, running backwards and forwards, and I'm moving money about, and they're saying, "Is this a legitimate transfer?" And that you just sent this money to here, and that, and I go, "Yeah," and it's a company, and I've sent the money before on about a dozen different occasions over the last 3 years. So they question everything sometimes. If I send the money to China, I never get questioned. I send the money to the US, I get all these questions. So, how you doing, Zoombait? Yeah, I'm still on the homebrew and that, but I'm putting red fizzy drink in with it because it's a bit harsh as straight. And it's still only early here too. So it's only just 10:52 a.m. A little bit early to be drinking the harsh stuff and that, but I've been up and working since 4. More rain tomorrow? Crikey. You're going to have to grow gills, mate. And flippers. See if you can find some princess frog that'll turn into a nice good-looking sort for you. He knows how to get around the pond. Well, they might have to. If there's more water flowing into the dam, they might have to relieve the pressure. You know that. Let's just hope they do it in a practical manner. Hey, Deb, how you doing? I'm just going to pop that link back into this link here. Hey, Lizard, how you doing, mate? Oh, that's good. Deb's okay. Yeah, I was watching the debate last night in the UK about that health precinct that wants to legalise discrimination against racists and all that sort of thing. One of the things they said on the thing, and that they said, how are you going to ascertain whether everybody's a racist or a bigot or whatever? And she says, well, everybody has social media. So basically, as part of what they do, they want to make, you've got to befriend their health service so they can see all your posts. If that's not Big Brother, we're going to look at your social media history. If we don't like it, or if you've got friends who are posting you stuff that we don't like, we're going to block you from health services. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that such the loving liberal left? Don't you love it? It's all going to turn into a giant love fest in the next few years. Gulags here. Department of Joy. That's where they do the torture and interrogations. You've got campuses in the USA. Life just got a little bit more complicated. I'm glad you can handle it, though. That's all good. Now, you didn't get your jihadi girlfriend pregnant, did you? Because that would make things complicated. Because you get all the cousins and brothers and all that sort of thing trying to chase after you. Oh, he's out the backyard practicing with his baitcaster again. That's how you get to perfection, man. You practice. How do you get good at casting? make a shitload of bad ones. Same as making knives. How do you make good ones? Make a shitload of bad ones. And get better, a little bit better each time. You make enough, they're all good. Well, most. I'm still throwing shit away. But to err is human. To toss it 30 yards and have it stick point first in a tree is divine. Most of them just bounce off or miss. Not real accurate when I'm angry. Oh yes. Oh, I fucked that thing. Toss it. So yeah, I pick them up every now and again, but I suppose at the moment they're probably with 20 or 30 in and around the tree down there, down the back, where I throw them when I get the shits with them. I'm Australian, so I'm a little bit different. How you doing? I'm just setting up the thing and that until the regular folks in here. Most of the folks in here are Trump supporters. There's a couple of folks who ain't, and a couple of folks who sit on the fence. Yeah, everybody's welcome. Well, I bought a couple of new rods here because I'm going to take Tracy fishing. I know I'm going to have to bait the hook for her and all that sort of stuff. It's all good. Okay, and if she catches something, I'll have to get it off the hook for her as well. That's all good. You know what I mean? I'll run out the back and get them. Yeah, not little Shimano's, but like, that's the real. They're 13 foot. So what they call a beach rod over here. 2-part. And if you know what an ugly stick is, the tip on this one's an ugly stick. So this is the longest ugly that they make. The reels on them are only cheap, but they're Australian made. Okay, so they're not the best reel, but they are made here, and so you got to support your local industries. Yep, bird in the back. Yeah, calling out. Do we have anybody in Twitch that can duck in there and sort of kill our little spammer in there? Deb, do you have admin status on that? Can you zap that idiot? Yeah, I know. She's not a mod. All right. Well, okay. Good on you, Zoom bait. Go get him. I don't care if it's deactivated or what. Are you a mod in there, Zoom bait? You can't ban them. Well, it seems to have stopped. He's not a mod. All right. Tow Truck is. Is Tow Truck about? Hey, Tow, you watching? Here he comes again. Hey, darling, how you doing? Yeah. Now, the whole time this dude's doing this, think of this. He has nothing better to do in his life than go out and try to annoy other people. What's that tell you about? I'll tell you what it says. Tiny little dick. And somewhere along the line, he's actually got it out to see a girl, and she's laughed at it. And that's been the end of it. That was his last girlfriend. Yeah, we're going to have to sort something with thing. Yeah, I know, man, and that, but like you get this old because I don't annoy people like this. People like you end up getting splattered, sunshine, and I can't help it. Look, we're all born different. Just because you've got a little dick and that and fucking trying to make a big man out of yourself, you don't do it by annoying people. You go out and achieve something, accomplish something, get a job, be good at it, be an artisan, create stuff. Don't just fucking annoy people because that's the cheapest common denominator out there. Your head is bulletproof. Yeah, I know. It's a block of fucking shit. It's got no brains in it. Look at you. You've been here, what, 15 minutes? You've wasted 15 minutes of your life. Doing what? Doing what? Seriously. We could have been discussing anything you wanted, man. You got a big fucking drama. What about the fucking the takeover in Chad last night? 1,600 people dead. Don't want to discuss that? Don't think that's important anything, just let's go around and fuck around with people. We've got the coronavirus going around up there, and that people are talking in here about how to protect themselves about it. Actually, where did he ever say that? Now, if Donald Trump ever said to nuke anybody, and that it'd be front page fucking news and that for months, and they'd be trying to impeach him on it. So more fucking make up like this is it. All you're doing is trying to annoy people and that, but you just make yourself look the bigger dick. And I don't understand how people want to go around and make themselves look like they're a dick. Well, I ain't going to get coronavirus and that because I've got a decent health regime. Mate, if all the fucking little lefties like you in the world and that in all the conflicts I've been in couldn't kill me so far, you reckon a bug's going to kill me? G'day, Darbib. How you doing? I can't. I'm not even on Twitch myself. There, Zoom bait, so I can't even make you a mod. That's okay, Zoom bait. He's just gay. But apparently he's got only a little one, so he can't do much. When he says "fuck you," he can't do much about it. The game's going to be banned. Oh yeah, let's see that happen. And when it's not, then you've just proven yourself to be another fucking shill for fucking bullshit and fucking lefty crap. What? How old are you? 9? Ah, chill, Tracy. Look, it's just a little kid who's got a little dick and trying to prove that he's big. And instead of doing it by achieving something of note, you know what I mean? Even building up a custom car and that, go out and buy a wreck and get a few parts, add it together, all that sort of thing. Sell it for 50 grand, buy yourself something classy and that with cash. Nah, he's going to do this because that's all he can do. He can't make stuff. He can't create stuff. He can only annoy. And that's all he's doing. He's just being annoying. Because sooner or later, one of the folks is going to come in here. We're going to trace his IP address. We'll report that to the FBI. Because I'm Australian. This is international harassment. Okay? So we lodge the FBI. They fucking do him. Then we find out he's a fucking kid and his parents are fucking, oh, but it still cost them about 30 or 40 grand in legal fees. Nothing will happen except the legal fees. And the parents, what are they going to do to your ass, sunshine? No, he's not 21. No way. This is a fucking idiot moron, 14, 15, 16. Going on 9. We don't have one on at the moment there, Tracy, but as soon as they come in and that, all the stuff's there, it's all logged and that, we backtrace it, all that sort of thing. These idiots think they're bulletproof, but as soon as they offend somebody internationally, it becomes a whole different ball game. And because I'm here in Australia, this is now international, and the ANZUS treaty covers that. So FBI gets involved, they get the warrants, and they go to the ISP, they go to Twitch, and that, get all the fucking data, the connections, what Wi-Fi connection it was, what mobile device, whatever sort of thing, track it back to whoever owned it, bought it last, whatever, and that, and fucking nail their ass. No, this is not a public forum. Read the fucking YouTube and everybody's terms and agreement. You have to abide by the rules that the channel operators set and that the platform set. And harassment is one of them. And so you saying you're an admin, you're violating your own terms of service then, sunshine. We can sue your ass for fucking millions. No, you're a fucking 12, 13, 14-year-old twat with an older fucking lefty fucking family fucking member and that who says, oh, I harass the fucking Trump supporters. Well, I'm an Australian and that, so what's Trump got to do with it? Put your dick online and fucking prove I'm fucking wrong, you idiot. I'll take it to court. You harassed us for fucking fully 20 minutes before I did a psychoanalysis of the behavior fucking of the person doing it. And I'll publicly stand by that. You come to court and defend it. Device is not connected there, tow truck. How you doing?
Hey, what's on the day's agenda, man?
Can you duck into
That was all chopped up, Jack. What did you just tell me to do?
In Twitch, we have some trolls.
That's why I showed up. What do you need? What do I got to do for that?
Dupakai 54, and the other one in Raccoon. That's what he's doing. He's just being annoying.
I see him.
Later, one of the folks is going to come in.
So, do I put these people in timeout?
Yeah, just get rid of them on that hide from platforms. Watch the FBI. They fucking do him. Then we find out he's a fucking kid.
So I just hover on him and then it gives me options.
Device is not connected there, tow truck. How you doing?
Hey, what's on the I gotta check that. I just now went into the Twitch, so okay, I saw that, but now I am at Twitch. Can you hear me at StreamYard?
Yep.
Okay, so who do we got? Duper Kai 54
and Raccoon Milk.
So
Okay.
and Raccoon Milk.
These idiots, they've got no real world experience. They've got no idea that I'll do this. It's all good. I make money out of it because, see, what happens is as soon as they find it against him and that fucking, they've got to pay me. And they'll be working for the rest of their born days.
Yeah.
Because they garnish their wages. It's all money, man. And they say, oh, you can't do anything about it. And that. Then they want free, no entitlement. Because they're all talking about free education, free this and all that sort of thing. They think they can get every way for free. Man, there's an Antifa guy in the UK who's got a $1.7 million debt from a old lady in Queensland here in Australia. He threatened her, thought nothing of it. They extradited him over here, Queensland, bang, guilty. She went back there. Now he's got to pay it off. And he said, no, I'm going to sit on welfare and cop that. They took the entire welfare payment. He's getting nothing. So now he has to work, and they've done the agreement. Keep half and that, and he's got to live off. They'll take half and that, and he can live off the other half. His first job ever. He's 33 years of age. He's never had a job before. Oh, poor baby.
Wow.
What are you talking about? Vote Trump. I'm Australian, you fuckwit. How do I vote for Trump here? Seriously, are 270? Statements like that just show how little brains the left have. Obviously, I'm not American. I wasn't doing the Mexican accent at the time, was I? Was it?
Mexican.
Well, there's a lot of Mexicans in America, and a shitload of them have voted for Trump too. And a shitload more are voting for Trump too now that the fucking lefties are all fucking going and all the lies are coming out.
Well, like, what do you know about the profitability of the movement of money and how many, like, life cycles it should go through to be a healthy economy? Like, each money should go through like 6 different places, like in your neighborhood, you know?
Oh, yeah. Especially in small towns like this.
To build your community. It's going to, and see, what I'm saying is communist people, they don't understand that they're cutting out everybody's ability to get a piece of the pie. They give it to the government, and the government takes what they want and gives you back what they think you need, and that's all you get, no matter what, in any of those societies. But I was just recently looking at, like, if you have a healthy dollar in a community in your little town, and it goes through 6 different people, that creates a lot of things in an environment. And I guess, I don't know, you're up on all that kind of stuff. I wondered if you knew anything about that. The economics of the...
is actually a Islamic name, so they're probably asking how much to buy a girl, because that's what they do. They buy women over there. They own them. They're women of property. Now, as for term boomer, this also shows the evilness of the left. They call us boomers and all that sort of thing. You know where that comes from? There's a call to wipe out all the boomers, the baby boomers and all that sort of thing, to take their houses, take their money, take their property and all that sort of thing, and give it to the lazy-ass millennials who won't work for it. We've worked all our lives for stuff and all that sort of thing, and they want to take it off us by killing us. So this is the whole idea of the boomer. You call them boomer. You dehumanize them, and it makes easier targets. And then so when they come around for the mass execution that the loving left want, these boomers don't seem like people after all. Aren't you a wonderful human being? Fuck's sake.
Well, I mean, wasn't that like you say, throughout time, these same arguments keep coming back. And I think I remember, as in your generation, like that it was don't trust anybody over 30. You know what I'm saying? You remember that stuff? And now it seems like, they got to pick on boomers. It's the same generational gap that's always been there. Jackie froze up. It ain't that cold in Australia. So I have nobody that's responding to me. I don't know if this is streaming or not. I don't understand, Jack, why you get into these conversations with these junk conversations. Don't do that stuff, man. Leave that stuff alone. You get all fired up. I can see it in your face. You're all red. So where's my chat? See who's in there. Oh, I haven't popped it out yet. Oh, okay. Apparently Jack is on refresh mode, hopefully. I know they chopped the Chinese internet. The Wuhan doesn't have internet no more. Maybe Jack's donating his satellite time to the Chinese, and they needed to say something, so they jumped in on him. Who knows? But I forgot to pop out my chat, which I shall do too. Sweet. How is... Oh, so those people were Twitch people that Jack couldn't control? I don't understand.
Yeah, did you get rid of them?
I did. They were typing the same thing over and over again, and they were being buttheads, but see, Jack gives them a chance, and then it's like kicking a cow pie, then it stinks everywhere. Hey, Darbib, what is going on? Hey, Lizard. Lizard. So, yeah, good. Jack went to get some ice. All right. And I was just watching Mike Adams talk about the hockey stick of the Corona's pandemonium-demic. Darbib, have we met? Who is this Darbib of which you speak? I think we got Pierce Aaron to Tires has just gone live. I see that Sensor Wars is also live. The Resistance 1776 is streaming the Alex Jones Sunday edition. The game is live. And Zoombait, man, goes to Chattanooga, Tennessee. Okay, what do I get that? On YouTube? All right, let me see if I got a link. Let me see that, Zoombait. Zoombait, don't let them guys pick on you. You tell them. The hell are they even talking about? Get that nonsense out of your... Don't let that clutter up your head. We got a channel to maintain here. YouTube, The Ghost of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Sorry about that. Yeah, PC crashed. Running too many bloody tracers at once.
Tracers?
Yeah. went through the StreamYard IO Rio, and that you can get you can pick up all their IP where they're posting from, or device IDs, and then you go back to it. It generally comes back to a home Wi-Fi.
Hey, stop clicking around.
You mean you were looking up on this raccoon milk such people?
Yeah.
What for?
Might have to go for a long period of time without getting outside.
A lot of DDoS is hitting my firewall the whole time of this argument going on, and that's what I suspect. The PC crashed. All that. The firewall's a separate machine. It's only a little DX4100 twin processor, an early mid-90s server. In the mid-90s. That's all it's doing is running a firewall and a couple of honeypots and all that sort of stuff. And that's been getting hammered the whole time that was going on. So I was having a look back, seeing who was doing it. But whatever's come through there, and that I've got a Cleveland, or just outside of the city's Cleveland, Ohio. It's just there. I've got a street address. So, well, we can go from there.
So. Okay. So you're talking about cyber espionage? What? Not espionage, but
they're script kiddies.
Destruction.
They download a program and they do a trace and they try to figure out where I am, and they pick up my bloody satellite downlink and that address in Mexico and DOS that and cause me some dramas.
Oh, I see.
Well, the anti-boomer movement, this is for Darby about in the chat, there's a lot of stuff out there, and it's quite hateful, and it's actually quite advanced hateful. And one of the earliest things that were anti-boomers, and that proposed that they wipe us all out, take all our property to house illegals and themselves and all that sort of thing, because it wasn't fair that we grew up in such an environment, raped the planet along the way, polluted it all, made it unlivable and unsustainable for everybody else. So they justify that as the reason why they can take it over to us, because they don't have to do any more building or damage the planet. They'll just take over stuff and they'll run things right from then on. They'll just get rid of. That's
essentially what has just transpired in Africa with burning out the white farmers. No, it's really a boomer thing, actually.
Yeah. Oh, look, this is a downside of collectivism, right? Yeah. I'd like to play a movie by Ayn Rand that explains the evils of collectivism and all that sort of thing rather than that. And it always revolts into racism or groupism or tribalism and all that sort of stuff, and that you're bad because, look, even with Pol Pot, when he was killing his own people, all of a sudden someone in the UN said, made an offhand comment when he was debating another guy, that he thought the other guy was that close that the only edge the other guy had was he looked more intelligent because he wore glasses. So Pol Pot went home and had 400,000 people with glasses put to death.
Whoa, he's mad at him, man. Wow.
He's had them thrown into the camps because just for the sole crime they were wearing glasses. Today, Cambodia is, for a third world country, has the highest uptake on contact lenses on the planet.
Because they all got it.
Terrified of looking like they wear glasses. Some of them are proud to wear glasses, and it's like an act of defiance. But a lot of people are quiet.
So Zoombait was saying he was watching the Ghosts of Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I went and found that link and I put it up there, and so that's what Zoombait's up to.
I think so. I'm trying to sort something out in the chat here. Tracy, what's going on? I've not seen anything bad from Darby, not towards me. He was a bit of a smart there a couple of days back, but when he first came on, but that's all right. You're allowed to be a smart ass. That's not bad. So, like, I don't know what you're saying, darling, but, like, just let it go. Just let it go. I think they're pretty straight up. If If not, time will sort it. So just give everybody a break. Be nice. Calm down. Appreciate what you're doing. I love you too. And that. So, but yeah, it's all good. Calm down.
Oh, look at Zumbe. He's just passing out nice cards. Isn't that cool?
Yeah. Yeah. That's how it is. No, chill. I don't know what you've seen and all that sort of stuff. Maybe you misinterpreted and stuff, and that maybe you're correct, and that I don't know. And that the time will sort it out. So just until then, sort it all out. Okay. There's been enough hassles. Let's all chill. A boomer is what they call the generational age of the baby boomer, which ended up until about what was that, 61, 62, something like that. Anybody between the end of the war and 62 was a baby boomer.
Maybe 47.
Yeah, all the war babies, all that sort of thing, because prior to that was a depression, and so the birth rate was lower, and then all of a sudden things starting to come good, and that. So I think the baby boom was what, 38, 39 when the US started to recover, and then the war broke out. Things were starting to get good again, and then the war broke out, and all that sort of thing. I'm 1957.
Did they used to call them war babies?
Yeah, well,
no,
baby,
that's a different term. That's a whole.
The classification, and then you had post, and then you Gen X, Y, and Z, and all that sort of thing, and the millennials and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm not a boomer though, because I was born in '67.
Yeah, no, you're not a boomer. I am. I was born in '57, so I'm a middle of the road boomer. Right. So, and as typical with most boomers, and that own my own home. I'm actually fairly debt free. I've got a few bills, but they're just part of the business and trading.
But what about that though? I mean, haven't the boomers really had a lot of opportunity in industry that was formed and resources?
Absolutely. Capitalism was wonderful, and that wasn't until we started getting socialist policies and that for all these other things and that, and sending shit offshore and all that sort of, and destroying your own industry. That was greed, consumerism, and that, which is always, it's a byproduct of capitalism, but it's the worst. It destroys capitalism in the end, and all that sort of stuff, because it's always based on greed. There's nothing honest or altruist about it at all.
Well, there was never any, they just cut trees and took trees. They didn't plant trees.
Well, actually, they did everywhere they went. Look at Rome. You could get the Rome when they invaded. They said, right, we'll build the road, but we'll lease you the road. We'll lease you 10 miles of road. We've planted olive trees all along those roads that we've built, and that you maintain that road, and that you get to keep the olives. That's your 10 miles. And that's how Rome did business. And they planted money-making trees everywhere they went. Great stand of poplars, yew trees, and that for making the bows, and that for their big ballistas and all that sort of stuff. Hemp, all the way throughout the hemp for making road. If you're poor in Rome, they give you a bag of hemp seed and that and a hoe, and say, plough that land there and that for Rome and that, and you can keep half the profits. That's how Rome did business. That's how Rome got big.
Right. Oh. Well, I don't know. We're all going to die now. It's over. Cough, cough.
In Ivanka, yeah. Some of them Serbian girls, Awful pretty. Strong-headed, though. Strong-headed. Anything to do like the Slavic nations and all that, strong-headed, man. Just be aware of that. Not that's a total put-off, but it can be if they're not thinking right.
You didn't have popcorn in a movie today?
No. I went looking for the Dimboola movie, and they've actually taken it off the listing here. It was on SBS On Demand, which is actually a government-funded, the Special Broadcasting Service, and they took over the National Archives for film. And they decided a Spanish movie, a French movie and a Spanish movie that shows three girls in a bath having sex with each other, and the Spanish movie's a 60-year-old guy having sex with a 16-year-old girl, because that's legal in Spain.
Whoa.
All the way, all three variations of it. I kid you not. That's okay, but they banned the movie Dimboola because it shows bits and bums of hetero folks, even though there is a little bit of a lesbian scene in there. You don't see him, but in that. But yeah, there's three girls. You see boobs bouncing and bare bums, and that's it. And they found that offensive. A 16-year-old girl sucking on a 6-year-old guy. Yeah, that's all good. It's art.
It's all good. Art.
No, just get rid. It's a bloody funny movie, and that we take the piss out of everything. And it's about my own hometown. What I can actually do is I can play the ad, because I found the ad for it. So let me play the ad.
Oh, okay.
This is the Australian version ad. So this, because it's barred in America. So let me go.
Right. Here, I found this AC/DC link today as sort of a documentary about their times coming up, Australian and such. I know you probably might be on. Hey, how come I don't hear your voice?
Because I'm not talking at the moment.
Oh, I'm watching a different screen. What the hell? I got screens everywhere.
All right. There you go. All right. I've got that there.
Eastern Seaboard.
All right. Stop that there.
Perpetual Alert. That's a cool name. Perpetual Alert. We got a friend in chat. So,
all right. Well, excuse me for a second. I'm just going to hijack the screen here. Share the
all
screen.
right. Let's see it.
The audio. Chrome tab. Share. All right. I'm going to put that up into full screen. And we'll hit play.
This is Vivian Worcester-Jones on assignment in Australia. After the hurly-burly of the great metropolises of the eastern seaboard, I decided I'd savour the more leisured realms of a quiet country town. My arrival fortuitously coincided with the imminent marriage of two of the town's leading lights. At first hand, I was able to observe the various preliminary celebrations.
That's outrageous! What about you?
Hey, what's your name, Forster?
Vivian Worcester-Jones.
Vivian Worcester-Jones!
That's not important to me!
The locals were only too keen to assist my inquiries. But the course of true love is never an easy one.
Well, it's off.
The wedding?
No, the funeral.
Arranged.
No. O-double-F. Off.
The place was buzzing.
The wedding's off.
Hey, bugger me.
You may not be the father of your son.
Who was it?
Baynard?
Baynard? Baynard!
Jack's uncle.
Dimboola was all of this and much, much more.
This is normal.
Oh, there they went. They just ran by. So yeah, that's the movie about where I live.
It ends in a pink tutu. I'm not sure I'd want that to be about my townspeople, man.
Yeah,
Hey, have you ever heard of a movie called Welcome to Whoop Whoop?
yeah,
Is that a real town too?
yeah. I used to live there. Well, not far.
That's a fun movie. I've watched it about 3 or 4 times just trying to get the idea, the mentality of the humor and stuff. There's a lot of nuances that are strictly Australian in there. It took me a few reviews to figure that sucker out.
Yeah, we're a weird mob, and that's another good movie too. About
A weird mob?
A weird mob. M-O-B.
Oh, okay.
Like a mob of sheep. So.
Yeah, man. Well, that's just a riot. I didn't have any popcorn, though.
Crikey. Tracy, I did promise him titties. And there was titties and bums running through the bushes there. So I kept my word. I don't know what's going on.
What is going on?
I don't know.
How has she got such a case on that?
I don't know.
She loves.
I missed something. She knows something more than me, and that, or there's a mistake going on here somewhere. So like, I don't know.
She don't want nobody tarnishing her shiny star. Oh, Jack. That's really cute, man.
Crikey.
What's this? Strom Thurmond? Can you? Let's see. I can take it over here somewhere into my browser. Oh, except for I park my chat on top of my browser. Let me check it out, Zimbate. What are you working with there? Clark Hill Lake Dam. Is that where you catch the big fish? On the top side of that dam? Or wait, Clark? Strom Thurmond. Let's see. That's a national park. Lake Strom Thurmond designated at a government level. Clark's Hill Lake by the state of Georgia is a reservoir at the border between South Georgia and South Carolina in the Savannah River Basin.
Yeah, we can show it on screen here. Lake Strom Thurmond. So I'll bring that up there. StreamYard, bring up the share screen.
10 most visited core lakes in the nation.
Hey, that's not you in the bottom down there in the boat there, Zoom, is it?
There he is. I see him.
Oh, now I've got crying chooks out in the backyard too. Excuse me for a second, folks. So the critters is calling.
Right on.
All right, I better get them some food.
Got stuck in the door again. Well, let me see this. The reservoir was created John Strom Thurmond Dam during 51 and 52 by the U.S. Aces near the confluence of the Little River and the Savannah River. 71,000 acres is the third largest official lake east of the Mississippi River behind Kentucky Lake on the Tennessee River and Lake Marion on the Santee River. The James Strom Thurmond Dam is located upstream from Augusta, Georgia. Due to a clerical error in the original congressional authorization, the project was officially authorized to build Clark Hill Dam, creating Clark Hill Lake, with the S at the end of the Clarks accidentally omitted. The authorization document outlined the plan of development for the basin with authorized purposes of power production, incidental flood control and navigation. Later, recreation, water supply, fish and wildlife management were added. as authorized purposes. 26 years after the construction of the dam, both the dam and the lake were renamed the Clark's Hill Dam and Clark's Hill Lake, respectively, in legislation sponsored by Strom Thurmond. So they named it wrong by accident, and now they changed it back to its real name.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Clark's Hill Lake. So, what? Where's the wizard? Where's the wizard?
Don't know. I might not be on till about 11:30, and that if the folks there stayed around. So I don't know if they did for a bit because he had Lady Liberty, her hubby, and her sons there staying overnight. And if they've stuck around for the day, they might be otherwise occupied. Gone out to have a look at this block of land that they bought.
Oh, yeah.
So I reckon they'd be on the cards. Because they were that tired last night, they didn't have any plans or do anything. She was going to drive on home after being on the road for 20 hours already. That was fun.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. I used to do that sort of shit. Don't anymore.
All right, Darbib, signing off. Hope to see you again, right?
Yeah.
And I guess what Zoombait's trying to say is the flooding.
Yeah. Well, when they built the town, I think there's a town underneath the body of the dam, isn't there? In the valley.
Mm. But what I do know is there's a cigarette calling my name, which is funny because I haven't even rolled it yet. Yeah, there is an old town down there.
Yeah, I just saw a little bit on the wiki page there. We've got one here in Australia. They built Lake Eucabine over, put a big dam in there, Eucabine Dam, for the Snowy Mountains. And we actually went diving on it. And the whole place is filled up with about a foot of silt on everything. And if you disturb the silt, it gets very hard to see very quickly. But we got used to that and had a look around and that. Man, the whole bus stop's still sitting there. And all that sort of thing. We sat in the bus stop. And that's, yeah, that was weird. Milk bars there, tops there, the whole thing's all still standing. It's crazy. Eucambine, Lake Eucambine, EUCAMBENE. Okay, Don, how you doing? I was watching MSNBC, sorry, this morning. They're saying you're playing with Russia again. I don't know. Oh, now I dropped that. Oh, I'm a clever dick today.
Don T, look at that. We've got company from Don T. Rump.
A lot of sideways potential. Yeah, I know what that means. Yeah, it's sort of going sideways here at the moment. You haven't noticed? Ah, well. I'm not really sure what it is, man. I'll be honest with you. I'm not an expert on pot. Shit. A few years back, a doctor gave me 3 joints. and that we're talking about it and all that sort of thing. He gave me 3 joints. I got a little baggie after that from a friend of mine, and it had some seeds in it. And that was some homegrown that he had. He's since passed away, and what I'm growing now is all those continuing generations. And it's been infiltrated because where I was growing before, there was some Aboriginal folks and stuff, and the bees were coming from their pot plants to my pot plants and back to theirs and all that sort of thing, because we had beehives in between them. So you'd watch them going everywhere. So it was all good. So I don't know what it is. It does me. And I'm getting, again, out of today, there's a little container of seeds. Only half of them are probably worthwhile because I'm chopping in a little bit early. But that's life. It's all good. Travel Augusta. Let's have a look at this one. Nationalparkservice.gov. Sibley Mill and Confederate Powder Works chimney. All right, well, we'll bring this up and show that on there. Share screen. Share that. So here's the full page. At the beginning of the Civil War, gunpowder supplies to the Confederate armies were insufficient. In 1861, Jefferson Davis, President of the Confederacy, charged Colonel George Washington Rains with solving this issue by creating a local supply of gunpowder. Rains chose the flatlands of the Augusta Canal as the most suitable site for making the much-needed gunpowder. He named Major Charles Shaler Smith as architect to design the Confederate Powder Works. Work on the plants commenced in 1862, and it was in operation until 1865. Produced 7,000 pounds of gunpowder a day on average. Crazy. Good bit of history there. All right, we'll close that. Bring that back into there. Bring up the... yeah, but technically it's still illegal, mate. And I know it, you know it, and so like I try to keep it as straight as I can. I'm breaking enough rules here as it is. Technically, it's legal for me to smoke, but I'm not smoking the government stuff. So I'm just growing my own. So yeah, technically they can pinch me, but walk into the courtroom and that with oncologist reports and that, and lift my sleeve up. So yeah, look, you've got to have lines in your life, morals, all that sort of stuff, and that's one of mine. I try not to go out of my way and break laws. Some laws are absolutely wrong. Oh yeah. So this episode, there was dramas with both sides. Okay. I'll be honest with you. As an independent looking out, not taking sides, both sides were dead set arseholes in the beginning. The problem is the arseholes didn't really pay for it, and that was all the people that pulled on the sides that actually suffered and paid for it, and the folks caught in the middle. Yeah, legal does not always mean moral or ethical. And unfortunately, we don't have the base system here that you have over there, like your Constitution, Bill of Rights, to have lawful laws either.
Look out.
I've heard that from a lot of my friends down in the south. American by birth, Southern by the grace of God.
What do we got going on here? Civil War?
Just I must admit, Buford. Yeah, we're talking Civil War and all that sort of thing. Of all the generals out there on both sides, the one that struck me most was Buford, which was a Confederate general who went on actually to start the KKK. He was a Democrat senator before the war and a general in the Confederate Army, so to say. His deep penetration raids and all that sort of thing, and hacking up the railway lines and screwing up the supply chain behind the lines, 150 miles behind the lines. Absolutely brilliant tactical stuff. The German generals, all of them, in their schoolwork and all that sort of thing, studied him. And Rommel, a lot of his deep penetration stuff was based on that. So you got to give the man the credit for the military tactician that he was, and he's probably the best general of the war. But he's a dead set racist son of a bitch, and started the KKK as proof thereof. And he set in the rules of it to join the KKK, and it wasn't until Reagan that they changed those rules, and that means you had to be a card-carrying Democrat to become a member of the KKK.
All right.
And then even Reagan forced him to say, no, you can't, that's discrimination, because they're all bringing out there. And he took on Reagan. Everybody forgets Reagan took on the KKK. And that, on one point, you got to allow everybody. If you're going to run an organisation, he thought they'd shut it down. They'd go underground, and then they'd do them for illicit, but they didn't. They actually allowed it in. Well, tribalism. Tribalism, yeah. An extension of one of the most basic
Necessary evils.
I don't know whether it's necessary. Definitely an evil. We're more advanced than that, but unfortunately, we still fall back to it. It's one of the most base things that we have that bring people together. But one of the byproducts of having tribalism is always, by definition, either racism or hate of another group, and that because most people rally around by pointing the finger at somebody else.
Exclusionist.
Yeah. Ayn Rand wrote a shitload about that and all that sort of thing. Well, if you can't leave your head open, Dennis, to listen to new ideas and learn new facts and all that sort of thing, you're pretty well fucking screwed. Have a look at the lefties. They won't listen to anything new. I listen to them because sometimes they do actually have good ideas. And that, but anybody can have a good idea, even the biggest dickhead on the planet. So you got to listen to it. And that's why freedom of speech is so important.
I just don't see how these different factions get exclusivity and then are able to freaking, kick people out of their clubs, as far as the twist. So they fight for all these across the board equalities, and then when they get it, they flip it the other direction and take over.
Now
as
they try to use the teachings of Martin Luther King and that as an example, but then they toss away all that he says about it, the content of the character and all that sort of thing. No, it's all now based on the colour of their skin. Have a look at that student union girl going into that new building, and that there's too many white folks in here, and that we're uncomfortable. You got to get out of here. White people aren't welcome here. This is for multicultural, which means not white. So we've now got that written up as fact. Multicultural means non-white.
Wow. So now we need different drinking faucets again. What the fuck?
Yeah, they're segregating themselves. This is the bounce back from all of this fucking identity politics and all that sort of they're all triggered by being around somebody else. Oh, you can't. What's the matter, darling? What's the matter? Oh, he's Asian.
Yeah. Well, divide and conquer. Everybody has to be separated and compartmentalized. We all have to be defragmented, man, because the group mentality has group powers.
Well, this is something I was, that Yang was bitching because he's not going to make it into the next debate, and he's bitching about that and all that sort of thing. But this black lady was interviewing him, and she's just biased and racist as shit. And she says, but you weren't doing enough for the black and brown folks. And he says, I never mentioned yellow folks once in my whole spiel. I was always talking about black and brown folks. What are you talking about? Oh, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. He sold out his own race, played this dickhead bloody game and all that sort of thing, populist game, and now his own side, his own media, taking him to task in it because he wasn't doing enough. He killed himself doing enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And they're going to be doing it to everybody up until they get their final nominated leader, unless it's Bernie, and then they'll all be bitching again. I really want to see Bernie because you're going to watch all these libtards and all that sort of thing come around and protest. When they screw Bernie over and throw in someone like Bloomberg, they're all going to vote for Trump because they wanted Bernie. Bernie ain't going to win against Trump. But if they screw over Bernie again, you're going to see so many more folks voting for Trump just to piss off Bloomberg and the Dems.
Yeah, that's a hell of a deal they got with that. They got no unification in that party at all. You know, they can't stay off of one another's throats long enough to let any one of them speak.
Hey, Canoes. Hey, excuse me for a second. I'm just going to go out and grab a bud and bring it in. I'll show you. This is a little Thai stick bud.
Yeah, grab two, they're small. Sorry, I'm stalling out. Canoes. Yeah, I don't know. We need your vote, man. You know. Two can play Ghosts of Chattanooga. What? Bernie can just fade off. So, it's starting to dry on its own.
No, I just cut it out. Cut it off.
Oh, you didn't know that?
So it's all.
Oh, yeah. How long you got to hang that out?
About 20 minutes in the oven at 50 degrees centigrade, and then turn the oven off and leave it for another 20 minutes and straight in the bowl. Then pick the
Proper prevention prevents poor performance.
So yeah, I know that one's a Thai stick. I was given that seed by a friend down the road. They were over in Thailand a couple of years ago, and he grew a couple and come off there. So and the whole thing, that's as big as it got, the whole lot, because it got hit by the frost. So it was from the ground to that, had 2 or 3 little leaves here, and then that bud on top.
Oh yeah.
And that was it. So the rest is just a stalk with a couple of leaves on it. Still left it out there. There's 2 little budlets next to the leaves there. I'm just going to let them get a little bit bigger, and yeah, it's all good. So I'll throw it out.
Canoes. says he's got his local scanner telling him there's loose cows on the roads a little south of him on his street. Oh, what next? I thought it was goats, but this time it's cows.
Yeah, we get loose cattle and sheep on the roads out here. You always got to watch out for them. Plus bloody kangaroos. That's why you're not driving nighttime around and all that sort of thing. Hello, how you doing?
How's my Jacob? He needs the spotlight. Oh, he took off. There, now you go. There he is.
Oh God, the light. It hurts.
Light. You're raising vampires there, mate.
He's afraid of the light. There he got a dance going. Where the hell does he go? I try to dodge him, but I always end up going the wrong way.
Yes, you can eat kangaroo. Hold on.
Kangaroo? I don't know. Grass fed, I suppose. It's probably really rich meat. Probably not too much marbleization in them roasts. I bet you could chew on that tail for a week.
That's the leg section. You put it in the freezer until it just starts to get hard, and then run it through a bandsaw, and that's the whole cross section of the leg.
Wow.
So it's like
I was completely wrong. I was saying there probably wouldn't be much marbleization because it was all good grass fed.
Yeah.
Wow.
The season's been good this year, and that, so we've had plenty of rain and that, and they've been raiding the crops. These are all local ones. So been, yeah. This is a steak, and so you got this cross section of the leg bone in there, and the little bit of marrow in the center, and that's just perfect. Yeah. Sorry, Dennis.
Roo burgers.
Yeah.
I can do that too, Jack.
All right, cool. I had it here, but obviously.
Here we go.
Why?
Dennis Espinosa is going to come and say hello.
No, actually, just I thaw them out. Slow thaw. Don't microwave them. They get defrost, and that they get tough as buggery. Just let them thaw out on a thawing tray. Some butter in the pan, and that a little bit of I use sesame oil because it's a nice nutty flavour. In that high heat, about a minute one side, and that minute and a half on the other side, and then if you've got a broiler, put it underneath the broiler on a medium hot heat for about 2 minutes aside, just to dry it out and all that sort of thing. Just continue the slight heat. You don't want it blue. A lot of people tell you want kangaroo meat blue. No, you never want it. I tell you what, parasites. So always have medium well, and a nice gravy, mushrooms, a little bit of saffron in the gravy. That's beautiful.
Jose Sevens, how goes?
Hey,
you hit it on the earlier on the head, Jack. We should be beyond tribalism. Tribalism was necessary for survival by the caveman.
Yeah, but we should be far beyond that.
Far beyond that. That doesn't seem to change, though.
What would that change be? What?
Well, to me, most of our
individualism.
Everybody's striving to be the best person that they can be.
I know everybody's got to be their own Superman and shit. Do everything. What the hell?
Well, there's mutual independency. The problem becomes, I believe, maybe you'll agree with this, Jack. Maybe you won't. I believe a majority of our personal problems and societal problems are due to insecurity.
Yep.
I'm insecure, so I need to identify with this group, this baseball team,
absolutely,
PKK, whoever else, so I can feel better about myself. Or I need to follow this leader, that leader. I need to be part of this group, that group, and that's because people don't know who they are.
Big truck.
And so you have if there weren't any groups, they couldn't create divisions between groups.
But then, I mean, what would people do? They can't have the Ford versus Chevy argument then. And so what would people talk about? I mean, everything would go to shit.
Only because people get a certain pleasure out of that tribalism of talking about Ford and Chevy. If I was enjoying life and enjoying people, I wouldn't have to talk about Ford or Chevys.
They're tribalistic choices, and it becomes so based in intent that they're more faithful to their choices that way than they are to their wives.
I heard an interesting quote earlier that got my attention by a Chinese gentleman. It basically goes, if you want to find truth, don't hold any opinions.
Yeah.
In other words, get rid of any preconceived ideas, beliefs that you have that you don't really have a foundation to. Don't have any biases. Approach each issue neutrally. Examine both sides. Dig in honestly into both sides of an issue or problem, and then make a decision. It was an interesting quote.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, isn't it a bias that sets up our agendas and that creates our persona and everything? I mean, wouldn't it be very difficult for a person to remove bias and the way of, for critical thinking? I mean, I like Chevy, so I'm going to think Chevy when I talk about your Ford. I mean,
okay, but then let's say I'm talking more about people are taught certain things and they hold their opinions as truth without a foundation of critical thinking. If you have critical thinking, say, well, this Ford model is better than this Chevy, or this Chevy model is better than this Ford model, and you have objective reasoning behind that, then that's okay. That's good. And, you may be wrong, you may be right, but at least you have some reasoning behind it. A lot of people don't have any reasoning or logic behind what they hold as true.
Can I play as a video that can put this in a hell of a lot better terms than what I could ever do personally?
Okay, that'd be great.
Excuse me for a second. Share screen.
Last time you had some feedback, Jack. Is that more controllable?
How about I'll turn my mic off. I'll put my hand
maybe your speakers, or either one, right?
Yeah.
Because we're getting audio twice.
Yeah, we might get it twice if we're listening to his video without muting ourselves as well, because that video feedback, his audio feedback into our own speakers.
All
right. Gotcha.
I'll mute myself as well.
All right, let's see if that's coming through there. Right, it is. So we'll get up to there, go to full screen on that. Sound on. Play.
Our guest is Ayn Rand, authoress of Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead and We the Living. She advocates a new morality, an ethics of, as she puts it, rational self-interest that stands, it appears, in complete opposition to the political, social, and religious attitudes of our day. Her unique philosophy is known as objectivism.
I'd like to ask Ms. Rand, what can the United States do to bring full equality for the American Negro? I mean by full equality, equal housing, equal jobs, equal social status, equal individual rights, and just plain decent treatment without completely changing our free enterprise system or radically upsetting our entire economic system.
There is no reason why anybody should have equal housing with everybody else. You're not talking about an economic issue. There certainly is inequality of housing, inequality of income among men of all races, certainly among white men. Therefore, there is no reason why minorities should be guaranteed housing. The only thing you can properly discuss is racial prejudice. The only issue here is to treat every individual man as a human being and judge him according to his own actions, his own character, his own performance. Therefore, all that you can discuss properly is to guarantee individual political rights. and that the government can do by not permitting any legislation which discriminates legally. But now if we speak about private prejudice, racial prejudice, that cannot be achieved or eliminated by law. In order to eliminate private discrimination, you should advocate individual rights and the philosophy that goes with it. I will refer you to my article entitled Racism in my book, The Virtue of Selfishness, in which I discuss the fact that racism is just the lowest, most primitive form of collectivism. And in any period of history when collectivism is on the rise, men are forced to cling to one another into groups, to seek groups, because a collectivist society or a mixed economy like we have today is a society of pressure group warfare. And the easiest collective to join, particularly of men of not great intelligence, is race. Therefore, racism, the prejudice of racial groups against one another, is a byproduct of collectivism. Men are told that the individual has no right, has no meaning, no significance outside of his group. Only groups count. That is the essence of collectivism. And consequently, racism is on the rise. The only way to abolish racism, private racism, is by advocating individualism and its corollary, a free society. In a free society, the white man's own rational self-interest would abolish racism, and those who are irrational, those who insist on running their business or their lives by racial prejudice, would be their own victims. They should be boycotted by rational men, and they should be ostracized. That is, those who are not racist should refuse to deal with those who are guilty of racial prejudice. But you cannot forbid prejudice by law. A racist has a right not to associate with other people if he doesn't want to. Just as a communist has a right to preach his ideas, to have his freedom of speech, even though his ideas are evil. In a free society, neither the communist nor the racist would be of much danger to anyone and would gradually be eliminated by people's enlightenment and by people's rational self-interest.
Thank you very much for your call, sir.
Ms. Rand, I want to thank you very much. And in the last 2 minutes, I really say this sincerely, I have learned more in the last 2 minutes than 5 years of any intensive study on my part. And I want to thank you again.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Jack.
No worries.
That was a lot of meat to chew on right there.
Absolutely. And it took, first time I actually heard that interview. Shit, that was done back in 1969. I think I heard it about 1974. It took me about 2 years to figure it out. And
I want to review it. You got a link?
Yeah, absolutely.
I put that on Censor Wars too. Huh? So Jose, so there is kind of what I was getting at. Isn't the, personal bias gonna pretty much be existent in all of my decision making? So that was kind of my question. How do we eliminate, personal internal bias and racism?
I think it's a process. I'm a Christian, but I'm not necessarily a pew sitter. And it's written, "As a man think, therefore he is." We can discipline our brains to think in the right ways. People, growing up and taught wrong ways, and it takes some effort to undo those things, right?
Yeah.
There's some good videos on the difference between our brain and our mind. They're not one and the same.
No.
If we have the ability to see something wrong in our thinking, but are attached to it because that's the habit, that's what we've been steeped in for so long, we can actually force counter thoughts to that to eliminate those biases by forcing those positive thoughts into our mind. Same thing works with depression. A lot of people have depression because of the negative self-talk. I did it one time. I had a lot of negative self-talk to the point where I went through some things and I was suicidal. And once I learned about the whole dynamics of negative self-talk, I started driving positive thoughts about myself into my mind, even to the point of saying those things out loud. And if we can discipline our minds and thinking and say, okay, this is the right thing. Okay, I have these racist tendencies, rather than evaluating each individual, like Ayn Rand was saying, by their character and their personal achievements, and not their skin color or whether they like Fords or Chevys or whatever. Not judging by the superficial things. I can drive concepts into my mind the other way to start bringing my mind into right thinking. Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely.
And it actually changes brain chemistry and everything else. It's pretty interesting study.
Yep.
And one thing to say, preferences are okay. You can prefer Chevys, I can prefer Fords. We don't have to kill each other over it or argue or have any kind of animosity. No, we can say, let's go do four-wheeling. You take your Chevy, I'll take my Ford. No big deal. The problem comes in where I want to be like you and I want you to have my preferences because I'm so insecure that you having a different preference is threatening to me.
Well, see, personal experience in that way. I'm a Christian, believe in freedom, all that sort of stuff, right? Soldier in Cambodia, called Kampuchea at the time, but by the ruling regime, and we take these guys prisoners, and they've been dedicated hardcore. Now, no way are they ever going to trust our system because they've been brainwashed into it, but they've also been told a lot of lies along the way that we can deal with. One of them was we would kill them and eat them.
Okay, so they thought you were ahead of them.
We're Australians. We were founded as a penal colony, all that sort of stuff. We're all criminals and that, and we're just left to rot. And we got this huge society, and then now we're basically a bunch of mercenaries, and that for the Western powers. Oh yeah, because the Australian troops are pretty famous throughout Asia. We're mercenaries for Western powers, so British and the Americans. So that's how they see us. But all of a sudden, we're not killing them. We're giving them cigarettes. We're giving them a bit of booze. We're picking them up and all that sort of thing. Well, they've still got handcuffs on and all that sort of stuff. We don't totally trust them. There's a handcuff on and there's a 1 yard of rope, just enough to pull them up. They can't run proper with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It goes around the ankle, around there, and around the cuffs, and that they can eat. And that if they're sitting down, they can eat. They can do everything else like that. They can walk around and that and all that sort of thing, but they ain't running anywhere. You know what I mean? So you just hold them up because we're out in the middle of nowhere. We're taking these guys prisoners. We've got to get them back to our base, and it might be 3 or 4 days they're with us, and we haven't killed them and all that sort of thing. We've treated them well and all that sort of, and they say, why are you doing it? Are you going to torture us later? You got a special base for it and all that sort of thing. Well, we'll tell you nothing. We'll tell you no, man, we're going to take you to a safe place because there's still, your folks are still lobbing shells at us every now and again. Still don't know where we are, but they're doing it blind. One day there's going to get, they're going to get lucky. They're infallible and all that sort of thing. Then all of a sudden they get back to the camp, and maybe you see 1 or 2 of them come back in 3 months, and that now they're on our side as a guide because they've gone back. Nobody's killed them. They've been fed. They've been fed better than what they've been fed in years, and they've been told this. Their wounds have been checked up and all that sort of thing. Every time someone says, "When are you going to kill us?" they laugh at them, and that's how we dealt with it. We laughed at them. You've been lied to. I'm sorry, mate. You've been lied to, and when they get laughed at and lied to, and that day after day after day after day for a couple of months, it sinks in. It sinks in because also you've got to understand it's a powerless situation. You're down at the bottom of your thing. You think you're about to be slaughtered and all that sort of thing. It can't get any fucking worse except for the actual torture that's about to come. But the torture never comes. You get decent treatment and all that sort of thing, and everything you've been told about this is wrong. What else is wrong? Start some thinking. And then you got the power of books and that and pictures and all that sort of thing. No. Yeah, we all started like this and that. And we had an attempted revolution and all that sort of thing, but it's all good now. The worst thing about Australia and that is fucking expensive fucking restaurants. Make jokes about the place.
That's why the whole first time you sense progressive censorship, you know something's up.
Exactly. And they're used to it and all that sort of thing. And all of a sudden they realise it all comes down. I took a guy prisoner over there called Aki Ra. And I specifically hunted this guy for about 6 months. He was a master bomb maker and booby trap artist. He was the guy. He was teaching other folks to play games with PM1 mines. Soviet PM1 mines have 9 factory default booby trap systems. This guy turned it into an option of about 60. He was a work of art. He was just a farmer. Apparently a good metal worker, tinsmith and all that sort of stuff, and that, TIG stuff and all that sort of thing. The war came along. They recruited him up and all that sort of stuff. He just native skill and that, and they let him go. We had him come back to Australia with us for a while, taught us all his dirty tricks and all that sort of thing for a brief while. And that he was attending church with me and all that sort of thing. And all that sort of thing. Now he's gone back to his own people now, and that because they need his hand and all that sort of thing. And he's attending animalist ways, which is their old hill tribe ways and all that sort of thing. But they won't accept him as a Christian, so I don't know what's going on there. I know he's doing a lot of good work over there. He's got the mine museum over there, which the tourists go to, and that they drop a lot of coin in the place, and that's funding the work up in the hills. I went back after I retired from the army, and that for 3 seasons over there demining with CMAC as a civilian deminer, and that's where I got to meet Lady Di and all that sort of thing. So when Tracy puts that photo up and all that, so that's how that all come about.
Yeah, nice. Very cool.
I was just a PR thing, and that you come in, said a few nice words and all that sort of thing, shook hands with everybody and all that sort of thing, bang, and gone again. So that there's no big thrill to it and all that sort of thing. You get VIPs like that coming through about once a month from different places. The Japs came through because they donated a shitload of money for the mine projects after it found out that the Japanese were supplying bloody weapons to the Khmer Rouge and that bequest to the Americans. So this is why it's so quiet. Everybody forgets the Khmer Rouge were American allies. But the truth of the matter was the Pol Pot scammed everybody. He was playing every side against every side. Okay, and he was getting weapons from everywhere, money from everywhere, and all that sort of stuff. He had a meeting with the North Vietnamese, and he said, all your unworthy people and untrustworthy people, form them into special battalions and we'll meet on the border. And he put all his unreliable people and all that sort of thing, including family members, in there. And they fought them to the death and that until they slaughtered each other. And then both sides opened up on artillery and that airburst and cluster munitions over the lot, finished them all off. Then sent in the politically reliable with the rifles and that, any survivors they cleaned up. Both sides. That was a giant scam.
It was a scam on multiple sides. There were companies in the States that would pay the North Vietnamese to blow up structures in South Vietnam so they could continue their contracts to build structures.
And remember whose dad that was?
No, who?
Songbird, while he was in the camp. Is that
No.
old dad?
I didn't know the names. I read that in a book called The Underside of World History.
No, well,
it was pretty interesting.
He later spoke to the founder of Blackwater, right? And they got the Blackwater tapes.
That makes sense.
He was talking about that, and he says that's how it went on. And it was McCain's daddy, the admiral, who was fucking orchestrating it. And gave them the freaks and that for the back channel radio communications and told everybody not to monitor them for a few hours every day.
Yeah, so basically you have American corporations paying the North Vietnamese to blow up buildings, and which obviously ends up taking American lives.
Yeah.
I try to show people that at that government level there are no good guys. Just different evils fighting each other for power and control.
So the big drama is, and that is particular regimes. I I know America doesn't like to use that word within its own government sort of thing, but
That's propaganda and wordplay too. Yeah.
Okay, but when they come in like that, like Bush Senior and all that sort of thing, he set up his own little regime. When the Obamas came in, they swapped 80% of the high-end bureaucrats, and he was stacking judges as many as he could, and he was forcing some out and all that sort of thing, generals, and he got all the S guys in, sacked all that. Hillary was working in there in the State Department. She was replacing him in there, but there was already a faction in there, and so there's a lot of factional fights in there. There's 3 big factions in State Department alone, 2 in DOJ. Sometimes they work together, sometimes they don't, but everybody's covering ass at the moment. You've got to get rid of all those long-term appointed. You're going to have to do a cull, and I'm talking in the level like 50 to 80,000, and get rid of them, and then re-employ and make everybody take loyalty oaths to the nation. If they don't want to do that and they think that's too fascist or too whatever, fucking out the door then. See you later. It's the US government you're working for, the US taxpayer. If you can't be loyal to them, we don't want you. Because too many folks in these departments are not working for your government. They're working for their agenda.
Yeah. What do they call them, the deep state or whatever else?
Yeah, look, there's 5 main globalist factions out there in the world, out there, and 3 of them are regular players inside your government. And the Obamas brought in a 4th, which was Islam.
Yeah, that's it's pretty interesting, and I think that's probably one of the things that has slowed down the whole globalist movement is the fact that they fight amongst themselves.
Now, look, one of the good points in the foundation of the FBI has also become one of its bad points, and that modern day and age, and that's not being rude. It's Catholic base. Okay, in the early days, those guys and that thought, was unforgotten that, but now the Pope's saying fucking all this is okay, that's okay, that's okay, and anybody who says that it's not is a bad man and evil and all that sort of thing. So you basically got the current Pope calling Trump evil because he's not buying all the gay and the transsexual stuff and all the rest of it, whereas the current Pope is pushing all that, and these guys are up in arms about it.
Yeah, again, I think that's something to say this from the globalist movement is the factions that fight for power amongst themselves. As far as the Pope and major denominations, the major denominations, Methodist, Catholic, the Protestant denominations, they've been long infiltrated by a Mason base. Oh
yeah, and then some. But like, there's 2 sides to the Masons, right here. There's the Grand Archmasons, and they've been playing this game for nigh on 1,000 years. All right, out. Then you got the generic Masons and that run around that look like community groups, and up until the 22nd level up there, they are a fucking community group, and that's all they know. And then it's got a few funny things and old quirky stuff because it's all old time stuff. So they made some funny oaths and that, like cutting the belly and you tucking out and all that sort of thing. They don't know what it means.
Yeah, a lot of them don't know what they're even a part of. They just join the club.
Zepzo's got it in one. The Pope is Luciferian, not Christian. Right, yeah? And unfortunately, in that, he's got a shitload of followers and that, and some of them are actually following what he's saying. A lot of them are rebelling, but they're quiet because, like, it's the church. They've never used to do this. Everything they get about God comes from the church. And this is the problem.
Maybe back to people having critical thinking for themselves, actually, and really
spending time in bloody prayer and figuring it out yourself.
Yeah.
I've never had God come down and that and put neon light fucking signs or that all coming through at fucking 400 decibels at me. But I get feelings, am I on the right track and all that sort of thing? Am I doing doors open, doors close?
And one thing I try to tell people critical of Christianity, evil is divisive, and the best way to discredit something is to infect it and do evil in its name. And that's what's basically happening. That's all part of the Luciferian effort too, is to discredit Christianity because a lot of people that claim to be Christian do some rather heinous things.
So that's why I'm suggesting about the, under different terms, but the racial bias, right? So now we have religious bias. my decision making is made off that bias. And that's what I mean about the necessary evil. I have to look at things through my religious bias in order for self-preservation. And I have to look for people that are of that same bias, and segregate myself from others. So the individualism thing, but I see a purpose for, faction biases and the different clubs. What'd you call them? Stratas of society.
Tribalism and that
Tribalism, yeah.
collectivism, and that is the basis of it. But yeah, collectivism covers all of that. Tribalism, all that sort of stuff.
I think you need to refine the criteria for what you become a part of in your thinking. I see where you're coming from. If I define my boundaries or parameters by something false like race, then I have a false boundary and a negative tribalism. You're not.
See, this is the fall down, and that like I've traveled the world. I've got friends, Tracy will tell you that all over the place. I speak Indigenous languages here. Have Aboriginal folks come visit me in my home, dinner and all that sort of. We sit down and drink and we have a good time, all that sort of stuff. But I also do that with Muslim folks. I do it with African folks. I do it with Asian folks. I do it with that because I've got something to learn from all of these folks. Because you find good folks every fucking week. It's like you find assholes.
Yep.
And no one is exempt from being an asshole. No race, creed, or colour, and that is exempt from having assholes in it. But I'll guarantee you, not every person in that race, creed, or colour is an asshole.
Yeah, that's one of the devices of evil, trying to convince somebody that all one group is bad. Basically, the same kind of evil affects all groups. You have people there that have the wrong thinking, and it's across groups. You have radical rabbis that say Goyim only exist to serve the Jews. You have,
Oh, well, through the recent little altercation that we had here, I learned a lot about how people thought. They created a little chat group off the one side in one of these Google fucking hangouts, and what's fucking going on. And I've got a bloke who's been on screen here. He's rocked up, comes through the door, says g'day and all that sort of thing. Explain it. Dan, good bloke. And that's all I worry about. He's a good bloke. Bloody champion bloke. He's also gay. Doesn't worry me. He's never tried to come on to me and all that sort of thing. He knows I'm straight, knows my thoughts on it. But if he wants a hand with something, I'll give him a hand because he gives other people a hand and he gives me a hand.
Yeah.
What more do you want out of a bloke? He's community-minded. He's hard-working, not shy of work. New to the bush, I must admit. He's a city boy, but he's catching on, and he's not afraid to ask questions. And he's not looking stupid when he does it. He's being practical. Hey, look, I had a bit of a fire on my property today, and I got a bit of smoke coming out of this bloody dry tree. Now I'll be down in 5 minutes. Yeah, cool. So he phones up if he's got a question. No worries.
Yeah, back to insecurity. If you're insecure in your sexuality, you're going to feel threatened by a homosexual. And, to me, as long as a person treats me with dignity, and other people with dignity, their personal choices are their personal choices. Has nothing to do with
I became immune to all this. And I used to work at I don't know if you know much about Australia, but in Sydney there's a red light district called King's Cross.
Okay.
I worked at a nightclub there that had an illegal casino in the back of it. It was quite famous. You can read about it now. It's all closed down now. It's called the Bourbon and BC. And one night there was a bloke getting mugged who'd been a customer at our casino. And at crossing the road, someone jumped out to jump him. I intervened and all that sort of thing, jumped in the car with him, got him home because you look after your VIPs there because that's where your money's coming from. Mm-hmm. And I knew the boss, he was a friend with the boss. So I said, look, I'm going to get this gent wherever he's got to go safely and all that sort of thing. You watch the door, get some backup down here and take care of these guys and that. And they had the cops come down and they got him and they handed them straight over. It was all good. So I got the gents back home. A couple of weeks later, found out he made an offer to hire me. And my boss called me in and said, gent came up here, wants to hire you. And that head up security. Why is that? And he says, you're fast, you're efficient, and that, and you don't care who you look after. And I said, well, should I? I know, they're all money. You look after your customers. That's how I got the wages I was getting. I had 2 girls I was putting through private school, Presbyterian Ladies College, Sydney. We're talking real money. And a sergeant in the army don't make that much. So I had to go out and work for it. Right? So Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights, and that I worked the red light district as a bouncer, basically. And then ended up working down in the gay, all the gay nightclubs, and that for 2 years. Paid bloody well. I cop ribbon about it for years, and some people still give me a bit of a ribbon about it. So that's all right. I don't care.
That's pretty silly.
Gays are like any other group. They got some dead set assholes. They got some dead set good folks, and there's a lot of sheep in between.
Yep.
So did you ever look at the idea of feeling bad because you were helping something flourish that you couldn't be in agreement with?
It's legal here. It's the law.
Mm-hmm.
And that we've had gay Mardi Gras since what, 72, I think. 70 something. We've had gay Mardi Gras here.
I don't see it as helping something flourish, because Jack's actions wouldn't have made anybody else gay, or say, he doesn't agree with the lifestyle. But again, other people's personal choices are their personal choices. That's between them and the God they believe or don't believe in.
Yeah, I believe what I'm believing and all that thing. And that one of the things is you got to deal. And this is the thing that they forget, is you've got to visit the fucking bad and the evil and that, like the prisoners in the jails and the people and the infirmed in the hospitals and all that sort of thing. I'm lucky here. I've got a Lambie, which is an aged care nursing home, and I can help out there and all that sort of stuff and do a bit of maintenance, give a bit of bucks to knife sharpening proceeds. That all goes to a Lambie. That sort of stuff. Right out, little bits and pieces. I'm helping out there. I've seen a lot of gays go straight over the years. All right, we're gay guys in the army. If you think there's no gays in the military, and that, you think again. The namby-pamby crying wannabe babies and that get turfed very, very quickly. And that, if the guy's a good soldier, it doesn't matter what he is, as long as he's not a pain in the ass or trying to be a pain in your ass. You know what I mean? And it's all good. Who cares what you do in a bedroom, fucking on your own time? I don't. I got bigger things to fry, especially as a sergeant of bloody airborne infantry platoon. We need it. Who's that? Hosea?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, excuse me. Sorry about that.
That's all right. But so that was my priority, being front and center and that, and getting folks on deck. When it came to working for the folks, looking after their customers was my priority. That's the job. You do what you get paid for. Looking after the customers. Yes, some of them are a pain in the ass. Some of them are, Bill, could you get Mr. What's the name here and that day, one of mine, Hennessy XO, and that, thank you. And I give him a drink on the way out and all that sort of thing. Have a cab waiting for him at the door. Fucking he's down his drink and go out the door, bang, and into the cab. Good night before he gets any pedantic, because unfortunately in that, gay folks are highly emotionally unstable. Okay, I firmly believe that a lot of them don't handle relationships and relationship breakups a lot, and because there is so much promiscuity in it, they'll swap from partner to partner to partner and partner. They're going through this up and down and all that sort of thing. So it's got to drive you a yo-yo. You watch it all, and the 60-year-old man comes in with his 25-year-old Filipino boyfriend, and all of a sudden the 25-year-old boyfriend is dancing with the 30-year-old muscle builder, and that from the gym up the road. The 60-year-old starts getting upset and all that. And every night you're going to have half a dozen stories like that in amongst a couple of thousand regular punters, and that's what causes your dramas. And that's what you've got to be on the workout for. So I learn about all these things because that's the troublemaking stuff. And then The first rule of being a bouncer comes in. Out the door, out the door, out the door. Second rule, out the door, out the door, out the door. Get him outside, get him outside.
So what's the difference between boundaries and bias? What's the difference between protecting yourself and being a racist? I mean, they're the same thing.
Protecting yourself how?
Well, I'm saying, like, so you put Christianity bias on hold to go down to the red light district on a nightly basis and help the devil do his thing.
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
It was going to happen whether I did it or not. These guys had multi-million-dollar investments and that, and they had legal backing, and they had political bloody influence and that covering their asses, and that was proved in all the lawsuits. And the judiciary backed them, and I can tell you a number of Supreme Court Australian judges who are regular clients. One of them was Melbourne, would fly up to Sydney, and that Friday night, get in there. He'd never arrive before 10:30, and he left with a different young fella every night.
And there's a difference between protecting the dignity of the individual human being versus supporting their behavior. It's not the same thing.
My job there was to prevent violence in the place and from turning them into a bloodbath. Simple as that. When there's a lot of fights in the places, the big money doesn't go there anymore. And when you're charging $40 a shot of Hennessy, which should be 22, you want to keep that income coming in. This is what it's all about. So you've got to cut the violence. So you need folks who can spot the violence early, get it out the door, out the door, out the door. The problems, out the door, out the door, out the door. If it happens outside, well, it's not in their property and they're not liable. And because I'm a private contractor and I carry my own insurance, it's fine.
And it doesn't matter where the person that's causing the violence is homosexual, straight, or anything else.
No, you just got to stop the violence.
Removing the violence.
Yep. I tell you who causes a shitload of violence? The straight girls that hang around gay guys.
This guy.
I posted in the chat a video by a gentleman named Ravi Zacharias. He's a real good Christian apologist. He gives, to me, from my opinion, my perspective, the best understanding of how Christianity should handle homosexuality. You might gain some insight.
Oh, can I explain to you how I handle folks in that who are gay? I just, you get down to it, you talk to them, you get to know them, and be polite to them and all that sort of stuff, all the rest of it. And they say, so you're an ultra-Australian and a conservative. I go, yeah. And you're married and kids and all that sort of, yeah. And in the army, yeah. So what are you doing here and all that sort of stuff? And I said, well, you folks need protecting too, don't you? No. Oh, so you don't mind gays? I said, you're human beings too. Well, we're all God's children, man. You are committing a sin, but look, I'm not perfect neither. And sin's all equal. It doesn't matter whether your sin or my sin. If it's a sin, we're equal. No one's perfect on thing. It's only through God are we saved. Rightio? So it also says, do not judge. Now, have you done anything against me? No. All right. Well, then I have no right to judge you. Therefore, if I judge you, God has the right to judge me on all my sins. That's how it works.
And there's a difference between discerning and judging. To me, I can discern that what they're doing.
I don't want that lifestyle around me or my kids. Right? As a choice.
You can discern that lifestyle is sinful, but judgment adds discernment with the ability or desire to punish or reward. Now, I judge a race. I discern the winner, or a courtroom. A person is discerned whether they're guilty or innocent, but then a judge passes a judgment, which is a punishment. So I can discern things that are wrong.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily my place to pass a judgment and punish for it, or a desire to punish for it. That comes from self-righteousness.
Jimmy Beam's got it right, and that human life is ugly no matter how you cut it.
So, but I don't know. Let's see. Jose, you said you posted a link. I didn't see no link from you.
Let me post it again. Yeah, it was there a minute ago. Let me put it up there right now so you have a current.
Zoombait mentioned that this Twitch stream went down for her a little bit, maybe, possibly.
Can you see that?
No.
No.
Not yet.
I'm
But we have
posting it
delays.
in the room. Let me go to the StreamYard thing.
Yeah, go to
I see.
go to private chat, and I'll get it out of there.
You got that?
Yep. Copy back into thing. I've got to jump 3 screens to do this, so excuse me for a second here.
I put it in the private
be
chat
good.
on stream.
There it goes. Dimble Blade Works just posted the YouTube video.
There it is. Thanks, guys.
No worries.
So yeah, but I don't know. So what? You just twist the law until it works for you, right? Right. So if you're worried about the drag queen story time at your local library and the drag queens don't want to get assaulted, they would hire me as a security guard, and that would just be doing my job, right?
No, see the drag queen in the library thing.
So come on. So I mean, when do we get to? Do we just adapt the law to our needs, or is the law the law?
No, the law.
It's all right with the state, so it's all right with God, or you know what I mean? I don't get all this. How do we remove our biases when they're necessary to us?
No, here comes the other side of the thing. A public library is a public space, right? And it comes under the morals clause. So if guys are putting lewd acts and all that sort of thing in a public space, they can be ejected and fined. And in some cases jailed, depending on the state and the local laws. Now, this subversion of your local laws by pushing, that's an agenda. And people have got to stand up to these unlawful agendas. And they're pushing it through, and that by breaking laws and nobody doing anything about it and all that sort of thing. This is how I got involved with this anti-Islamic bloody thing in here, because they push it through. They'd have these little town hall meetings. They'd threaten all the other speakers. Nobody'd speak up against them. And all of a sudden they had their little Sharia enclave and their halal food in the schools in this district, that district. And all. Someone had to stand up and say, fuck the threats, come get me. I'm going to debate this prick. And shut him down. So I did. Cost me a shitload.
Yeah, and there's also a difference. In one venue, you have adults. Yeah, it's apples to oranges, though, in your analogy, because in one case you have adults congregating together in one place in a club versus innocent children being subjected to something that they have no right to, have no business being subjected to.
Exactly.
There'd be definitely a problem with that, where someone tried to push a law trying to protect drag queens from making presentations to elementary kids. I'd be first in line against that.
Yeah.
Versus having adults congregate and make a choice and congregate in a club, which is their choice and right.
Hey, look, if you're into that thing, and there's one in Sydney, I know, in Newtown. It's an old pub. I used to drink there, and then all of a sudden a gay guy bought the pub. I walked in there one day, and they're all in feather boas and all this sort of thing, and that, and beards. I thought,
flaming on both.
It had been 7 years since I've been in that pub, right? So anyway, I go around. Anyway, I'll go back into this pub. Walk up to the bar and that. What happened? I haven't been here for about 7 years. Oh, we've had some changes. And I said, he says, you're taking it better than some. Some blokes go, whoa, they scream. And I go, no, I'm just asking. I don't give a fuck. And that, and they got shows and all that sort of thing. And there's pictures on the wall of some big bloke in a lemon lame dress and boas and that, hairy legs and that, and 6-inch heels. Like, it looks funny as fuck. It really does, but I didn't stay around for the show. Not being rude. I ended up going down to Arncliffe and that, the Hilltop Hotel down there and that, and drink with a bunch of old Greek blokes down there. That's all right. I hadn't been in Sydney for a while. Just off the airport, picked up a bike. Yeah, thought I'd do the old pub crawl all the way back out down to Wollongong, which is about 200 k's of Sydney. Stopped off, had 2 beers each pub, and that. on about 10 stops and that, and by the time you get home, you're nice and mellow.
No, I mean, I didn't mean to bring up that sensitive topic, but I was just like, as long as I believe the purposes that I'm doing things for, I guess it's all right.
Look, to be honest with you, I'd rather be spending time shutting that stuff down, but I'm not going to hurt anybody in the process. You know, if someone is obeying the law and doing all that sort of thing, and they're keeping it behind the room and all that sort of thing, I don't give a stuff, personally. They'll have to pay for it, and they'll have to answer fucking God for it. And that's the message that I keep on telling people. Mm-hmm. And I hope that they'll change. And I hope they'll repent, because God is good. And through Christ, we are saved through grace, not by law. Through grace. So if you repent and you mean it, turn around and go back the other way. It's all good. So you've got to give folks a chance. Yep. But that's what it means to me. But I'm a very old-fashioned religion. You know, so like Mennonites are, you know, forgiveness, Christ's love, all that sort of stuff, big enough stuff. Keep the bullshit out of it.
But Ayn Rand says if we all just leave each other alone, these things will all fade away.
Pretty much.
I don't see any fading away going on. I mean,
well, look at this morning. You coming in there. We had some fucking 14-year-old lefty fucking pard in there who came in there. First question, are you Trump supporters? And then started spamming the fuck out of us. And I turned around and I said to him, hey, look, mate, I'm the only one in here. I'm Australian. Do you think I voted for Trump?
Had no idea. You probably thought you did.
And I said, seriously? And that's wonder why they say the left people over there in the US are stupid. I can't vote directly. I know the Democrats over there and that raise the dead to vote quite often. There's one lady there who's been Democrat for the last 80 years, since she died. It's crazy. She's 163 years of age, or 164 years of age now. Forget when I read the story. That was a classic.
Well, hell. Let's see, who else we got rocking up here tonight? I don't know.
I have an echo. All right, look,
it's just I was checking in on Aaron and Ben.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, I've got an echo, but I've gone through somewhere else.
I'm muted on the YouTube stream.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Sounds good here.
Oh, no.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Sounds fine.
I think we've all got it sorted now. I don't know what changes or who made the changes, but the things will disappear. Yeah, unfortunately, that's it. And like, my girls were growing up a bit much of a tomboy, and we were living in the city, and there was a hell of a lot of influence. So I put them in a Christian ladies' college, and that to straighten their asses up. So yeah, and that because the influences around in there for a more altar thing. They all wanted to get into this dance club stuff, and then I had a look through the catalogues of the outfits of what they were wearing. Not in this lifetime. That's the only thing that I didn't get him into. And that because the younger one went through a lot of phases, and it went through surfy chick, and then horsey chick, and then emo chick, and then goth chick, and all that sort of thing. And all you can do is support them on the way through. So thankfully I've got friends on country properties and that living in the bush, so she got a heap of horse riding done. I surf myself, and that, so surfing was no dramas. I knew a fair few old goth folks who taught them what real goth is all about. They got emo bullshit, because I know nothing about emo. That just seemed all depressive and self-hating loads. And so I actually smuggled them in. Here's what I mean about breaking the law. I took them into a nightclub, and which is 21 or over only. So drinking laws in Australia are 18. So 21 over, there's sex acts going on. So she's in it. I take her in there. We go straight through, entry in. Everybody's standing in queues out the thing. I know all the bouncers, so I walk straight on through we go straight up the VIP area. There's a little belted way. The guy opens the belt for me. Me and her walk through. We go up there, the king and queen of goss of Sydney. And they're in their full outfit and a lot of steampunk type stuff and all that sort of stuff. And we sat down there and they explained the true origins of goth, the Victorian classics and the nobility of it and all that sort of stuff, and how it's been all subverted and that by music corporations and all that sort of thing, and made depressive. When actually it's all about enlightenment, learning, education, and a little bit of style. Because there was a little bit of class then. People addressed each other politely. Yes, they bonked each other's brains out when they met, after they met in the quiet, but they did it on the quiet. It wasn't, all this sort of out and about sort of stuff. A little bit of civility with it. So, that was it. And I just wanted my kids to get the real idea of stuff. So all you can do is support them.
Yeah, a certain type of person will monetize anything.
Well, look at them nowadays. All right, where they're 32 and 30. Rightio? Both married, all with kids, all responsible, human, church-going, self-thinking, self-armed, self-reliant individuals. So, it worked.
I was commenting on something originally that this was, in your case, you're bringing up the Gothic and how people will monetize anything. So they commercialize it basically.
Yeah.
For a buck.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I was reading something on Reddit one time that Sony put 4 big people in it and as a working group. And then they had all these other guys, including psychologists and all that sort of thing underneath there, and came up with this whole drudge thing group because one band kicked it off, very depressive. And they were all freakazoids anyway, all pretty much fushed up guy, but very talented artists. And they wanted to clone it, and they just influenced all these people, and they deliberately dosed all these people up with drugs.
That's crazy.
Psychotropic drugs. To make them more creative in that bent, in this depressive stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's true or not, and that so
that would be way past the line. People said the same thing about the Monkeys group. They were a fabricated group.
Well, they were.
Yeah.
And that because that Davy
Jones.
Davy Jones, yeah, that's it. In his book, it all lays it out how the recruited all this sort of stuff and this, that, and the other. They all come out of other stuff into there. It was promised it was all going to lead on to other stuff and all that sort of thing. But they were pretty much owned. He got 3 songs of his own out, and everything else was their stuff that he rewrote.
Yeah.
And that because...
Which isn't as bad as drugging people. That's insane if that happened. But it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yep. Twitch, Akimbo Power. Yeah, well, you're a sicko. Mind you, I did have a cute cousin when I was younger.
Yeah.
But nothing happened.
I'm going to jam on, Jack. Good to see you again online here.
Take care there.
You get a good one.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Oh, man. Beautiful day we had here today.
You got north?
Huh?
Were you warm?
Oh, 61 degrees and sunny.
There you go. I can see that you got a suntan.
I got 2 peach trees transplanted and built the battery box for my batteries for the power station for my medical lab.
I'm just on my way out, so you have a good rest of your Sunday evening. Take care.
Oh, man. Good to see you, Dennis.
Have a good night.
Good to hear from you.
All is good. God bless one and all.
You know it, Oh man.
Yeah, not a lot doing here. I know you're talking about your fruit trees and that. I had a little plum tree. You know, I've been eating them. I thought it was nectarine, but Tracy tells me it was a plum tree, white plum. Okay, purple skin, white flesh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were nice. Every one disappeared overnight, and there's only 2 seeds on the ground. So I know the cockies have been landing, the rosellas eat them, and if they land on the ground, the chooks will eat the rest. But the rest of them disappeared overnight. Not last night, the night before. And I realised yesterday afternoon, there's not a one there. Emus come down there and scoffed the fucking lot. It's the only thing big enough to eat them whole and not leave the seeds about.
Who did? What did?
Emus.
Really?
Yep. Come down the driveway or come up the back paddock because I've got the back gate open and that because I've got to make it down the back. They've either come up between the workshop or come down the driveway during the night and scoff the lot.
I was going to say they left tracks and stuff, right? You could see what they were.
No, it's not that great out there because I've got chooks all over the place scratching around and all that sort of stuff. So there's no clear tracks, but there's also concrete pathways and gravel pathways. And I've been driving up and over it for half a day, and I've had work equipment. And I've been walking all over it before I noticed. That's the problem. Wow. And it wasn't until I went down there. It's the end of the day.
Oh, that sucks.
These are wild emus, and they just come and go as they please. And that, like I said, I got just short of an acre and a half here.
Right.
And so the house is on the front block. There's an acre behind. I let all the critters come and go. I actually put food and water bowls out for them, so I'm encouraging them. But yeah, the little bastards come up there and knocked off all my plums.
That's about 50. What's up, Bill? What's up, Deb? Go truck.
Right here, man. Right here.
Rock on, bro. How you been, man?
Oh, we had decent weather. Yesterday it was like 47. Today it was 35. So I got the shorts out. I'm getting some of that vitamin D on my skin. You know.
Yeah. I hear you, bro. I was like, yeah, but that sucks about they're all gone. You didn't get a one, man.
And then I've pissed off Tracy today too. So. Bad books there.
Yeah, in the doghouse.
Don't know what was going on there, but we'll get it
sleeping with the emus tonight, huh, Jack? You're gonna be in the doghouse, in the emu house.
Oh, well, look, she may know more than me. I need to talk to her on the phone and have to find out because I asked her to explain in the chat. And, I didn't actually get an explanation of what's going on. She might know more than me. I don't know. Yeah, she may have understanding. I was just trying to stop any drama in the chat. And I couldn't see.
I heard about the trolls and stuff.
You know what I mean? And especially, and like I love it heaps and that, but you know, back over in Sensor Wars, you know, Jonah and
Ben.
No, before that, I got into it with the submarine guy. Beard submarine.
Bruce Wayne.
Yeah. And I banned them both. And that stopped the bickering in the channel. And no, I love Jonah. We've been mates years, decades. But if you're not going to play by the channel rules, then I'm going to kick your ass because I'm going to be independent on that one.
Right. No,
so,
don't be a dick.
Actually, please don't make me be an admin. And that because she just wouldn't stop. I don't know what she saw, and I'll find out. And that she can explain it to me. I'll listen. And that she doesn't go off frivolly, so she may know more than me. But I don't know. I didn't see anything wrong. Right? I looked and looked and looked. I didn't see anything wrong.
Right.
She was just watching out for her man. It was so sweet.
Yeah, it was, and she was doing the right thing. But I don't know what it was based on. And see, that's the thing where I got drama and that, and so I can't take a side.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. You know,
is Tommy gonna do her meme corner tonight?
Cool.
No, she texted me and said she wasn't gonna be able to do it tonight. They're giving her a bunch of extra hours at work and stuff. She said she might drop by a chat here, but she wasn't up to the show.
Oh dear.
Sorry to hear that, Jack. That stuff Yeah. Yeah. They were trying to tell me over. I signed on an errand a little bit ago, and turn around and they were telling me that you had a bunch of trolls hit you over here.
Yeah, this morning, and that truck came in and saw it was over on Twitch. There's an emu egg there.
Holy shit! That's a big ass egg.
Yeah, big ass bird.
Yeah.
So how come Jack wasn't able to give them people the axe?
I guess he didn't.
I'm not on Twitch.
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh, yeah.
Restream bot doesn't do that stuff?
No.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no, I got to make him. He's got to be able to sign in on Twitch, and then I can make him mod over there. Yeah.
You know what happened? I saw Jack on there, and I went to Discord, and I had to scroll through miles of text where these people were copying and pasting the same sentence over and over and over again. I was like, what's going on here, Jack? He was like, oh man, these people. So I got out the axe and gave him the sword, but it was kind of fun. I couldn't figure it out. So what I thought was that Jack was like playing with him. I thought that he was playing with them, but I didn't know that he couldn't like ban them or whatever.
No, see, that's the drama, and that, but that's good. Twitch is just too bandwidth intensive for me, and then I've got to shut this down to work on Twitch.
Oh yeah,
So I can do D Live and this at the same time. I can't do that one that starts with H. That's too bandwidth intensive.
Well, you can close the Twitch browser and use the simply pop-up chat. Huh?
Yeah, but I've got to start it up first to get it going and all that sort of thing.
Right.
25 minutes to load and that with this going.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Wow.
This playing the movies and all that sort of thing, because it's coming from YouTube going straight to there, I can actually get away with and all that sort of thing because it's not coming through me. But if I play it from this end and it's going up, everything goes grainy and slow and lots of those spinning white wheels.
Are you still donating bandwidth to the Chinese?
Yeah, every night.
I heard that Wunan got a blackout internet now.
Yeah, they do, and that's why we got the YouTube video over there showing people how to convert their satellite dishes into transceivers, so it's not just a receiver; they can actually transmit on it. But the problem is because they're all sending on narrowband frequencies, and that a lot of them are overlaying each other. You don't know who you're getting, so you just got to record what's coming through. Everything. Some of it's crap. Some of it people fucking just bitching and moaning and that, and no specifics. You don't even know. They don't even say where they're from or where they're at. And some people are very precise. They say where they are, fucking all that sort of thing. Which city, what's going on, what they're seeing, and that. And then they say this is what we're playing. So, excuse me for a second. And I'm just going to check on the screaming out the back.
I saw a real interesting video, part of a Mike Morales presentation talking about that he had been receiving these emails from a Chinese army officer that was talking very clearly about what he knew about how the virus had been initiated to sort of quell the Hong Kong protests. And they were planning on using that as a weapon for the Hong Kong protests, and it went sideways on them, and it got into their own people. And he was saying, but I wasn't able to dig up the actual article on that. I should have, probably should have, but it's in that Mike Morales thing. It was very interesting, very cool, because he was talking about mass graves and stuff, and he was having to shoot people and stuff too.
Oh my God. Yeah. Hey, Tanya. Sorry. 1 second. Hold that thought. I'll get back to that in a minute. Tanya.
Yeah.
Dear. If you, thanks for letting us know and everything. And, but yeah, I just want to let everybody know that I told everybody over in errands that you weren't doing your show tonight, that you had texted me. So, Yeah. Well, next week will be fine. It'll be fine. Welcome in, Diesel. Yeah, Real Outdoors. I'm gonna hold you to it. All right. Yeah, he said he's gonna come up on the screen. He said he's gonna jump on with us. There we go. And, let's see here. But yeah.
I see you there, Deb. Thank you. What we got? Sorry. Yeah, we can see you, Deb. We see.
Maybe
Diesel.
time you can send us some funnies anyway. We can show a few memes or something, huh?
Right. When we start talking and getting into conversations, sometimes we lose track of chat talk. Okay. So don't get offended. Nobody's ignoring you. It's just we get into our conversations and stuff. And
Hey, if you got a shitload of memes to show, come on in and that share your screen and that will okay it and you can stream through your memes here.
Yeah, I haven't been collecting them.
Yeah,
but I thought
that'll work.
Tommy's show was pretty cool, though. She had a nice selection and stuff.
Give folks a taste of what you're offering, and then ahead of time, and that as a an intro or a taste, and then run your stream.
There you go.
Right.
Oh.
But she was she said she's been working so much and she's not into doing it. But she said she'll be back next week with the show. So why are you showing us an empty bowl?
I run out.
Done run out.
Shocking.
I'm a bad man.
Oh my Lord. But yeah, he said that the Chinese guy was like had to shoot people and stuff. He was talking about it.
Yeah, and how they had a huge cover up. Yeah, but so I guess in the last 72 hours, this coronavirus has really gone up to the point where it's time to be scared for us. Yeah.
No, it's time to get silver. Do your silver regiment and your iodine regiment, and you don't have anything to worry about. That looks badass.
Send me a snort. I don't know. Save me, Wiz.
Get the colloidal silver. Save yourself, brother. You can save everybody around you too from having to go through any of the pain of getting that shit by getting them and letting them know about the colloidal silver as well. And the nascent iodine. I'm telling you, that's the only way, protect yourself and let people know around you and people you care about what to do about it. So there's no more fear.
Yeah.
Fear
is a mind killer. L. Ron Hubbard.
Sure. Absolutely. Fear is the mind killer. Sorry, Joe.
It's all good.
Uh-uh.
Iodine, one of the effects of iodine, and that about 2 drops a day, is it basically sends your immune system into overdrive, like about 20%.
Right.
The other thing is it supports the creation of these enzymes and platelets that are not normally available to the body without them. One, it's good for brain function. You need iodine in your system and that to prevent mongoloid thing and all that sort of stuff. Is especially when you're a baby in the womb, that sort of thing. That's why they iodise salt. Put iodine in salt. For folks who live inland where they can't get a natural source of iodine like fish and shit. So and it sets up the body to be healthy for a lot of other things and slows down viral replication. So if something splits and divides normally like every 4 hours, it might take every 12 hours if there's iodine in your system.
And if there's silver in your system, it can't even survive.
Well,
if it comes in contact with silver.
If it comes in contact with the silver, and it'll kill it and all that sort of thing. But to have that level of concentration of silver, you can't kill everything. But the whole idea is you only get infected with maybe 5 or 6 of these cells at a time, unless you get a massive cut or injection or whatever. So you've got, it's a numbers game. So if you've got your immune system up, you've got all the white cells working, you've got the silver in there and all the rest of the stuff happening. You've got a high dose of vitamin C, because apparently this thing doesn't like vitamin C in your system. So you have a daily regime of vitamin C, or eating fresh fruit and all that sort of thing, having it there. The chances are it will get up to the numbers inside your system and that to be a danger. You'll get a sweat and all that sort of thing and that, and pass it off, and that'll be the end of it.
Side effect of doing silver, you won't get your other colds and shit either.
Right, or flus, yeah. Virus is virus.
Virus and bacterial. So you do your nasals, you won't even end up with nasal infection.
Why not cancer? Cancer's a virus, right?
Correct. Correct.
Does he need a YouTube account? No, you shouldn't. And you just come and follow the StreamYard link, come in there, and type in a name, sort out your camera, sort out your video. Come into the next room, then give us a thumbs up, and that's with your camera on, and that will give you a thumbs up back. If you want your camera off, you can turn it off at that time, and that's when we'll bring you in, when I answer you back with the thumbs up coming back. Okay, if you've got all that. But I don't think you need a YouTube account.
Just need the link for the StreamYards and...
Oh, shit, I put in the YouTube one, sorry.
That's why he was... Yeah, that's like, that's
I'm an idiot.
Oh, that's why. I get it now. That's funny.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted.
It's all good. It's all good.
I got it.
There's Ryan. Yeah, he's got it there. Super. All right.
Okay, Ryan, how you doing?
Once again, that link doesn't show live from Ryan.
Really?
It does on me here.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, it's underlined and everything. I know. And if I follow the link, StreamYard. Yeah, you're entering a broadcast studio. No, I don't want to come in twice. Don't have the bandwidth. Getting some good seeds out of this bud. Nice, and all nice and brown, and it's covered in green. Green jacket on. You know that little husk type jacket they get on them?
Yeah, yeah.
Quite thick on this breed.
Fuzzy parts.
Yeah, fuzzy. Oh man, it was such a beautiful day today. I was like, I'm gonna get some. I was like digging and painting and cutting. I was doing everything, cleaning and getting things organized. I was just really grateful for a nice warm day, you know.
Cool.
Yeah. Here, this is the time of year. Person needs to kind of watch that you don't get sick though, because the humidity is all over in the air, and it just seems like it's warm and it's not really, and then you're out, man, and next thing you know.
I don't worry about it. I do my silver routine on a regular, and I've got plenty of vitamins. I do the nice and iodine. I don't worry about that. I just you don't have to worry about it. That's what I'm trying to say. I haven't been sick in 6 years, bro. Since I've had a flu or pneumonia.
Yeah. Well, I had a runny nose this morning for a couple of hours, but I've been cutting up camphor wood all day, and that'll do it to you.
Right. That will do it. That will do it.
Yeah. And my skin on my forearms and that, because I was at the saw and that big miter saw, cutting up in there, brought up flying everywhere. Everywhere it settled down there and started to get a bit of sweat and the moisture on it started to burn. at the racing. Jump under the shower, wash it all off, soap all over it. Yeah, I was bright red there for a little while.
Oh shit! You're okay though?
Oh yeah. Look, we're just playing with camphor, and but that's what it is. People don't realise camphor wood is actually quite acidic, and that also it hits the sweat on your body. That's adding salt, minerals, and moisture, and that acid goes into something else. Comes quite strong.
Yeah, there's high sulfur content in it.
Yep. So give me about 3 minutes there, Ryan, and I'm still picking seeds out of this.
Still playing frisbee.
Right.
But that container's just about, it's getting filled up. So if I'll have enough good seeds there for next year, easy. And I was getting down because I only had 10 good seeds left.
Oh, dude, I've got seeds like nuts. It's crazy.
I got seeds like nuts.
I know, right? I got some really, like a couple years ago, man. I got some really badass weed. It was like blueberry and purple haze, and actually had seeds in it.
Oh yeah, 2 or 3 of them.
I was like sealing that shit up. I hope they work because I want to set them up in a paper towel and under the bed kind of thing. Just let them, let them go. I'm gonna start them up right.
I think.
Well, actually, I've tried that and I've had more success with just putting the seeds in the dirt. I put 6 per pot and then trim them back to the ones I want. But then after I trimmed them back to the ones I want, we got a series of very late frosts, 2 of them actually. And then we had a fucking awful great heat wave, 129 degrees.
Right. You tried to frost.
And we had frost 2 days beforehand. So, half of them didn't survive and the other half that did. And that sort of, they're all stunted and all that sort of thing, except for one, which I haven't touched yet. So the rest of my lovely little Thai plant that I had great hope for got a total of about that high. So you can see it, and I'm smoking the top of that now.
Right.
That was it. But there's some lovely seed coming out of it.
I don't know who was it the other night that was like, "What's he doing? Now he can't have much plant left. He's pulling the pieces off of it." I was like, well, I guess he's got plenty,
Well, I bitch and complain, but I'll be doing this for a couple more weeks. I know.
Right.
So, I will cut way back before Tracy gets here, because this is just more social than medical.
Right.
I love this, mate. I must admit.
Yeah.
How I missed this until I was the age of 55 years of age. I was a fucking dickhead.
Oh shit. I had to die to find this, dude. That's why I had to. No shit. Because I was a prick before that, dude. I was one of those guys you didn't want to know, that kind of thing.
I tried it. Just before I joined the army, I had a mate who was a bit of a pothead at high school I went to before I did that. I had to do my higher school, my school certificate. I had to do it in the school. So it's okay. Did that for a few months. Met this bloke. He was pretty cool. I smoked at it, and I think they'll jam me up and just give me leaf and stalk and shit like that, because it was harsh and I coughed my guts up. Right. I got a busy in that, and that's about all I thought of it. And I thought, well, this is a fucking waste of time. And I thought that up until the doctor gave me bloody 3 joints and that when I was 55 years of
age. No shit.
That's true. I've always been a pisshead, in case you didn't notice.
Well, don't ever stop. I like this guy.
I'm going to cut back a little bit, because I am overdoing it.
Yeah.
All that sort of thing. And I'm gonna have to go to look after and all that sort of thing. Yeah.
Well,
So-
right. No, I know it. I tell you what. Well, I'll tell you what, man. Go ahead.
No, there'll be pot in the freezer, and that whole big plan will go out there. I'll just run short this year and all that. That's okay. And that Saturday nights, yeah, it's all good.
Right. No, my pain gets too bad, and I'm just like, you know what? Like I said, unless the stuff is like totally killer. I mean, it don't even get me buzzed until late at night when I finally get over the pain of just anything, you know. And it's I talk about it, but I just gotten so used to it hurting.
Yep.
That it's just always hurt.
Get used to pain, but you can't get used to the tension that comes with the pain, because that's what stops your appetite. That's what stops you from getting to sleep. If you can get rid of the tension with it, then you can get a decent night's sleep, and then you can have a decent feed. And I'm useless. If I don't sleep and I don't eat, I can't do the work I'm doing.
Right.
Because I need fuel, and sleep and food are fuel. So.
But once like I said, once it gets nice outside, I'm gonna be outside. I'm gonna be outside building the mill, building the greenhouse, taking care of cutting trees down and transplanting more trees for the orchard, and I got to go get the chickens and rabbits and get them populated, get their food supplies going, and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm it's going to be a busy day, and then I go till it's dark, and then I come inside and I figure out what I can get done then. So
that's how life works.
Yeah.
I was doing that for years and years and years. Here I'm actually taking it fairly easy, but also this morning I started at 5, went through to about 9:30, 10 o'clock. Called Tracy, and that's all right because I try to call her each day. Did a bit more work and got some washing done, moving some, clean up the block out the back and that, so I can actually mow the thing.
Try to understand. Oh, well, I was broke and I needed money. We'll get a fucking job, dickhead.
What the hell is that? Ben
I'm
being
sorry,
friendly to his guest.
I'm sorry, Master. I'm sorry.
That's Ben being friendly to his guests again.
Yo, get a fucking job, dickhead.
Well, I do agree with the sentiment, but instead of complaining about lack of funds and that, there's plenty of fucking work out there, and then how about you have a go? Now that sounds a little bit more civil, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
It's still fairly in your face.
I guess there are those people out there that need a 2x4 upside the head kind of thing,
Well, yeah, exactly. But there's ways of doing it a little bit more politely. Like I gave an example there. It's still in your face.
Right.
You're basically putting the guy on the spot. Well, fucking, there's plenty of jobs out there. You go and do something.
Right. Oh shit. It just kills me, man. He reminds me of a buddy I had some time back. His name was Todd, and the guy, people when I was in the gaming community stuff, I was building the Sacrifice gaming stuff. New people would come in and he'd say something ignorant. I was like, "Oh, don't mind him. He's just the neighborhood asshole." And he goes, "Yep." And he's like, "Yep, I'm just an asshole." That's right.
We had a bloke over here like that, Bernie, not Bernie Sanders, Bernie. Actually, funny Hungarian Jewish name, Finkelstein.
No, right.
Finkelstein, F-W-E-N, Fwenkel.
Wow.
Finkelstein. Yeah, Bernie. Bernard. Finkelstein. He is a classic. Absolutely brutally honest every time.
Right.
Well, I mean, like stupidly so. Oh, I'm going to fart, and then lift his cheek. This would be in the pub, and that everybody's sitting around having dinner and that in the restaurant in the pub and all that sort of thing. You go, oh, I'm going to fart. Rap. Just chronic that way. Somebody would say something he didn't like in a conversation. Oi, that's fucking idiocy.
There you go.
Well, you gotta have less than one brain cell to say that.
He had no. Same guy though. Funny thing. He teamed up with this little. I don't know what she was, and that Asian of some description, about 4'11", just shy of 5 foot. I know that much. All that sort of thing. Little quiet girl, and that she doted on him, and everywhere that she goes, she'd sort of like hang to him. He was a fairly solid boy. He was a machine gunner. Swung a GPM GM60 for years. Yeah, this little girl, she loved his ass, and that he looked after her, and that apparently, and she'd get offended. We'd be out all together, and that rude words and all that sort of thing, and she'd shy away, and that someone dropped the F word and all that sort of thing. So apparently at home, he never swore, he never did anything.
Oh wow! So he's taking it out on everybody else, huh?
I don't know, and it's good to watch people and try to figure them out over life. You know what I mean? You see all different. The military's brilliant for it. You get such a broad selection, and the basic thing about it is 90% of them are actually intelligent. Whether it be a base level, shithouse rat sort of fucking cunning,
right,
and all that sort of thing. They're passing those military IQ tests to get in there, so they're not dummies. There are some retards amongst them, but they get sorted out pretty quickly. They're the smart guys. But so that said, I have a mate who recently passed, and quite famous in the US. Ended up the boss of the Washington State Militia.
Right. Famously, a lot of them were infantry.
Well, he ended up in engineers.
Really?
Yeah. Because he's just so smart. So he's over there in Berlin, and he's trying to figure out they've got him figuring out ballistics and that on their truck-launched medium-range ballistic missiles, right? Medium-range missiles. While he's doing that, he's having a look at the old maps of Berlin and all that sort of thing. Figures out, thankfully, just on the other side of here is a telephone exchange, and that's where the Stasi headquarters is. And there's a manhole here. This is all here. If we go through those 2 layers of bricks there, we can come up underneath this bloody thing, and that would, by digging 16 feet and 5 feet coming up, go through the bottom of the floor. We can tap in there, run it all, make it look all like official and all that sort of thing, and listen to every fucking phone call going in and out of Stasi headquarters.
Holy shit.
Absolutely, they did it. General came around and said, do whatever this guy says. And they did. And that was one of the best intelligence ops that the Yanks ever did against the Germans and the Russians. And because Stasi carried all the communications to the Soviets.
Yeah.
So that was Pops Carter. I forget what they call it. Asperger's syndrome.
Yeah.
Right. Fucking brainy, but just a very shy and quiet spoken one who could put 10 rounds and that through a beer can and at 400 yards.
Right. Right. Yep.
I need a job, Ben. Come on, you know where I can get one?
What's up, Lizard? What's up, bud? Holy shit.
Oh, look, there's always jobs available. I tell you what, over the next once Tracy gets here and she helps me and all that sort of stuff, I'm going to do basic knife making courses here, and anybody can make a knife. You don't have to be a rocket scientist, don't have to be smart, and you just got to practice. I'll show you how to build everything you need cheap. Grinder, don't spend more than $90. Right, I'll show you how to get a grinder for $90. Build a forge for $45. Make an anvil out of an off-cut bit of fucking train line and a block of wood, and if you can borrow a chainsaw to make a couple of triangle cuts in a lump of wood, even better. And we'll get it all sorted. So, Lizard, people like handmade knives, and if you're any good, word of mouth will be your best advertisement.
Right. I tell you, and it's just a matter of getting it out there. The experience of making this stuff, it just list it up on Craigslist, put it up on eBay if you want to. If you don't want to get out locally, you know what I'm saying? And get into making it, and just, your best blades are going to be like the third and fifth one. You know what I'm saying? For some reason,
they all get better, and it's just a progression. You learn from your mistakes.
Right.
And that's the thing. Learn from your mistakes. What did I do wrong? Think about it. Don't just get the shit with it and toss it, like me.
Right. Because you're gonna make. I tell you, like me, I'm gonna screw up when I make it the first time. I'm like, damn, that really didn't work. You know what I'm saying?
If you get a chunk of mild steel and we beat that and score it and turn it into a leaf with a hook on the end and a hole in it so somebody can put a screw through it, you make up a set of 5. Just then. Don't put it on wood. Don't let people buy them to put them on the piece of wood there. You can make $100, $20 each for 5 of them. And that handmade, everyone's different, and that. But basically, it's a do-it-yourself key hook, and that from ornamental worked steel.
Yeah, well,
and that's the price they're bringing in the US, $100. Because I know here that I'm teaching, and he's selling them on Etsy, and he sold something like about 20 sets so far.
Oh wow! But yeah, it's not that hard to deal with some of the stuff, dude. I know people just take scrap wood, just little pieces of scrap wood, and make jewelry out of it. You know what I'm saying? And just they do all kinds of stuff, man. And it's like, just find something you like to do and just do it. There's somebody out there who's going to buy it.
I got some pieces of Noah's Ark.
Got some. Where'd they find them? China?
Oh, I can't give away my secrets, man, but they're real.
And you only want $5,000 each.
Well, I would hate to have to cut such a memorable piece, but if you can't come up with the entire amount, I suppose I could run a saw through a piece or two. Be defiling a lot of history. You'd probably just give me the full $5,000, because otherwise we'd be defiling.
Hey, don't forget to transact it all through your Gmail account and then through Bitcoin. Then.
Are you using the wrong mattress protector?
Oh, I got a guest. Excuse me for a second.
You got it.
I thought I heard someone pulling in. It's a little white car and a lady. It's Glenda. Steve's missus.
Hey, Glenda.
Yeah. Oh, he forgot to mute his mic. Can you do that?
Do what? That?
Can you mute his mic?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, but let me refresh too. I'll be right back. I've lost your picture.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just hang out here. Go fishing with Zoom bait. Yeah. I don't have a bowl.
There you go. Rack on. All right. But yeah, no, my screen had, while we were talking here a little bit ago, I lost your picture and I'm sitting there going, I'm talking to a black screen. I mean, I can still see you in the backstage, you know, but yeah, so I know your picture's going out. I checked the YouTube. It's like, my screen does that from time to time.
Yeah.
But Aaron, I'm telling you, man, hook up those damn solar panels. You got everything you need. You'd be able to hook it up, man. You wouldn't even need it to run the generator tonight. It's the Truck Show. Oh, wow, shit. I'm over here butting in. All right.
It happens. It happens a lot. For some reason, I get left in solitude. No, it happens a lot. I don't see it happening to anybody else, but it happens to me. Everybody be like, "Hey, I gotta go." Yeah, me too. Oh shit. It's cool, but as I stumble on it, it's like, what? Looking for something to say.
Right. Well, you know, talk about what you love. If you ever turn around, you know, if you ever find yourself needing to find something to talk about something you love doing.
I know that love is a 4-letter word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's got teeth like fangs. Yeah.
What the hell? No, we went out the other night and then I went downtown and then they had a local guy from here. He's from Arizona too, but it was really great music, man.
Yo,
Aaron lives.
I gotta shut this one off.
Looking good, sounding good.
Hold on, I gotta.
He's got the echo going.
That's badass.
I just shut it off. All right, I just shut it off. Right?
Good deal.
No, it's the fucking the tablet, man. It's not a laptop. This is a tablet. It's scary. It's a Chrome browser.
Oh yeah,
it's a Chrome operating system. It works, but it didn't before. It wouldn't even. It didn't even recognize my phone or no shit. It was just like fuck you.
Maybe
so I got $150. Yeah, it's like $150 piece of nothing because I can't get on the internet with it, and it just funny problems with it. It's a Chrome operating system. It's not Linux. It's not Windows.
Right.
It's weird.
Windows.
And
I suppose you can't
OBS Studio don't work.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, it's weird. Oh, I hear everybody. Yep, I'm good.
You get apps from the App Store for that one?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You can't. Or
I didn't know. I just signed on. I had my Twitch account, and it just threw me right in here. Yeah, it was no problem.
They use their
phone programming. I used to be able to go on with my phone.
Yeah, they use the phone programming on those tablets. And that's what the deal is with that. That's why it's such a weird operating system, because they use the same system that they use to write the software for the phones, for their phones, Google phones.
Right.
They put it in the tablet.
I had a Windows tablet that had an 8.1 on it, man. Wow, that was really a worthless tablet. That was the worst. I couldn't do anything with it. You can't add programs. You can't. It just is what it is. That's all there is to it. Sorry about
I'm gonna try that.
It was just.
I am having some issues. Nah, I gotta go.
No. You're there.
No,
you're there. Just stop.
Yeah, I can hear you guys though. You guys are skipping out.
Oh,
really?
I don't know if I could turn.
Let it settle.
Down. Let me try to turn. We'll go low def. Maybe that might help.
There's a link for Mike Morales, Above Ground Weather. I really like watching him.
There we go. All right, I turned it down to low def. It's scaring a little bit.
It just takes a minute for him to settle out.
Yeah, you have to give it some time to settle the connection and stuff. It's really cool that it's working though. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want my fucking. I need my laptop fixed. It'll solve me a lot of problems. But we got this one going. I gave it one more shot, and I went back down to factory settings again, and then when I turned it on, I had my Wi-Fi hotspot already going on my phone when I turned the laptop on for the first time, and it found my phone with the hotspot and it said, "Oh, okay, here we go."
Oh,
so I don't
cool.
know. Maybe you got to have it when you go to turn one of these things on, man. You got to have an internet connection that it's got to jump on right away because it needs to. Yeah, it's got to download shit and stuff. So
firmware updates for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see the chat, Tanya. It's off to the side there. There we go. Yeah, this ain't too bad. Yeah, on the phone, I'd have a tough time reading the chat. But we got some weed we got to smoke over here. So
right on.
I got these are those little popcorn buds. Where's that bag? Here. They're like, okay, this trimmer guy. Check it out, man. This is like these are like little popcorn buds. They call these. You get some of these little bastards. They're like little.
Nope, you dropped some.
Oh, it went right in the bag.
You went right
in the bag. I ain't doing that over. They're like little buds this big.
And
in
the bowl.
I mean, I got look at all the keef on the bottom of that motherfucker. It's crazy. Shit. No, that's fucking crazy, dude. This dude took a cream of the crop because he was trimming weed. It's a seasonal job. And I'm thinking I'm going to go do this job. I think I'm going to head out west and go be a trimmer for 3 months, man.
Great outdoors.
What's up, man?
What's up, guys?
Man, no, I'm thinking about going out west. I'm going to be a trimmer for 3 months. They pay over $20 an hour to sit and trim buds. I mean, if I can live low and bank some money and shit, I'm all into it.
Just don't come back getting high on the bus.
Don't smoke weed on the bus, people.
Don't get kicked off the train.
Otherwise, some asshole like me gets your fucking shit.
Right.
Oh my God. I mean, and I'll tell you, I got like 20 different kinds of weed. I mean, they're all in little bags and nothing's labeled, the son of a bitch. He knows what they are because he trimmed them. But he took a Sharpie. He marked like 3 or 4 of the bags. The Doctor Who was labeled, though. So I looked that up. That's top of the line, Doctor Who. And there was 4 ounces of that shit in there. Oh, yeah. A premium Doctor Who. So we gave a couple of gifts away. I got a couple more of them waiting.
Hey, Outdoors.
What's going on, y'all?
What's up with you, bro?
Not much, man. I've been moving.
Oh, look at all the boxes.
You moving in,
brother?
Nah, I'm moving out of this house and into another one.
Oh, yeah?
Right now.
Yeah.
So you can't smoke in that. So you're going outside to smoke.
No, I'm going out here to get my tripod out of the car.
Tripod!
Yes, I'm trying to prop the phone up on the table, but it's not worked for me.
Yeah, you gotta get tripod. That's it. Fuck yeah. Here, hold on. I don't even know how to fucking.
Oh, them fired air. No,
you gotta get a tripod thing. Hold on, there we go.
Tripod lives matter.
Come on.
Killing me there, Aaron. That's awesome.
No, God, no. It's what the fuck here. Cheers.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers. See if I can get y'all sit up on this thing.
Yeah, because I can't just turn my phone. I gotta turn the whole laptop around. It ain't a laptop.
I thought it was a tablet.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a tablet.
Fucking tablet. Big difference. Big difference.
Shit, nowadays your cell phone's
The
about the
tablet
size of a
doesn't have.
tablet.
Yeah, this is better than my phone. At least I got options here, and I can open up tabs. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The phone, you're fucked.
Well, the
Whoa!
screen's so small you don't have room enough to display it all so you can see it. What's that, tow truck?
I
It's my
like the
tablet
fact that.
holder. I made it out of coat hanger.
Whoa! What the fuck's that, man?
It's my tablet holder.
Right
I
on.
made it out of
Look at
coat
all the
hanger.
twist.
Oh, okay. You got it twisted all around there.
Yeah, it's double.
Yeah. I like that.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's badass, man.
You can make them any size you want. And you
So,
can hang it on.
how'd you do the twist? Did you run it through a pipe?
Put it on a stick and run it with a drill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It spins them right up.
Oh, yeah.
Miriam. Hi, Miriam. All right, I got to head off this hash pipe because I am just too happy. I gotta get into that little mellow. I gotta get mellow here.
Mellow?
I like those little pop buds. That's good shit.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
This is the pipe with the lid on it. That's got the hash in it. So we only need a couple hits of that, and that just mellows my shit right out.
Yeah, Lizard, it was 61 degrees today, man. I was eating it up, man.
Yeah, it felt pretty good here. It was in the 60s too.
Yeah. Where you at again, outdoors?
I'm in Augusta, Georgia.
You're up by Zoom Bait.
Yeah, he's probably about 10 miles up the road from me.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
You know him?
Right on me.
Nah, we ain't never met personally.
Oh, okay.
Is that Clark's River or Clark's Hill?
Clark's Hill, yeah. Actually, my new house I'm moving to is up there. So I'll be much closer to him, actually. And my property's right up there next to the lake.
Hey, Mary.
I was reading a cool article Zoombait turned me on to about the construction of the dam in the 60s and what a great tourist place it is. It's one of the top 10 attractions for, things going on at a man-made lake.
Yeah. What the cool part that I find about it is that they flooded out a town down there when they built the dam, and it's still down there. You can scuba dive down there and see all that stuff.
Oh wow!
Oh man, that'd be fucking awesome.
Yeah, there's YouTube videos of it.
The Undercity of Atlantis.
Right.
Yeah, I'd love to go down there and scuba dive.
The lost city of Atlanta.
How deep is the?
Yeah.
Don't
they actually say there is a road that goes out of Georgia that would be a road to Atlantis? There's like a stone road that goes right off the edge of Georgia.
I feel like that's Interstate 20.
It's called the.
But they did find
it's called the Yellow Brick Road, tow truck.
Huh?
You fucking click your heels 3 times, and you'll be back in Kansas, Dorothy.
I thought I learned from you how to get around, Aaron. I thought I learned from you how to get around. What did we call it? Vodka portation?
No, talking about that ancient stuff, though, they did find. I don't know about the road to Bimini, but I will tell you, I do know that they found some ancient canals. Ancient, really like super ancient canals that ran through Georgia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix my audio.
Hey, you know what's the best thing to come out of Iowa?
Oh no. What?
I-35.
I-35. I was going to say 76.
What'd you say? Interstate 20?
Interstate
I-20.
Yeah. I-35.
Yeah, I can get on I-20 and go all the way through Texas.
Oh man.
till it turns to 10, and then you can keep right
Nah,
on
I
going.
got like
Yeah, keep up to California.
the sound keeps going out on me and shit over here. And I don't know how to fix that.
It's probably just a buffering situation with your connection.
It's your tablet.
Maybe not enough memory.
I thought it was funny how he said it earlier. He said tablet. He didn't say tablet. He said tablet.
Tablet.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to cut out.
Tablet.
Tablet.
Yeah, Aaron. I think he froze up. Right.
Ryan says he's 2 miles from I-20. How long is I-20? 5 states?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
tell me more, Ryan.
it goes from Georgia to Alabama. It pretty much goes from here all the way across to Texas. I can't remember if it ends in Austin or Dallas, but it ends somewhere central Texas.
Man, well, I need a smoke break. You guys are fucking driving me nuts.
It's my first break all day.
Yeah.
I've been having to drive around this big old 20-foot U-Haul. You'd think a truck that size, people would give you a little room, but they don't care.
No, they don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Call you road hog. Anyway, so, but yeah, no shit. Yeah, you got a 20-foot box?
26 right now, yeah.
No shit.
Yeah, I gotta take it back in the morning though. I just had it for the weekend.
All right, but you got everything moved?
Pretty much everything. There are a few odds and ends, like the boxes and stuff laying around here. I got to get out of here.
Right.
It's been rough, work and moving and trying to do it all.
Well, you selling that place or?
This is a rental. I'm actually buying the next one.
Oh, good deal. Good deal. Moving up.
Yeah. Yep. 149 and 30 years of my life.
Yeah. You know what? If you even just put an extra $100 a month principal payment on every single payment, especially in the first 5 years, you'll knock the last 5 years off your loan.
Yeah.
Okay. Especially in the beginning, because if you make a principal payment in the beginning of your loan, 90% of that payment you're making is all interest.
Yeah, and I got pretty low interest. I don't know if you guys have Regions Bank around there, but yeah, I'm going through Regions. It's actually pretty good. I was going to use SRP, but I went with Regions.
I tell you, I tell you though, in the first year, you'll probably only pay maybe a couple $100 on principal.
Yeah.
But if you stuck $100 with your payment in a separate check and you write down on there principal, okay, and turn around, you'll knock 5-6 years off the backside of your loan, dude.
Yeah, that'd be good because right now I'm looking at 60 years old.
Right. So, like I said, every little bit makes a difference when you're doing that. So, but then again, like me, I had $60,000 worth of equity, and then they destroyed me. They took my house.
Yeah, they told me I had like 10, right at 10 in equity on the home that I'm buying right now. But I know how things can change. I don't plan on selling it though. I plan on giving it to my daughter one day.
Oh, there you go. But I was saying, as long as you hold on to it for 3 years, that last house I had, we bought it for $150. We had it for 3 years. I finished out the basement and did, put turned the 3-bedroom into a 5-bedroom kind of thing.
Yeah.
We sold it for $190 3 years later, and we don't have to pay capital gains tax because we owned it for more than 2 years.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, my whole plan is, we really didn't know what to do. Me and my wife, we've been married for about 8 years. Well, 2 years, but I can just call it 8 because that's how long we've been together.
Right. Right.
Yeah, actually, my anniversary is tomorrow. Will be my 2-year anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Appreciate it. But no, we really had a toss up of what we wanted to do, and we had a crazy idea of buying a big school bus and turning it into a house and stuff like that. And it just wasn't feasible with our lifestyles and stuff. So we pretty much started saving up and financed this home that we're buying now, and 22 acres of property up by Clarksville, the lake. And basically over the time I'll be paying off the house. My daughter, she'll be 7 in a few months. Hopefully by the time she's old enough to get the house, I'll be able to get out there and build, have me a log cabin and stuff built. Cause that's what me and my wife want to do. We want to live, pretty much off the grid, but we don't want to force our daughter to have to make that type of decision so young.
Oh, well, kids adapt.
Yeah, that's true.
Kids adapt really a lot better than an adult does. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I just don't like being a slave. So that's what I'm throwing in that.
Yeah, that's absolutely. I pretty much had to bite the bullet a little bit. I'm gonna have to work pretty much the rest of my life. I made that decision. I'm gonna have to stick with it, even though my choice is to live off grid. Growing up, I didn't have anything in life, and my parents, they didn't really have anything to leave me in life. So I just want to have better for my daughter.
Right. I got you. But you don't have to completely. You can do some of the stuff around the house. To hook up solar systems and learn the batteries and get it.
Oh yeah. I can do solar and stuff around here, man. But you can't collect rainwater. They'll fine you. You can't do anything like that here.
In Georgia?
Man, it's crazy. They will fine you.
Wow. I didn't
Yeah.
realize they were like that. I knew Oregon and Washington. I know that kind of stuff, but
I'd like it to change, and hopefully with the way things are going and the way I hope things continue to go, that change can be possible.
Yeah.
But currently they make it extremely hard to try to live that type of a lifestyle here.
Jeez. Well, that's because you're in a city. You have city and county.
Yeah, I do live next to the military base, so.
Yeah, there you go. No well on your property.
No, oh no.
They won't let that happen either.
Now the property that we bought out there, it's so far off of the system. I believe we can drill a well out there and do like a septic system and stuff. As far as plumbing and sewage and all that, I think we can do that.
Well, if you could, man, that's the shit, man.
Yeah, it's physically having barrels and trying to collect water and stuff like that from the sky for some reason is against the law.
Right. But you know what? Having that well, you don't have to drink their poison.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. My last boss, the guy I worked for, now I actually work for a company out of Atlanta, Georgia. But the last guy I worked for, he bought property out there pretty close to where I'm at. And the only problem he had with drilling a well was that he just got so much sediment, and red clay and stuff. He got tons of that before it finally come clean.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, better than going through granite.
Oh man, yeah. No, I'll take clay any day.
That's what they have to do here. They have to go through limestone and then granite because it's all ridge line, and then they have to go down 500 feet.
What state are you in?
I'm in Missouri, southern Missouri, up on the plateau. Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, it don't flood here.
Yeah.
We don't have problems with flooding up here.
Yeah, I don't think I've been south Missouri. I've been through St. Louis and stuff like that, but I was traveling. I had a job at John Deere in Nelson, Nebraska for a little while.
Oh, yeah. No shit. Yeah, it's like crazy. You remember when they got those smart stations in there in the showrooms? I put in a bunch of those. The smart.
Oh no, I worked in the service side. I serviced.
But I'm saying in the showroom they put those smart stations in there. I've installed a few of those.
So
Smart station. I'm not really sure what you mean by the smart stations.
it's like a kiosk. You come in there, you're looking for this, that, and the other, and that new truck sales, parts, whatever.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. They actually had a display set. They had a display section that they walled off in there, and it was like like they would put up a video of the equipment getting hooked up, like training session kind of.
Yeah.
Video. Yeah.
Yeah, I did security work for a place here called Harry Saw Equipment, and they got displays and stuff like that put in now. It's been a few years. It was about 6 years ago when I was out in Nebraska.
Right.
Yeah, you man, 26 and a half hour drive with a less than a 1-year-old. That's hard, man. That was hard.
Yeah, I'm hearing that northern plain in you though. That's why I wasn't making sense with Georgia. I was like, Georgia, really?
Oh yeah, no, I frequently travel back and forth between here and Michigan because my brother lives in Michigan, so I'm often up there visiting.
Right.
Yeah, you know, I don't say pop and stuff quite yet, but you know.
Right. Hey, it could be worse. Soda pop.
Yeah.
Outdoors, how far are you from Modoc, South Carolina?
About 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Zoombait was kind of wondering.
Okay. Yeah. Can I like exit the browser to read chat? Will that cut it off?
You can. Okay. You can pop out the browser that you have. I mean, pop out the chat that you have from the platform you're using.
Oh, okay. I see. Chat.
Like YouTube or Twitch.
Using a tablet or a phone?
Tab.
Using my phone. Okay, here we go. I see it. I got it. Nice.
And then you could close that browser tab if you wanted and watch on StreamYard. If that's what you mean.
Okay.
Dear.
Yeah, Zoombait. Yeah, he don't live too far from me. He's right up the road.
Yeah, sorry, folks. And that Glenda had to get her garden hedge clippers sharpened and oiled. They're just locked up on that over. Now she's got to trim off the things late summer here, so yeah, start trimming shit back and all that sort of stuff, and they're all frozen together. So,
right.
Helping the neighbor lady trim the bushes.
yeah, she's a nice lady. She's married to a nice guy who's sadly very sick.
Sorry.
Zoombait wants to dig a bunker. I got room for that.
I think Glenda's around about a 60 or 70 inch bust.
Oh God! Holy cow! Wow!
Mind you, she's my age, so there's an old song called Anyway, I digress. Sorry about the interruption there and ducking away and that, but it's Monday morning here.
You're fine, brother. You're fine.
Yeah, I got to service the community.
Yeah, somebody's got to do
it. Sometimes it depends.
I'm gonna give me some. I gotta give me some tea. I'll be right back.
Don't forget the pie.
Now you're talking. How you doing, Outdoors?
How you doing, Jack?
Can't complain. Life's good.
Neither. Yeah, been pretty fair.
Never complain when you're getting drunk and stoned.
I know that's right.
If you can afford it, and that, life's good.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your priorities fucked.
Yeah, I gave up drinking a few years ago simply out of needing the extra financial, income there. I didn't need to spend all that kind of money because I used to spend 6 nights a week at the bar, 6 nights a week at the bar.
Yeah.
And so I just stick to smoking now. You know, I don't really drink anymore.
What do you prefer to drink, beer or spirits?
I drink spirits. I would drink brandy.
Brandy. Right. You know that's not hard to make.
I've never even thought about making it, honestly.
Seriously. How many? Whereabouts in the US are you, firstly?
I'm in Georgia.
Georgia.
South.
All right.
South, right
Now,
above Florida.
You've got a lot of wineries in Georgia.
Yep.
And they have a lot of clean skins that you can buy for like $1 a bottle. Now, the aftermarkets, because they sell maybe a batch lot, 10,000 bottles, and somebody rebrands it or things, and then they got the leftovers. And they generally sold as a labelless, they call them a plain label for $1 or $2 a bottle. Get them, make your brandy out of that. Because it doesn't matter about the wines that you're making your brandy out of, and that, as long as you're starting off with a half-decent wine, and that you'll get a fucking good brandy out of it. Even if you've got shit pot wine, and that, you'll get a half-decent brandy out of it.
I never thought about making my own before.
If you can get a case lot for $12, you get 5 cases of that. You spent $60, right? Yeah, you got 60 bottles, 750 mils, so you got around about 45 litres. That should make you about 27.25 litres of brandy. 4.33 litres to the gallon. So figure that one out.
Man, that brandy would last me a long time.
All right, cost you $60 and a little bit of time in your workshop and that, and to knock up the skill.
Oh, I had a nice workshop, but the house I'm buying now, it's just got like a carport. It's not a garage at all. That's my only loss.
And you're going to be parking your vehicle in it?
Yeah.
All right. Can you put another carport behind it or to the side of it or whatever?
I could probably get one in my backyard.
All right. Then what you do, you know, that security mesh or Rio mesh or whatever it is, it's around about 3 inches. It's just too big for a grown adult to get their hand through. That size, 2.5 inch, 3 inch, whatever the mesh is. You fill in your carport with that, and then shade cloth on the thing. That stuff's around about $3 a yard square, and that price. So you can enclose your carport in nice and secure, keep idiots out of it. And that shade cloth, that'll stop the majority of the rain coming in. Like it hits the rain, then runs down the cloth and all that sort of thing. But still allows a shitload of light into the thing, because carports generally don't have lighting in them. But it allows daylight to work in and that, and you can turn it into a little workshop.
Yeah, I've considered it because it is big enough to be a garage. You know, I can put my vehicle fully in there. So I have considered it. Just I got to pull permits and have contractors and all that stuff. And, I'm just now buying the house. I'm just moving into the house. So, that will probably happen in the future, but it's just going to take time.
Yeah, look, I know. I just bought this place 3.5 years ago and just starting to get my head out of it and starting to do a few more things. Got in, did the basics. When I bought the place, I had to put new tin on the roof. And so I put brand new heavy-duty tin on it, because the tin that was on it was cheap Chinese shit, like 0.7, 0.8 of a millimetre thick.
Ooh.
Yeah, crazy. So I got the 1.5 mil thick galvanised on top of it now.
Yeah, galvanised.
Put the solar on top of that. Put in some steel beams to support the timber struts to take the extra weight. Because I got 10 kVA of panels on the roof. It's a big
nice.
size. So I can go off grid here anytime. I've got 2 Tesla batteries in the ceiling set up. So
nice.
Yeah. Well, the girlie's on here, and that she'll tell you that I don't pay electricity bills, and that they pay me, because I'm exporting 3 times what I'm using, and that includes running industrial grinders and industrial heat treating and tempering ovens.
I see it's quite bright there. Where are you at?
Dimboola, Australia.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking Australia.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's 2:17 p.m. in the afternoon here.
Yeah, you guys get pretty fair deals on them Tesla batteries, I heard.
Well, I've been a Tesla test bunny for 10 years.
Nice.
So I got one of the first actual Tesla batteries. I bought the second one. I didn't pay for the first one.
Is it the big one that hangs on the side of the house?
Yeah. Well, I've got mine here. I've got a brick wall that goes up all the way up to the roof line and that arch and that, because the end of the house is actually a garage, which I've converted into 2 rooms. And that brick divide in there, that's where they're hanging off in there. So they're undercover. They're not outside. I do have a Solax controller outside, but that just diverts the power from there, puts it through, sends it up to the batteries. When they're charged, then it diverts straight out to the mains, and I sell it off onto the grid. I'm getting 12 cents a kilowatt out on the grid.
That's a pretty good thing to have done. I hear that there could occasionally be issues for you guys where you're at, as far as the power needs and stuff. And it's actually where I started to hear about the Tesla batteries, was over there.
Stupid thing here, I have a lefty government in this state, and they've turned around and said I've got to give total control over to a company called PowerCore. And PowerCore is saying, because you generate too much electricity, we're going to have to turn your solar off and your batteries off, and that, well, if there's ever an outage. We've got to get the laws changed so I can put an isolation switch. They cut me off. I still run, but I'm not putting anything out to the street, because I can understand I'm putting out 10 kVA. So if someone's working on the wires down the road, that's enough juice to fry them, 2 miles away.
Yeah.
Back in the system. If nothing else is on, that's enough to fry somebody. So I just want an isolation switch put in, and they don't want that. They want everybody under control of what the government says. So you do the right thing, go solar, go independent, and they won't let you be independent.
Yeah, that's the problem that I face here.
Yep.
I hear they tax you pretty bad on that too.
Yep. They charge you 48 cents per kilowatt if you're buying it off them, but they only pay 12 cents a kilowatt, so 1/4 of what it is, so they can re-profit. The companies can re-profit, and they're all offshore companies, either French or Saudi or US or English. None of them are onshore, except for Red Energy, that's Snowy Mountains Corporation, and they're thieving low-life assholes anyway. Energy.
So do you like the fact that Tesla's trying to come in and do things there?
I like anybody who's playing with that. We've got a very, very good solar startup company here, and it's actually indigenous based, and I know one of the guys who's doing it, ex-CSIRO, Commonwealth Science Research Investigation and Research Organisation. And he's doing it for all the indigenous groups out there in the bush. Yes, there is a little bit of taxpayer-funded money involved with that, and I'm not against that for these reasons, because it's supplying energy to a central point. So people can make use of it however they wish and that, and the guys, that's fine. If my next replacements and that come 15, 20 years when the Teslas start to wear out and all that sort of thing, I'll probably buy the Aussie one. Might cost me a few bucks more, but nothing lasts forever.
Yeah.
So I don't know, and that no one's run a Tesla battery to death yet. Right. So I've had the first one 6 years, and that was a pre-release experimental. Looks very different. It's all stainless steel instead of that nice matte finish. The next one's all the nice current release, and I paid for that. So it cost me 8,000 Australian dollars. So that's about $6,000 US. But in the coming up to 4 years that I've had this place, I've never had an electricity bill. They've paid me. Wintertime, the checks may be only $3 or $4. Summertime, the checks are, oh heck, I got an electricity bill. Then. I got nothing to hide. Excuse me, just put the dope up for a second. I'll bring up my.
Now around here, they don't even give you shit, dude. You got an input meter, right? You get one of the meters. What they do if you're connected to the grid and you actually end up putting electricity into the grid, that 30-day period goes on account. Okay. And if you don't use it by the time the next year comes around, they'll give you that month worth of thing, and they pay 5 cents a kilowatt.
Yeah, that's crazy. We had to fight hard for the 12 cents.
Yeah.
So this is just going to be.
So I told them to stick it up their ass. I just told, yeah, because I'm not paying their shit. They wanted $600 for a deposit, $300 a month, monthly billing, budget billing, mandatorily.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and I'm like, hey, you know what? It's just me and my brother living here. How the hell are you going to use that much electricity? You know what I'm saying? I don't care.
Over here, and that they try to use a thing called deeming because they can't read the meter. But hang by, that's the whole idea of the smart meters, so they can remote read them, right?
Right.
And they put a smart meter on my place. It was crazy. Here it comes. Slow.
No, I told them no. Now I didn't tell them to take their shit off my property yet, but I've been playing with the idea, calling them up and saying, hey, we got construction going on. I need you to move your shit back out to the road. And when we bring it back in, we're going to bring it in underground. To take your lines and your transformer and your shit and put it out by the road. And get it off my property. Of course, I'm never going to bring it back in, but... Oh, shit. Tow truck fell out.
Oh, no.
But yeah, we're completely off the grid here. And in fact, I just built a small system battery box so that I can stick it under the house and then run one of the wires through the floor, and that's going to power my medical station here, making the colloidal silver and using my. And get this, the UPS system on it. I recovered a UPS that I used to use on my, and it's a 24-volt inverter, 1,000-watt inverter. So I just used it, took out the old batteries, extended the wires, and hooked it up on the inverter, and it works. It works great. It really does. That's the backup battery system.
Just to explain this a little bit, you'll see this is my electricity bill. I'm hiding in my account details because I don't know if people can play with those sort of numbers. But as you'll see, my household, I consumed 150 kilowatts over a month. An average one-person household is 403 kilowatts a month. A three-person house, 725 kilowatts. 5-person, 825 kilowatts. So I'm using a third less than what folks a similar thing using. But remember, I've got industrial ovens here and big industrial grinders. So if you look at here, this is, and I'm on a fixed peak rate. So this is peak rate here. I consumed 150 kilowatts there, but I put 675 watt out into the system. So I used technically $73 worth of electricity up here. But they're paying me $81 in credit there. Less my veterans discount and all that sort of stuff, which comes down in this part. Sorry, it's not loading so fast. Supply charges. So charge me just to have it connected and all that sort of thing. Discount.
That sucks. You pay $75 for 150 kilowatts.
Yeah.
You put in $675 and they give you $80 for it. What kind of that's bullshit?
Because they're buying it at a quarter of the price that they're selling it.
Right.
But
that's piracy.
And if you have a look at the actual bill, I'm actually $444 in credit here. So account balance negative 444. They owe me $444.
Yeah, it works out.
And I pull it out every couple. So and then when Tracy's over here, we'll pull it out, and we'll have a night on the town.
You know it. Damn. That's a few nights on the town, dude.
I wish they credit me money like that.
Yeah,
I wind up owing that like every month.
All up, it's a $14,000 investment, but you spend $3,000 a year here on average with electricity at those prices at 48 cents a kilowatt, right out of the average home.
Crazy.
That's an average one-person home. Families are paying fucking $3,000 to $5,000. You know what I mean? Well, if they've got a shitload of kids who just won't turn the lights off, TV every room, all that sort of stuff. I got a big TV. I got a all electric stove. I got an all electric fridge, all that sort of thing, aircon, all that sort of stuff. That's what it cost me to run here during summer. It cost me $150, and most of that's the 3-phase that I'm paying for. Because I also buy 3-phase off there. I don't do 3-phase myself. I can. I got the module. It's not yet installed. I'm worried it'll take in there, and I really don't want to go out and buy a third Tesla, right, to have as a backup just for that, because I'm generating electricity to run a third Tesla. I think what I'll do is I'll just go out and buy diesel marine deep cycle batteries, 24 volters, buy 10 of them, turn them into a 240 volt bank, and then run it off that as a separate system. Works better on it.
Hey, there's my Huckleberry. Check her out.
Because we're native 240 volt over here, and that 415 3-phase. So step up transformers from 240 to 415 are very common over here. So I'll do that, and that should see me through all my 3-phase stuff.
Oh wow! Right.
If it all goes to hell and there's no more power generations, I'll cut that fucking cable out the front, and I'll be sweet.
Right.
See that these are my goals. That's my goals. I can't say any of this stuff because I don't own any of that stuff. You know, I'm just getting that head start in life, really.
Right.
You know, but I mean, it's about average for somebody my age, I guess.
And like 20 years ago, I bought an old TV outside broadcast van. Rightio. Today I am talking to you on that satellite uplink unit and all that sort of thing. I got a new dish since then because I had a little tornado come through here and dish that shit out. But yeah, the same box, the MUX, the multimedia user exchange, and that came out of a broadcast van that I bought at auction. Sold the vehicle a couple of months later and got my money back because I gassed up the thing, give it a glow coat, and so I got basically the satellite set up for nothing. Had to outlay $8,000 to get the van and the satellite uplink and all that sort of thing. But yeah, and that was my goal. And yeah, as minimal, it ended up costing me nothing. So little bits and pieces over the years, stash it away. It's all good, man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You can buy solar panels today. Buy five panels in when they're on cheap and that, you know, standardized and all that sort of thing. Stash them in your shed. Get up another 5 later on, stash them in the shed. They're all good. As soon as keep them in the cardboard boxes, don't take them out, don't inspect them, and then just do the basic test on them with the wires come out, test. They're all good. Bang, put them away.
And it turns out you have to sell it. They're brand new in the box.
Yeah, the first time they see hardcore light is when they start to break down. And so it's a 20-25 year period, whether they've been used or not. So keep them in the dark. It's all good. Right. I've got 10 panels down there in the shed now, just in case for replacements, and I'm buying more at a time. Because when it comes round, and that 20 years' time, and that I'm going to be 83 years of age in 20 years, rightio? So my income ability is not going to be great. And I'm going to need new panels starting 20 to 25 years. I want to have a complete set of new panels down in the shed, waiting to go, all that sort of thing. I'll get the local handyman to put them up there because they're all clipped. They're all the same system, so they all clip in together, go on common bus bar. It's all good. So I'll get them now, and that they can sit in there 10 years, 15 years. It's all good.
Yeah, I got 5 kilowatts of 350 watt Samsungs on my garage.
And 20 years after that, well, I'm not going to be really worried about it, I don't think.
Right.
I tell you what, if I'm still around in 40 fucking years' time, imagine that. What a crotchety old bastard I'll be.
Right. You're older than I am. I was just thinking, you know, I'll be like 90 something, you know.
I'll have to get Tracy to give me a hand to pack my cane. Because you know she's younger than me. Only by 3 years.
Good. I'm a lot of years younger than both of you.
Well, you know,
That's right. Your turn's coming, man. Your turn's coming. And do something with it. That's all that matters. Do something with it.
Yeah.
Do the right thing by people.
Definitely trying.
Girly. If you have kids, do the right thing by the kids. And that. If you're a believer in that, do the right thing by God, and it's fucking all good.
Yeah.
Right.
No shit.
Damn right.
And let me tell you something. The cleaner you live, the better you'll live. And later on. Every time you get stupid, crazy drunk, well, don't. Yeah.
I don't drink no more. I gave that up. I haven't drank in about 2 years. By the time I got married, I hadn't. I quit drinking.
Well, my aim was I wasn't going about the drinking. I was going about the stupid shit you do when you drink it.
Yeah, I can't help that. That's gonna happen one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't need alcohol involved for that.
Yeah.
28 years in the Australian regular army.
Right.
That was a major fuck up in the first place. What's the matter, mate? Joining the army.
Yeah.
Talk about culture shock.
Yeah. Back in high school, I thought about that.
Yeah. I did my 6. I joined when I was 17. So.
Yeah.
Well.
I appreciate it. I never did do it. I considered it out of high school, but it's not a choice I ever made.
Not for everybody. Hey, man, look at I work with a lot of veterans and that who are conscripted over here. In other words, forced to join. What do you call it? Drafted over there, don't you?
Drafted,
yeah.
Those guys are more fucked up than anybody else out there. Some of them actually did really well and stayed with the military and that, and some of them done, as long as I have. I did 28. I know a lot of 25 plus year guys who was conscripted and that, and it fitted them down to the ground. Fuck the hell a lot of folks who didn't want to be there. And the more you didn't want to be there, the more you got fucked up. Especially Vietnam. Because the other thing
you retire there, it wouldn't make it difficult on you.
The fucking politics wouldn't let you win. You were playing this fucking piecemeal, fucking namby-pamby, fucking PC fucking game. It doesn't go. You go hard or you go home. Simple reason. This is what you've been doing with Afghanistan. Imagine running into a hostile nation with not a projectile in your chamber.
Right.
And that was a presidential decree. You fucking asshole, treasonous, fucking traitorous, fucking whatever you want to call him after that.
Yeah. Now I was okay with the overseas duty. The overseas duty was actually, it was rough. I mean, it was dangerous and it was crazy, but come back. I had a stateside section of my tour and it was, oh God, it was horrible. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Whose ass can you kiss first? I was like, no, I ain't kissing. What are you talking about? Let's do our job. No, man, you gotta be doing. Fuck that.
I had to suck up 2 years. I was based at 2MD HQ, 2nd Military District Headquarters, Sydney, Victoria Barracks, for 2 years. And I had to do it because my wife was crippled with cancer. She was getting treatment at St Vincent's Hospital just down the road from the barracks there. We had an apartment just up the street, same road as there, just 3 kilometres straight down the same road. I could walk there in 20 minutes, all that sort of stuff.
Right.
Going to school, all that sort of stuff. So I took this dress uniform every day. I'd never worn dress uniform before that, except for a few parades and all that sort of stuff. And you're surrounded by all these red tabs, and over there they're all general officer or staff officers.
Right.
And surrounded by them assholes and all their preppy fucking bullshit crap that you got to put up with.
Diplomatic service, right?
And then you have them, and they've got a what was the thing? Order of Australia medal. No service medals. Never been anywhere. Never done anything. But he's got an Order of Australia. And then you find out later which politician he's connected to.
Yeah.
And that he up very quickly through the ranks and all that sort of stuff. And you see him dining regularly with journalists and all these other career fucking simps. They're playing the political game through the military. I had 2 years of that. Yeah, so and it was all good. And then the girls got out of school and all that sort of thing. My wife had passed away and all that sort of thing. I knew what was coming, all that sort of stuff. And I opened my mouth, said the truth, and I was back in Darwin within 48 hours. Posted the North Force and that 90% Indigenous Australians, and that walking along a 1,900-kilometre patrol route along the north-west coast of Australia, catching illegal entries and illegal fishermen and illegal trappers and poachers and shit like that. It's all good. They thought they were sending me to Coventry. They sent me to paradise. I loved it. There was no politics. The most important thing of the day was, unless we spotted something and all that sort of thing, what are we going to have for dinner?
Right.
You know what I mean? And the boys would go out there and that, because I always took, I had a Bical. It's 22 and 410 shotgun, under combo.
Right.
And, so they'd grab that and they go off there and get a couple of mutter, which are magpie geese. They're big black geese, black and white geese, probably about 12, 15 pound average size, and that thing by the time you pluck them and all that sort of thing. So to feed 20 blokes, you need about 5 of them. So four of them will feed, one will feed 4 blokes. Quite nicely, and you get a few yams and that, and a few native fruits and a few other things and all that sort of thing. Maybe the odd can of baked beans to spread around. I've never eaten baked beans since I left the military. Not once. Not once. Ate plenty while I was in there, but that was one. Them and then dehydrated fucking peas.
I didn't do peas. Yeah, they had that in the MREs. They had that. What is it? That chicken a la king. Yeah, it had peas in it. I couldn't eat that shit either. I was like, here, give me something else.
So I can walk up the back paddock here, bop a bunny with the 22, and that come back here, bone the bunny, and that get to the 2 strips, and that put one in the fridge for later. Put the other ones in the oven. 20 minutes roasted, high temperature roasted bunny. A little bit of oil, a little bit of garlic, a little bit of herbs over the top. Dice him up, and that fresh green salad, and so nice dressing over the top. A little bit of turmeric, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, bang. 20 minutes, you've made yourself a healthy meal, and that using a feral animal that's a pest anyway, introduced species, and they're tasty. It's like your squirrels over there. Do the same thing. Squirrel melts. Roast them in the oven and that for about 15 minutes. A little bit of tarragon, and that for some reason that tarragon goes well with squirrel.
Okay.
And that if you're putting a real strong cheese on top of it, try a little bit of ground star anise. It's a licorice flavour.
Yeah.
Star anise is similar to a licorice. Very fine amount. You only want the hint. But that licorice with the thick roasted cheese over the top of that tasty meat and all that sort of thing, with a little bit of smoky barbecue sauce in between that and the toast.
Yeah, you gotta get me started.
So I fit in well with the hillbilly the folks you call hillbillies over there. I suppose I'm a hillbilly over here. There's just no hills around here.
Yeah.
I'm on the flat.
Yeah.
I come from the mountains. I was born in the Warrumbungle Ranges, but size raised mountains. Don't want to fucking live in the bastards.
Right.
I got a hideout stash and all that sort of thing, and that's in the mountain. No one's going to get me in there.
Right.
But there's plenty of places like that here in Australia.
So,
but where I want to live, I want to see what's coming.
Right. I'm on top of the ridge, so.
Uh-oh.
Let's see here.
Oh, Just.
Oh shit. Headlines on the Drudge. It's the Socialist Democrats now. So they're going full bore with the message of socialism.
Yeah, well, I believe Mike Bloomberg cut him a check for $12.5 million.
For what?
Bloomberg. For Drudge, sorry.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, $12.5 million is the talk on there. Since Mike Drudge has left, it's been for sale. Once the Saudis got in, that was the end of Drudge.
Yeah.
Like, I'll go, it's still on my start page. It's been there that long. If I go into my Google browser, excuse the Google, and over you'll see news.com.au, Ballarat TV Guide, Drudge Report, Red State Watcher, Imbula Weather, NAB Personal Banking, Unread, Yahoo Mail, Your News Thing, YouTube, and Add Short Touches. I just deleted one the other day. It used to be there. I haven't decided what's going there yet. And I'm thinking about deleting Drudge. That's sad. Look, he did a good job while he was there. I don't know the story, and the guy doesn't say enough about himself to make comment on it. Right? He sold a 50% issue to Saudis. They've got a lot of UK media investments and other online investments and all that sort of thing. Part of Wish, that mob Wish.com and all that sort of thing. So they've got some serious backing. But ever since that way, it's taken a big jump to the left. Now it's taken a big jump anti-Bernie since the rumour came out that Bloomberg threw him $12.5 million.
Well, yeah, So yeah, it's sad. Lizard, I also have a problem with authority. So what are you into there, outdoors? What are you into, really? You like cars, weapons, what?
Well, really a little bit of all of it. I kind of work on cars on the side. Really, I do electrical work for a living. But, I own a shit ton of fucking Snap-on tools and Matco tools and shit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Actually, a handful of that shit's still out here in the garage right now. I got to get all that moved. That's real. I've really been waiting on it because it weighs a fucking ton.
Right.
But,
right.
Yeah, pretty much. If I'm like, in town kind of day, yeah, I like to work on cars and, I'll pill around the house or build something or, stuff like that. I built my daughter a swing set out in the backyard. That was pretty tight.
Yeah.
But, if I'm like, I really don't hang out in town a whole lot anymore, if I'm not working, I really like to go out and try to be on a boat fishing.
There you go.
Go hiking down the trail or something like that, like Zoombate's talking about, opening up the dam. It'd kind of be nice because it's right about the season. Now, it would probably flood my property also because it's down below the flood level of the dam. But there's nothing there, so right now it's not going to bother me at all. In the future, that may be a concern.
Get stilts, man.
Yeah, it's rare. It's rare that they will open the dam.
Right.
But right now, as bad as I would feel for all the people downriver that may be affected by it, it's about that season time. They're opening up all the recreational areas, for the lake and stuff. So I'll be able to go back out there and do fishing and stuff. And I just got into streaming real good, so it'll be kind of cool to get the opportunity to do that.
Right. Show the progress online and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You know what you could do though? I've seen them now. St. Louis floods like crazy here and there, right?
Yeah.
But I've seen people in low areas build a basement above ground, and then build a house on top of that.
Yeah.
So
there was a guy on the Rimfire forums. It's 22 based US gun forum. He did exactly that and showed it all, and then he backed in dirt and raised the thing, bulldozed it up against the basement and all that sort of thing, and that raised up all this thing around there. And when the flood comes, he's got all the cows sitting up in this big raised thing right around the house. They're all good. And that he's got this little hay bale pile over there, and there's this narrow raised up section like a pathway up above the thing over to a shed where he's got his equipment all raised up. He's done the same thing there, and he's got a basement underneath it.
Yeah.
That was storm cellars and storage and that and food and all that. Man, that's a prep. That's a prep.
Good deal. Right.
Man, that's impressive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's like, because that's what I was talking about. You ain't got to dig out for your basement. You just build it right there at the level.
The people on the river here, they do build their houses like that. Come to think of it, I've done a few electrical jobs down there. They'll have big flood channels and stuff in case they do open the dam and it floods through there. Essentially, it's just like the first story of a house, but it's just like all these massive, and I mean massive concrete walls. Man, they're huge.
Well, to handle all the weight against them, because when it gets flooded, all that weight is pushing on them.
So I do remember seeing that now.
The gent on this one, on the outside, he put a steel supercross structure up along the side of it, like a big cross arm and all that sort of thing, and then cut up shipping containers and put that outside, and then backed that behind, in between the concrete wall, and the outside of that was all crushed gravel. So good drainage up against the basement area and all that sort of thing. And he had a sump pump on two sides. So if the water leakage in there, it just got pumped out.
Right.
It was good.
Well, the houses here, they would be at river level,
right,
underwater,
But I think from the look of his pastures, not pastures, his cropping area and out that sort of thing, he'd been doing pretty good for a while. So, because all of that took money, machine time alone. Even if you own the machine, you're talking 150 grand for the machine and then 100 grand's worth of machine time to build what he built. Plus all the buildings and all that sort of thing, structuring the way he did.
Right. Besides that, you could dig a pretty good pound in the process.
So I just bought on the high side of the river.
Right.
So it's flow out the other way on if it floods, or goes the opposite side of the river, because that's to get up to this height here, you've got to go 60 kilometres that way to get that high above. And there's actually a couple of rivers out there that drain out and all that sort of thing out there. So I've never raised this. I'm not that far above the river, 9 metres, which is 18 feet. But it's never made it beyond the train line in history, and that's 11 feet.
Well, they got these areas that they walled up around with like the power systems and stuff like that. They'll raise them up and they're above flood stage and stuff like that. Railroad tracks, things like that. But what the thing is, you dig a pond. Like there's several ponds out here, North St. Louis, up against the river, and up in the floodplains.
Yeah.
There's the small lakes or ponds out there, and after the floods, oh man, they're full of fish. You just go out there and they spearfish all the time out there after the floods. So, just like
Yeah.
what?
I want to go striper fishing after it floods out here.
Right.
That'd be nice.
Of course, there's always gigging. Always go gigging, get some frogs.
Shit, noodling. You can go noodling here.
Oh yeah, they do that here.
Great. I love it.
I ain't sticking my hand down in there, damn it.
Oh, come on now.
All right. I'll get me a mannequin arm. There you go. Stick that in there. Let him bite that son of a bitch.
But that ain't no fun.
I tried tricking this croc.
I ain't noodling for no croc.
We got this.
No.
I don't know where we got it from, and that, but there was this mannequin arm, and we were hanging it off the dock trying to trick the croc, and it knew the difference between the mannequin arm and a real arm. Don't know what it is about crocs, but you can't trick them. Don't play that game with a croc.
Well, they see temperatures. They're the reptilians. They see infrared. They see temperature.
Yeah, that could be it, or electrical impulses, whatever.
No.
I'm starting to think crocs are more sensitive to microelectric signals than what people give them credit for.
Oh wow, I didn't realize that. I know they can see infrared and they can see damn near dark.
Where I used to live, and that I had a mate about 120 mile up the road, and he lived in the divergence between two creeks, and in between those two creeks was his little block of land, and the crocs would walk out at one creek and walk over his front lawn and all that, bring his pasture area and that, cross it over to the other creek, and come back the other way. And that's why he didn't have steps. He had a ladder going up to his veranda, and that because crocs can't climb ladders, but they'll climb bloody steps. So
I don't know now. We got alligators around here. They'll climb over your fence.
yeah, but they're only little critters. We're talking about something that's 22, 25 foot long.
Oh yeah, no, they'd probably take the fence out.
Right. So like that's how to take the damn fence out.
I ain't even gonna stick around for that. I'm gonna cut, chase, and run.
Now I'm gonna grab my 303 and it's gonna get a new friend. I'm gonna have dinner.
Somewhere on YouTube, there's a video of two blokes in a 16-foot boat with a 25 horsepower Johnson on the back. And this croc moves in because they've just dropped it in. They just jumped into this area at the wrong time of the year because it's mating season. So he's going to attack anything that's in there. They get the engine started. The croc comes in and moves in and clamps its mouth and thing and kills the engine first bite. Then shakes the boat. Bang. On the second throw, both guys are actually thrown out of the boat onto the land. And then the boat is fucking thrown and thrown and thrown until the whole transom is torn out of the back end of the boat. So the motor and the back bit of the boat tears away from the boat, or the front of the boat, because it's all been smashed up against trees and logs and the wall. Oh, shit. And then he just spits it out, and he starts looking at the guys. This is my spot, man. He's come in here and fuck with me. And then he just slowly sinks under the water. He's there. You can't see him. He's just done this. He's just climbed on a moving propeller.
I can just see it.
And it was nothing.
Yeah, I can see he's trying to explain this to an insurance agent. You're not gonna believe this.
Over here they do, but they won't pay you out because that's called gross stupidity.
Fucking croc bigger than your boat.
Yeah, see, I ain't never seen nothing bigger than about 11-foot gator.
Right.
I don't know what I would do if I really went face to face with a 20-foot croc. I ain't never seen a croc, in real life.
12-foot people call them pets.
They ugly.
Hey, they're good eating about 11 or 12 feet too, and the tail you get around about £100 of meat out of them, and that the hide's worth about $1,400, so about 11, 12 foot.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's got the problem is at 11. They generally harvest them around 8 to 9 feet, and all that sort of thing over here, because they get too hard in the thing, and the spines get too big, and they can't incorporate them in the luggage and all that sort of thing, and they can't get a fucking needle through the back, and that's why they do it 8 to 9 feet, because the skin's not so thick and the arm is not so built up and all that sort of thing. Once they get to a big thing, man, I'm sitting there. I got a Black & Decker cordless electric drill on that, and I do 10 holes through the back of just the ridges on the back of the croc.
Yeah.
Drilling holes in that to hold it down. I'm making up this timber shield for a club right here. Croc Raiders. It's a Northern Territory Indigenous football club. And down the centre of the thing, they're going to have this croc ridge on the back, and then put all the little premier shield, sub-shields either side of all that for every year to come along for the next. There was enough space there to do 15 years. 30 years, 15 years aside, either side of the croc strip in the back. So we're doing that. I wore out that drill on that full charge, Black & Decker 20 amp hour battery, and that doing 10 holes in the bloody thing, and I flattened the battery in it from a full charge. That's a big croc hide.
Yeah.
So those are, these things like I have killed crocs out here with a 22, and that, but I've had that barrel shoved right in the bastard's eye. You're not going to fucking get through his skull, because that thing's 3/4 of an inch thick.
Right.
You ain't going to penetrate that. You want a 30-30.
Yeah.
Not that I know about such things, because they're crocodiles.
Not the one.
Better be careful, man. I heard shooting them things is like having a grenade go off.
Yeah.
The guy, a long time ago, I used to knock around with a guy called Rodney Ansell. And Rodney and I got on well. I met him up there in Darwin the first time I got in shit with the army, and they sent me up to Darwin. But he was married to an Aboriginal girl, and he'd recently become Northern Territory Man of the Year because he'd been attacked by a croc, had his leg chewed up by one, and that made it all through the mangroves, and that got onto an old surfboard that was on a thing and paddled all the way back to civilization, 400 kilometres, which is about 300 miles. Back to civilization, and they based the story of Crocodile Dundee on him. Look it up, it's truth. Rodney Ansell was also the first guy who started the counterfight against the gun grab here, and was murdered by mercenaries hired and then employed as police officers by the federal government to kill off all those sort of things. And that's why I founded, or helped found, the Shooters Party, which is now the Shooters, Fishers and Farmers Party here in Australia, and now we have more guns than what they ever fucking took off us. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Good deal.
But because we did it as a political party, Rodney ran from heart, right? Yeah, and he ran hard. You go hard, go home. But fire in the bowl. I think I'm going to find out where I put my gadget.
Yeah.
It's here somewhere.
You just read it.
Yeah, I put it out the way, and it's still loaded too. Cool.
Still loaded. There you go.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Let me just sit that on top of there like that. So I've got a bowl sitting on crystal glass. Put it down there. You can see down there. And now I shall. Oh.
It didn't work.
No, it's flatter than fuck.
Just don't break your pipe again. I got you. I think I got it. Hold on. Yeah. There we go. Oh.
On the bowl.
A tribute to our good friend Bear.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yes. I'm gonna have to call him again. Find out what the hell he's doing.
Hey, look. If you call him, ask him if you mind me having his phone number, and I can call him fucking because I got the satellite, so there's no dramas.
Right. Okay.
All that sort of thing, and that keep in contact. I am a shitload. I'm actually, once all my regular consumables and that are gone here, the little plants, the weak ones, and all that sort of thing. The one good big plant I've got, I'm turning into butter and all that sort of thing. And I've got a few friends who've got a few excess plants, and we've already got some of them. Dan, you know,
right?
We're all copying Bear's recipe, man, and it's going fucking brilliant.
Nice.
So I'm actually going to give up smoking the pot, and I'm going to swap over to all consumables when Tracy's here.
Right.
So,
yeah. Well, you and those green cookies. Tell
you just be careful, man. It ain't the same thing as smoking.
He knows.
I've had me a bad trip. I tell you.
Yeah, well, look, everything within moderation.
Yeah. See, I didn't know that. When
just like my alcohol.
It's legal where my brother lives in Michigan, and so he grows his own and all that stuff up there. And I had no idea, eating it was much different than smoking it. Man, did I find out though.
High and silly and giggly. Well, not initially.
I felt sick.
Yeah, just so dizzy and stuff.
It's the overdose, and the other side of it too. It'll give you the squirts worse than bloody.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You got to watch it. So do not do that and have a shower after every time you go to the bathroom and that, because you're gonna. It's dribbly. It runs down. It's horrid.
Yeah.
What it is part bile. You're overloading your system. Your body's saying, "I want this shit out." If you overload more, you'll start throwing up. Right. But what that stuff coming out of your backside is mainly bile, and that's telling you've overloaded on the stuff. So like,
from a medical point of view, though,
one cookie at 12 o'clock. Because I've worked this morning and that hard and that. Excuse me for a second. I'm just putting glass down there. I have a fuck shoulder, as you may notice.
Yep.
It's got a slight little bump there, and that's cancer, bone cancer. I've actually got 4 little spikes growing up out of my bone there, and they're wearing off, and that with the tendons and the muscles all the time and all that sort of thing. And it's basically a giant inside-out callus, like on your hand when you work, like these things. You see the calluses down there because I hold a hammer. You're a working man too, so you've got calluses. You know what I'm talking about? This is an inside-out callus. And that's so full of little bone chips and that as the spikes keep on growing and that, because it's a weird thing. Hurts like a bastard because I'm right-handed and I swing a hammer for a living. So I drink a little bit too much compared to most folks, and I consume a little bit of pot on occasion.
Yeah, just a little.
But I pay my taxes. I make a living. I got a girl coming over, and she's a good girlie. She's been with me here before. She's seen me working. We go out there and market what I make. Yeah, it's all good.
I know I'm kind of jealous right now. It's taking me a while to get mine down here,
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's got a good looking beard.
It took me 50 years to grow this much.
I regularly get it down to the level of
I struggle.
It'll fill in, man. Hey, look, have a look. I'm a bit pale on the cheeks too.
Yeah. See, I started growing a beard in reverse.
That's the highest one up there. That there. So there's not a lot there that way, but the chin and all that sort of thing. But this is the north side of me. Blonde hair, red beard. There's a little bit of red still showing. and all that sort of thing. But yeah, it's mainly grey nowadays.
Yeah.
I need a fucking haircut. Look at that. That's shocking.
Yeah, I know. I was looking at mine the other day. I was like, oh shit, I gotta get that shit cut down. Good thing it's getting warm. I'll go ahead and shave my head. Just
I got it sorted.
You got it sorted. Oh shit. I got buzz clippers. I'm just gonna run them on.
Don T. Trump is just stoned. Ryan's just quiet and not boring. I agree.
Yeah.
Ryan's not boring.
Yeah, Huckleberry asked if it was the real outdoors. Yes, it is. I'm bad at the camera thing. It's the real outdoors.
Yeah. Huckleberry says we're all boring. We're talking about nice stuff.
Hey, Lizard, you had a bahang. Is that correct? The correct pronunciation? If I think because there's a bahang and a bahang, and all that sort of thing. And they're two different very things. So which one did you have, mate? I don't know how it's spelled though. I've heard it spoken, and that's so like Indian. I'm not an expert on. I don't read the language and all that sort of thing. I listen to it, but I know that one. So which one did you have? Because that's most interesting. I'm just taking the piss. I'm putting poor old Lizard in the corner. Gee, what do I say? What do I say? What do I say? He made a typo, and I'm going to push him on it. Because one's an opiated hashish cigarette, and the other one's a blowjob. Excuse me. Excuse me, ladies, if I said the bad word, B word, and all that sort of thing. We all know what happened though.
Yeah. I was gonna say something else, but I'm just gonna propagate it. I ain't gonna go there.
See, there's the one with the A, and then there's the one with the A with the two dots over it. You know that little symbol? I know I'm a prick. Ryan, I know I'm a fucking bass. I'll play with these things. Knowledge is a weapon. It's a curse. when you learn all these things, and people must think I'm a deviant because I know all these fucking weird ass things.
Yeah. Well, you know the letters. Put the letters to make words.
Actually, then you did it wrong again. So it's instead of the one with the two dots over it, it's the one with the single little O over the top of it, and that's the drink version there, Lizard. Okay,
the camera's
pronounced all different. That they all those little symbols around it, and that in the Hindi and that there's squiggles and all that sort of thing. If you have a look at it, they're three different words. But when you're trying to do it in English, and that they're all the same spelling, but you've got to use those other separated things to make them give it the different vowel sound, because they're very different bloody things. I know what you mean. I'm just shit stirring because it's one of those words that fucks people up, especially from the West. I just love it. They pronounce that they had a marijuana drink, and that if they do it wrong and they say, "Oh yeah, I gave a guy a blowjob."
Hey Jack, is the tilt of the earth changing because your camera's crooked?
Do we have an earthquake here?
You had an earthquake or something. Yeah, I was just
and the buzzer's not in yet either.
I didn't know if it was you or us, man, because you know you're upside down all the
time. Let's try that one.
There you go.
Man.
Well, you know what happened earlier? I had to do the repeat of the bloody push-ups, right? So I'm everywhere else like that. So we had a little bit of moisture under the arms at the moment, because I did 50 this time. I'm in there.
Oh man,
you drink enough, you don't feel any pain. So it's all good.
No,
But,
it felt really good to get out there and get some stuff done today, man. That was really,
yeah.
That was nice for a change. It's been 2 months I've been stuck in this hole.
I'll
Hey,
trade you.
simple trick. I don't know if it's going. I can't guarantee it's going to work. Your pipes, your plastic pipes that are busting all the time.
No, they're all gone.
Oh, they're all gone. Okay. I was going to say, look, I used to do a trick and that cold weather with that plastic pipe stuff. You know what isinglass is? Sodium silicate.
Yeah.
Okay, you can actually use it to bend that plastic pipe, right? You just pipe it on in that and bend it. Just coat it in that and just leave it because then it allows it to bulge.
Right. No, I just got rid of all of it. The last of it was under the kitchen sink, and after it froze, I was just like, I've got all the pipe here. I had to go get the connectors and stuff like that, but I just replaced it all. The rest of it's gone. So there's more of it here.
A bit reluctant to say it before. I've been thinking about it, and I had to play with it. I've had a piece of PVC pipe in the fucking freezer, and that was a bit of sodium silicate. And I tested that.
Jelly roll.
And then ran water. I bent it into a 90-degree angle, and then ran 90 psi of water into it. So that's ice freezing down to minus 15.
Oh, wow.
So I tested that and that's why I only raised it now, because I've only just done it. But I've been playing with this idea with sodium silicate and PVC pipe for a long time for folks, because it makes it flexible.
Oh, right.
Right? And it becomes rubbery.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so you paint it all on, and you got to repaint it through winter and all that sort of thing. But to get you through until you can afford to get proper steel fucking pressure pipe and all that sort of thing.
Wow. Right.
And that get it replaced. This might be a short stopgap, but I've
I
only
replaced everything. I replaced everything with PEX.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, PEX.
And I use sharp bite connectors. None of that crimp shit. So.
Yep.
So it ain't gonna hope. Everything here should be 25 years before it breaks again. I got one section of pipe that I've got to remanage where it comes in up from the well, but it's not problematic. So I'll do that when I get around to doing the deck.
G'day, Crow. How you doing? Crow Minion's in the house.
Hey, Crow Minion. But no, that's all gone now. Yeah. So and now I got to replace the thermostatics on the hot water heater. That shouldn't be too big of an issue.
I did that when I moved in here because it's just a heat pump that I inherited. Was set about 74 degrees centigrade. This is the hottest.
Right.
I've got it set at 92 because that's what I like. Yeah, Japanese bars, man.
Right.
And ask me girly. I always take a glass in with me and that. Let it all out.
Right. I put 1-inch mains all the way down the house instead of it had 3/4. So I put 1-inch mains PEX all the way down and broke off the 1/2-inch lead outs. And now there ain't pressure problems in the back of the house. So where my room is.
131 cc or cc.
Oh man, I'll tell you, that's the one thing I'm gonna miss about this house that I'm moving out of. My new house just does not have that type of water pressure. It's got a water softener or something system.
Yeah.
I'm not really familiar with that down here because we don't really get a lot of water issues and freeze problems and stuff. But man, I'll show you. Let me see if I can flip this thing around. Don't mind my.
You're getting your water from an RT supply.
Yeah, my water here comes from the city. Let's see if I can flip this over for you. Man, this thing is crazy. I mean, if you stick a dish under it, man, it will just
Knock it
splash
out.
all back. Yeah,
So
it'll splash all back at you.
You got good pressure.
In this house, in the house that I'm buying, I do not have that great of pressure.
Hmm.
Oh shit! You can upgrade the pump, and that Onga is a company that I know here, that I know in the US. Fucking good warranties, guaranteed. Fucking any dramas, they just give you a new pump. They don't fucking try to fix anything. They just give you a brand new one. Right, that's their policy. No, and very few. And they've all 5-star rated over here. I've got one here as well. So I've got 35,000 gallons of rainwater catchment coming off my roof from all my sheds going in there. I do have town water here, but I only use that for the garden and ice one because it's got chlorine and that. What's that other shit they put in there?
Fluoride.
That's it. So we don't drink that. We drink rainwater.
Right.
And see, that's what I was talking about earlier. Is we're unable to collect rainwater here. They'll fine you. You'll actually get in trouble for it.
Fucking what?
Yeah, dude.
Where Tracy lives in Oregon, they'll lock you up for fucking putting a barrel onto your fucking gutter.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Fuck that. Is that Nestle again? Is that Nestle like in Oregon?
Yeah.
They own all the water rights. You're stealing off Nestle.
I'm not sure about Oregon, but if you put barrels under your gutters and stuff like that, or even just out in your yard for like gardening purposes and stuff like that, yeah, you could get fined or even potentially face jail time. Yeah.
Yeah, a gent in the same street where McGurley lives and that, and like Tracy, if you're just having a lurk and all that sort of thing, come on and say g'day. It's all good, darling. She'll tell you, and that she's not allowed to do it. But there was a bloke I read in her town. He was given 2 years jail for collecting rain. He got a warning once, and that for doing it, and he got caught a second time, and they locked him up for 2 years.
That's what they do here. That's what they do here.
What you in for? Collecting rain.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Land of the free, home of the brave.
I'm trying to figure out is how can they fine you for collecting natural rain?
See, a couple of states over there, quite a few states actually, and that signed on with the thing with Obama, and that he did a deal with Nestle, and Nestle took over the ownership of all the rainwater. And
how can you own the rain?
That's it. We don't know. And this prick got a fucking whatever Peace Prize, Nobel Peace Prize. No one's ever explained that. He sold God's gift to man, to a corporation, and made people criminals by opening their mouths and taking a drop of rain into their mouths. Seriously.
Right.
How fucked up is that?
Right. Crazy.
Yeah, that's the problem I face here.
You think we got it bad over fucking here? I got 35,000 gallons of rainwater out there, and the government says, thank you very much, and you're not using thing. I'm still paying $1.34 a day just to have the sewer set out, but if push comes to shove, I know a bloke with a tractor with a big power takeoff shaft and that, and I can put the old pit toilets, you dig down 20 feet and that, and on a 12-inch drill rig, throw some lime down the bottom, and every week or so you throw another couple of cupfuls of lime on top of what you drop. It's called a long drop out here. I don't know what you call them, pit toilets over there in the US. Fire in the bowl again. Think for what are you on? Every 10 minutes?
Right.
Oh,
It's fun, take it easy, dude.
Well, I'll play this time, but you got to slow it down, man. And that, like, Seriously, let's come to the
yourself, bro.
top and bottom of the hour, rightio, and that on the o'clock and on the half hour.
Yeah.
And if we fill in between, well, that's just me and my addiction. But every fucking 10 minutes, that's driving me into the fucking addiction.
You're killing me, dude.
Oh
shit!
We just got to sort them. We got to be a little bit.
He did call it around the 20. He did call it on the 20, though.
Yeah, I know, but like he called it on the 10 before, and then he called it on the o'clock before that.
He's out to get trashed.
It's 6 cones an hour here, plus my filter.
See, they're lucky I'm all packed up. You know, I got a gas mask I could be on here with
Have a
right
look
now.
at the size of this thing, and that, like, seriously, that's huge. I've got to make myself a new one because it's just too big. I'm only half filling it deliberately because I accidentally really fill it sometimes and forget about it. Try to pull the bastard.
Like the side of it, man, and let it go across. You know?
Ryan, who's got? Oh shit! Don't worry about
Buffalo Bill, welcome in, bro.
Bill's here. Cool.
Yeah. Hey, I got you. Hey, watch this. There you go.
It is getting to be about that time for me, guys. I gotta finish loading up some stuff and get across town.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
What have you been over there doing? Nothing.
I've been doing nothing. My wife called me a couple minutes ago. Yeah.
Shit, because I'm out there telling you what to do.
You know you don't want to come help me load this U-Haul.
Yeah, except for the $4.5 grand fucking return airfare, man. Yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah, no shit, man.
But I'll catch you guys next time as soon as I can get a chance.
It's nice to meet you. Come back again. You're welcome anytime, man.
It's good to meet you, Jack.
Hey, look, next time, and that have a look, because I know you've got your own channel and a few videos. Pick out a few videos and that, so you can show the folks what you're about and all that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Put them up on the share screen,
and we'll put them up on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I can do that. I just don't have my computer hooked up right now. I'm doing everything from this phone.
Right. We know how it goes. So when you can, look forward to it, eh?
All right. It was good talking, guys.
Hey, you have a wonderful evening. Don't work too hard.
Good Lord bless you and keep you.
I'll try not to.
If I don't see you tomorrow, dream well, Patriot.
All right. Later, guys.
Cheers, mate. That was good.
Yeah, that's awful. That was cool, man.
Yeah, nice bloke.
Oh, man. So who's coming up?
I want to get Crow up here one day.
I know. I was going to say, Crow, why don't you come on up, bro?
Yeah. Come on up, and that. You give us a thumbs up. I'll give you a thumbs up back. I'll give you a count of 10 after that. You shut your camera down, all that sort of thing. Come on, talk. Only me and Wiz will see you. And that was The Real Outdoors.
Yep.
Yeah, cool, dude. Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah. At least he didn't freak out because I'm a drunken fucking pothead.
Right. No, you're not. Well, you are, but it's like it's cool. Oh shit, that's funny stuff, man.
I've got to worry about this phone call in about 4 hours and 34 minutes. No, 1 hour and 34 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna say about an hour and a half there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you disappeared the other night. They were worried you was upset about something. I was like, no, he's got call tracing.
No. 5 o'clock my time, 10 p.m. her time. She watches the TV shows. I give her that piece and all that sort of thing. Because that's her and her sister's time. Her and her sister live together. And
yeah, it was that time. I heard you go, oh shit, and you shut down your stream and went and called her.
yeah, because I was running late. Like you see here, I've got this screen up here. I've got that, and I've got the diagnostic screen and all that sort of thing jumping out. I don't see the fucking time screen in the bottom of the in the bottom right hand corner.
Right.
And so I've got to flip out of here every now and again and double check what the time is. And if I get carried away because I'm stoned and I'm pissed,
right.
5:20 my time, which is 10 p.m. her time, 5 o'clock in the afternoon here is 10 p.m. in Oregon.
You got it outdoors. You know it, bud.
I'm regularly in trouble.
Why?
Well, the real outdoors. Good night, all things. Huckleberry asks him, were you in trouble? I think I am at the moment because Tracy and somebody else earlier in the channel were having words, and I asked her to not make me play admin at the moment and just back off because I didn't see what the other person is. Maybe I missed something. Maybe the other person was a lady being a little bit over friendly and that, and Tracy's going that way. I don't know what's going on. I've got to have a chat with her and find out. She's not happy with me at the moment from her leaving. But I didn't see the other person doing anything wrong. They were being friendly, they were laughing and all that sort of thing. I didn't see anything. If I miss something, I'll take Tracy's word for it and all that sort of thing. But I didn't see anything offensive, so I'm not going to fucking bag anybody. That's what she's got to understand. I'm an admin here. I got to be neutral. Right? If she was bagging the other person more than the other person was saying anything bad, and so I asked her, basically, don't let me play it and make me play admin.
Right.
Same thing happened there in Sensible was one night. Jonah, and I love that man. Fucking without being fucking anything.
Right.
He's my brother. We call each other brother. And all that sort of thing. Him and Bruce got into it. Neither of them would fucking stop, so I fucking banned them both.
Right.
Fucking get out. Fair. Because that's the hard part that folks don't realise. When you're a mod on these sort of things, you've got to fucking hold the rules for the house, not for yourself. Right, yeah? Sometimes you've got to say, I don't matter. The rules of the house are what's being played here. And that's what you've got to do it. And unfortunately, I played the rules of the house today. I looked at everything, maybe I don't know it all, but I had to play it the way I was saying it. And I love Tracy with all my heart, but I couldn't see what she was going off about and giving the other person a hard time about. Maybe she understands. I think it's a bloke, to be honest with you. I think the other person is a bloke. Maybe it's a girl, and she's just getting jealous. I don't know.
Right. It's just an identity. Who knows what it is? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, and I can't make a decision until I find out. So I got to ask Tracy to find out what's going on with her thing, what the thing. Then maybe I'll know more.
Right.
But the whole thing is no more hassles. We've all fucking had enough hassle. I've had enough hassles. You've had enough hassles. Fucking everybody in the fucking chat's had enough hassles.
Right. We want to come here, have a good time, talk about shit. Yeah. And just, hang out. And it's not,
I cleaned on this morning and look how filthy it is.
Well, you're mixing it with the tobacco too, though. You got to expect that.
No, it's more red seal and golden seal at the moment. They're herbal cigarettes that I'm mixing with, and I just can't get all that. It's a fucking nice mix. I buy them like this. This is just pre-filled filters with carbon and all that sort of thing. But it's a custom brew. Sorry. Now I'm going to make.
Yeah, it's the white. It was the white of the thing. Yeah, there you go. Now you got it.
There we go. But it comes out as just a. But if you notice, it's got a little bit of green in the end of the tobacco.
Yeah.
And that is herbal. And it's the only way I can get it. And it's the only thing I found other than tobacco that I can mix with, and I don't cough my guts up with, and then or feeling sick with, and all that sort of thing. I get 100 for $40 Australian, and that over from a hippie lady who lives in South Australia.
Right.
So, who's 66 years of age. So she's 3 years older than me. Been a dedicated hippie and that since she was 22, graduated as a nurse, bought a block of land, and started the commune, and never really left.
Welcome in, Crude.
Hang five. We got Chrome XV. Sup, dude?
Right.
Well, instead of Zup, dude, I'll give you a traditional Australian. Go, mate. Did you bring a beer along?
Right. Did you bring a beer? Right.
Did you bring a beer along? All one word.
Right. Nah, I'm anxious to get my seed and stuff started. Actually, that's about time. I'm going to have to start them. This is the week to do it.
There you go. What's up, Wizard?
Yeah, no. There was something let me pull this.
Michelle's here.
Michelle's here?
Yeah, Michelle, retracted message. Oh, hello now. Go, Michelle.
What are you doing, Michelle? Grab a link. There was this blows me away that they've actually coming out with the Bernie Sanders and they're actually going socialist, bragging socialist. You know what I'm saying?
Cockatoos outside. Sorry, I thought it was somebody talking. It's a couple of cockatoos outside trying to talk because they hang around. Here comes pro-life. How you doing, Michelle?
Doing good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, good.
Hey, Huckleberry. Good to see you.
I was trying to hear what was going on outside, and I kept on hearing this rah, 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 as cockatoos trying to say hello.
Ah.
They say they're wild and all that sort of thing, but they've been hanging around in enough places, and there's enough folks here feeding them and all that sort of thing and talking to them, and that they try to copy the hello. It's the early stages. I thought it was actually somebody outside and that walking by, which up this end of town is very rare, very, very rare. There's only one house next to me, and then there's paddocks and scrub and more fields.
So did Lady Liberty get to leave, or is she still?
Oh yeah, they left this morning about 9:30 to hit the road. Her man's got to get back to work.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning, so yeah. But they stayed the night and got to go.
Rude question. He's a truck driver?
No, he's working factory worker kind of thing.
Oh, factory worker. I'm screwed up here.
He works product line in a factory.
All right, cool.
Kind of stuff.
And so the property is going to be close enough for him to commute?
No, no, he's looking for work out here this way. Yeah,
right.
But he's not necessarily going to stick with that. He's got other skills. He can do construction and stuff like that as well. So,
all right.
He should be good to go. It's just a matter of finding out, locality and getting the right contacts in order to get work if that's what he's going to do. Yeah.
All right.
So, but I was telling him, I was like, it does play well out here to be, self-sufficient kind of situation. That's what they're planning on doing. I was like, one of the things you should consider is maybe, finding a way to become self-employed out here as well, where you can sell your product and stuff like that, create something,
Yeah.
Yeah. He's all about it. I don't see him having a problem adapting into that. But yeah, they got a couple hands with them too, so they should be able to get everything done really well. It's looking pretty good. They like the property they saw, and they were checking that out. And,
cool.
Before they came over here. And I was like, I was going to meet him in town. I was like, okay, I figured they was coming up the main highway. And he's like, they're like, no, we're coming back from this other direction. We're coming up this road. I was like, damn, you're coming right by my house. I guess that was the purpose, because Tennessee's the other direction from where they was.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they came up here, and she'd been driving for 20 hours or something like that. Crazy. They went from Tennessee to Michigan, and then came down here to Missouri, and I was like, holy crap. No, they were like, well, I just needed to catch a break before we head out. And I was like, no, you need to get some sleep. So he passed out, and I took the guys up. We went down and got a bunch of food up there, and then turned around and came back, and she wouldn't wake up to even eat. She was out. So I was like, okay, guys, you get the living room. Let's start a fire in the fireplace. It'll warm it up here. And
yeah,
everybody was comfortable. So
good Lord bless you for your efforts, mate.
Yeah.
No, it was all good. All good. I was just glad they didn't,
17 times in the
a couple seconds.
Weary Traveller. Look it up in a concordance. 17 times.
Yeah.
Weary Traveller.
Yeah, no, I couldn't see it. So I was just like, no. And then she, sure enough, didn't even wake up when we got back with the food. She didn't even wake up for eating. So
it's all good, mate. It's all good.
Right. But yeah.
I find myself some food. It's 3:39 p.m. and I haven't had lunch yet.
Really good people. You know what I'm saying? It was had a great visit with them. I gave them a tour this morning before they left. Walked around and showed them what we got going on and stuff. He's like, holy shit, I thought that was all.
What are you up to today? Oh, crikey.
Not much.
3:40 p.m., Ryan.
I know President Trump is on his way to India.
Yep.
Yeah, they're supposed to have like some mega rally for him over there when he gets there.
Yeah. It should be on at 2:45 a.m.
Oh, really?
Tonight? Yeah. I believe it would be tonight or might be tomorrow night. I'm not sure. But it would be 2:45 our time, I believe, but not that time there.
Which would make it 1:45 here.
Yep. I saw that on YouTube. It was you can set a reminder for it and stuff like that. I saw that.
Oh yeah, on right side. Yep, right side broadcast allow you to set reminders too.
Yep, and then President Trump has it on his too. Yeah.
Hey, we might show that tonight. It'd be a reason to stay past 2. Yeah. She was almost chasing you, Bill. What'd you take?
Yes, yep. It says in 2 hours it'll start.
Well,
3 hours according to the White House page. I'll share that link though in the chat so you guys have it.
There's canoes to the moon.
Canoes. Yeah, I definitely will not be up that late tonight. I have to go to bed early because I have an appointment tomorrow. There is the link though for the White House page.
You made Jack go out and pick some more plant. That's what he's doing. He's like, damn it. He's picking some more plant.
Yep, so it's already popped in the chat there. There's the White House link, and I think in about 3 hours he will be live, the president. So it is tonight, Wizard. Just let you know.
Oh, good deal. Good deal. Well, we'll hook that up. Yeah, we'll hook that up. Good deal. Yeah, Buffalo Bill. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I take a booster, man. I take a booster. Maybe she thought you was your daddy. You know that I tried to. I did that with Tanya, and she got mad at me. She goes, how old do you think I am? I was like, early 30s, late 20s. She got all mad. I'm not that. I was like, what? I freaked out. I was like, oh shit. Oh yeah. Oh, hot chicks are 29. Right. Oh man. Now your dog probably fighting with that skunk again. Oh, nah, but yeah, we were talking about, they don't have a place on the property down there. So we were talking about getting a bunch of materials together for them out of the pallets.
For pallets for what?
Oh shit! Look at you. That's looking good.
What?
Jack was showing a sandwich.
Oh. Yeah, we had leftovers tonight because I had made extra noodles, so I made the same thing we did last night. And everybody ate it again, so nothing wrong with having leftovers.
Is that a kangaroo, Sammy?
No, I'm just typing it out now. It's pastrami, cheese, tomato, green tomato relish.
Yum.
And mustard.
There you go. Holy cow. Yeah, I made a roast beef and pepper jack sandwich earlier. That's I keep that.
Nice.
Yeah.
We've got a little IGA grocery store here in town, and they've got a magnificent deli for a little place like this. It's better than a lot of places you go into in the city. So,
right.
And the pastrami they get, it's about 200 mile up the road, little private smokehouse and all that sort of thing.
Nice
stuff. Oh, kraut float. The box heads do pastrami right.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, I'm a racist bastard.
Yeah, no, I was like, I was just thinking about I'm almost ready to go out and get open up my armory and start the war. I'm gonna start the war on the squirrels.
Instead of the pickle Ryan, I've got green tomato relish. So it's again a very heavy vinegar base, but they're green tomatoes. Green fried tomatoes. I know I had them in the south when I was over there. And all that sort of thing. So green tomato relish, that onion, cauliflower, mustard, a lot of vinegar.
Turkey pastrami. What the hell is that?
Beautiful.
Yeah. Exactly.
And a pickle. Gotta have a pickle.
Mouthful, right.
Gotta have pickles.
Canoe says that's sacrilegious. Turkey pastrami is sacrilegious.
So what is everybody up to?
You call these green tomato pickles over there in the US?
Yeah.
I like Clausen pickles. Those are my favorite. You like Clausen pickles, Wizard?
Yeah. Like the cold crunchies.
Mm-hmm.
As they got to be the sandwich slices, the long ones, not the medallions.
Ranch dressing. We were talking about that the other night. The ranch dressing that, who is it? It's Hungry Jack's over here. Burger King in the US. Their ranch dressing, 880 calories for a 3/4 ounce serve.
Wow, that's ridiculous. Green matter relish. Right. I like making I tell you what, I like taking the cucumbers and making the refrigerator pickles.
Mm-hmm.
They come out so good. I like them better than the other ones, man. They never get mushy, It's just, I love them. But then again, I like taking eggs and sticking them in the pickle jar.
Yeah.
Boiled eggs, stick them in the pickle jar. And I'll tell you what, pickled eggs are just.
Oh, I never.
You gotta throw.
I couldn't figure out what the hell pickled eggs were. And that's pickled eggs.
Pickle juice.
Which ones?
You gotta throw whole peppercorns into your pickle juice.
Peppercorns? Okay, I'll do that next time.
You'd be amazed how much of the pepper actually gets through the shell of the egg.
Oh wow! Okay, yeah, I like the spicy, so that'll work out.
Well, instead of you crack the egg and you tear the egg open and you put a bit of salt and pepper on it. Let's put some salt in it.
Well, I peel them and then I stick them in the pickle juice. So oh yeah, well yeah, I'll throw them in there raw, naked. You know what I'm saying? Obviously they're boiled eggs, but I take the shell off and throw them in there. And one of my stepfather used to put Polish sausages in there too. Yeah.
But you've got to eat that in the next 4 or 5 months, though.
Yeah, that you have to do it. Yeah.
Well, if you keep the shell on, you can do a 10-year pickle.
But the pickles, I didn't really care for the sausage. It was okay. It was kind of too much pickle flavor. But the eggs, oh man, they really came out. I was like, I'd always eat the eggs out of there. He's like,
I don't think I would like pickled eggs.
Right. Goat pastrami. Goat pastrami. How you do?
That's funny. I like that.
Oh shit! Hey, I found these for. I was thinking about your sticker problem.
Yeah.
And I got these. Those little ones. I was thinking about. Do you got any of these?
I got a whole bunch of them.
Those will fit up there. Those would work out. Yeah. So
Yeah, I ordered like 100 pack of those. You can get them for like $12 on InfoWars.
Yeah. Here's my de-seeder.
I like that. That's funny.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, bread and butter pickles. I like those too.
You like what?
Bread and butter pickles. I like that a lot.
Oh, no thanks.
Oh yeah, the sweet and the dill. The
I
sweet.
remember my husband picked up a jar of pickles and he didn't realize he picked those, and I'm like, no one's gonna eat these. So I took him to the food pantry.
Did you?
Hear us.
Somebody go like.
Someone would have thanked you greatly.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet they did.
I would have.
Yeah, I tell you.
Not to your food pantry, but.
But yeah, no, those
are cheap bread and butter pickles. I like the Polish ones because you can buy a fucking huge, like gallon glass jar with a tin lid full, and they're for like about $3. They're absolutely magnificent.
Yeah.
About a month.
Have you ever had? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I can't say on that. I can't do that when Tracy's here because you stink the whole fucking
You got to pick out when to eat that stuff, yeah, because it's like, yeah, you're right.
A little bit there and all that sort of thing, so you don't get the big one because it goes off by the time you fucking spread it out. But if you bang into it, you know, I mean, like, get a nice block of cheese, carve off about 4 or 5 ounces of a nice aged, tasty cheddar.
Okay. Yeah.
Get some cabanossi, which is a thin smoked meat a sausage, and that, and slice that up, or some Kransky or some cabana or something like that. Whatever, you know, nice in there. Maybe a few, you know, the mini spring onions and all that sort of thing. Put them into a bowl. Sit back there, your favorite movie, a fucking good a wheaty or barley beer, and then knock that back. Have that for your munchies and all that sort of thing. Do not dunch oven your missus afterwards. It will lead to a divorce. It's rank.
Well, I turned around before I learned the sugar trick on chili. It was like chili. Everybody had to eat the chili.
Yeah, I throw a couple of teaspoons of white refined sugar in with the chili. It takes all the heat out of it and stops you farting like crazy.
Right. Because the next few days, we had to make sure the temperature was going to be okay the next day because, you know, the house was going to stink up because everybody's eating the chili.
What's up, guys?
Hey, nice talking. How you doing?
Nice Tucker.
Hey,
Not much.
Tucker.
How are you guys?
Doing good, good.
Kicking ass. Taking names.
Same as always, getting drunk and getting stoned.
I'm already there.
Cool. See you, you may be a day behind me, but you're way in front of me.
Exactly.
Well, Wizard, Jack, Canoes, Light Stock, everybody, I have to get to bed early because I have to get up at 7:30 tomorrow morning. So
you're all good there yourself? You okay?
Yep. I just have a neurologist appointment. So.
All right. Yeah. No worries. Okay. As long as it's not some urgent fucking dramas and shit like that.
Right. Good night, guys. I love you all.
But drink
one. Sometimes I find myself in trouble.
And sometimes the other way.
Them cucumbers, and that. Hey, look, the Islamic imams have been warning us about this.
Oh, I saw this one that said, I can't pull it up. It said, it said something about you. It said something about
vegetables. And the man's got to chop up the vegetables and that to remove the temptation from the woman. That's a true fatwa. It was passed by the Grand Council of fucking of the
Grand Mufti.
The 5 Grand Muftis that control the Kaaba, and that in Mecca, the complex in Mecca around the Kaaba, and that the little fucking meteorite that they all danced around, which got the solid silver vagina shaped around it. Yeah, the 5 guys that are in charge of that that have approved that fatwa. So yeah, you got to chop up your veggies and that, so you also don't get tempted to stick a carrot somewhere where they shouldn't.
No, Huckleberry, I've never had
a little. You're a lot smaller than the carrot or the cucumber or whatever. Yeah, you got to chop it up to your size. That's the fact. What a fucked idea.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of like, it's just kind of weird. I was just thinking, it was like, there's a man that can't take care of his woman properly. So,
she gets to turn to the cucumber.
Yeah. Oh man.
If you don't treat me well, my refrigerator will.
Right. Deep freeze fucking option, eh?
Right. No shit.
You may not eat my cooking, but my food won't go to waste.
Right.
Hey, grab the carrot. I'm going to start you off nice and slow.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, hey.
We're getting censored. We've done bad. Oh, no. What are those fruits called? I know they grow in Crete, but it's a type of melon marrow or whatever. Every now and again, one grows like a dick in a ball sack.
So we call those hanging nuts. Nuts.
There's a variety of heirloom peppers. They're called Peter's pickled pepper or something. It's something Peter. And, they're shaped like a.
They're native to Crete, and that there was somebody in Sydney and that who added their front yard to their garden because they're doing good and all their backyard and all that sort of thing. This old Crete, and they had these things hanging up there, and one came down in the perfect phallus with nutsack. The whole bag of fruit, fucking.
Hey, Crominion.
And the media were outside and all that sort of thing, and they got harassed the shit out of it because all the ultra Puritan fucking Christians went out there and said, "Oh, that's horrible! You can't do that." Oh, there's a fucking vegetable growing. Why harass somebody for it? I'm a Christian. I've grown some. I'm not going to show you some. I show you a few of my early carrots, didn't I?
That was awesome. You should see the comments.
No, they're all, the best option of the lot is, I think, here for my carrots is to do like what Homer did and get some plutonium or something and stick it in the ground with it and make it radioactive or something like that, because they're all deformed. They look like ginseng fucking bits and pieces. This is supposed to be a nice long carrot. They're all dwarf fucking things out with 2 legs and that, and little bits sticking out the front.
The JS is like, what the fuck?
We shall approve this one on the hour, upon the hour. There, thank you, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan.
Crominion said, "Yep, I don't like sweet pickles." Buffalo Bill says, "Giant Polish dills."
Rock on.
I'm going to scroll back for some of this.
In the house.
Cromie, I don't like pickles. Giant Polish dills.
I like deep fried dill pickles. Batter them up and throw them in the fryer. Mm-mm.
That's what she said.
Yeah. That's really good.
Now, Mr. Pastrami, if you throw, instead of water into your when you're making your batter, you throw vodka, and that you get a much because the alcohol expansion rate is far, far, far higher than water, you get a much crispier batter.
Usually we use soda water.
That's about 50-50, about halfway.
Yeah.
Alcohol's expansion rate's one of the greatest out there. Everything else after that's toxic as fuck, so I don't suggest it. You know, you can use petroleum ether if you want, but fucking, your fucking butter will be the crispiest on the fucking planet, man.
Oh, hey, at least we know their mouth will catch fire.
Right. No, but they I'm definitely can you use like straight bourbon whiskey for that?
Bet you it would taste better.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Like a bourbon wigs.
You're throwing 40% alcohol into the fucking batter. I don't think it'll matter, and that you're just going to impart the taste. If you want wine taste, you could throw fucking what's that Midori, that melon liqueur in.
Well, I was thinking like onion rings, you know, because
something weird in the formula that's going to stop it from drying out or evaporating and all that thing, and leave it slightly liquid so it fucks everything up.
Well, you can use beer. Like you can do beer batter.
I do the beer batter.
I do beer batter here, but my beer here is 9%, so it's a little bit better than the. I can't say this anyway without Southern American beer. I'm going to get fucking crucified if you don't know what I say. I'm going to shut up.
No, I don't. Yeah, I like the beer battered fish and the beer battered onion rings. Oh my god! And that's what I was thinking. I was thinking bourbon whiskey would probably taste really good if we put alcohol in that. That would probably twist it up like we talked about. Yeah.
Herman, you just said
that in batter.
Huck feels like a girl who accidentally wandered into the boys' locker room.
He's all embarrassed.
Then he said, Huck said, there might be lady lurkers. And he's like, sorry, Huck.
Yeah, and they keep on saying, recommending bloody Foster's to you as a bloody good Australian beer, and it hasn't been since the Brits bought it in the early 70s and that, and they stopped using fresh Tasmanian grown bloody hops and started using dried Pakistani hops. It ain't been the same. It's swill. Seriously.
Yeah, I tell you what, I got back to the States. I didn't even want to drink
swill. Beer. It's goat swill, guys.
Yeah, goat swill.
I'm sorry, goat. Goats are disgusting.
No, well, the goats will drink it. Goats love it.
Yeah. Okay. So the 4 goats that I had, they were eating my dog food. So I purposely got like goat dog food, and they ate that too.
Yep.
Like they'll eat themselves.
Now, how was your lawn?
The lawn was awful.
All right, but they didn't eat it down to bare dirt.
No, they ate it down to bare dirt.
Seriously? You weren't feeding
them? They weren't mine.
They'll leave the grass alone, and they'll eat all the weeds. They don't eat down to the thing like sheep do.
They were not my goats. I was not responsible for them.
All right.
My ex's dad just dropped them off one day. Said, "Here, take care of these things." We were like, "No, we don't have time."
Ah, man, goats are you don't know nothing about them.
I don't like them though. They're like after eating my dog food. He used them as meat goat. So.
Hey, look. You know how to make your own curry?
How?
Well, learn how to do that, and then the goats are just part of the equation.
So what did you do with the goats?
He ate them. I'm pretty sure. But they were disgusting. Like ugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I started naming them after the hose of the town.
This is what I'm trying to teach Tracy. What we want is the half-size goats, not the full-size goats. Oh yeah. They're big enough to milk, grow the things. Any of them, we borrow a male goat. Doesn't matter what type, and all that sort of thing. And that put them over the top of that. All the babies are coming out. Eat the males after about 3 or 4 months before they start growing testosterone and getting a thing, because goats have a smell, an odor about them. Male goats, especially. They stink.
That was the worst part.
Yeah, they stink. All right. So you kill them while they're young. You turn them into lamb, and they're tasty as fuck. Tracy's first meal in Australia that I cooked for her was goat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I went out chasing kangaroo and that, and I came up with a blank. Believe it or not, I was in a fucking kangaroo city. I came up with a blank. The fucking one day I wanted to get a nice young male kangaroo. Not one of these things. They're all got fucking babies sticking out of their fucking pouches. So
this is funny.
Yeah. That's a true story. Yeah, I asked her, and she's probably sticking in the background of that because she's angry at me and not talking to me at the moment.
Who?
Tracy. She's in Oregon.
Oh, okay.
So
Huck said. Oh, I gotta read this. Huck said, "Didn't know the ladies talk like we are in the locker room, Crow." Crowman goes, "Yes, I have a sister, so I heard her and her friends back in the day." I want to know why he was in the locker room with his sister.
Hey, look, I've had barbecues at my place back in the days when I was married, and the girls were all in the living room talking about vibrators and orgasms, and the blokes were all out the back fucking talking chainsaws. True. I was the host, so I'm going backwards and forwards. I'm hearing little snippets here and that, and I'm hearing little snippets there, and I'm cooking in the kitchen, and I've got shish kebabs on the fucking grill, and I'm running backwards and forwards, getting drinks and all that sort of thing. And the girls and that, they'd all shut up when I come in and that, but I'd hear them on the way in until they realised I was coming, and then they shut up. So they were talking about orgasms, vibrators, and some shop in somewhere that was selling lingerie. And the blokes were all talking steel chainsaws and fucking V8s. And the boxing match, I think it was, or Del Rio versus fucking somebody. I forget when it was. That was my home barbecue, all my friends around and all that sort of thing. True experience. So, yeah. And my missus was the one who was fucking talking lingerie.
You're right. Now I've heard some pretty. I was like, holy shit. I've heard some of it.
I just got some place in it, and like net. They're sort of just like a long extended singlet or a tank top and all that sort of thing, but they're actually mesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm partial to them. I make no bones about it.
Right.
A little bit of lure, but you can get the general outline fucking rather well and all that sort of stuff and that. But it's got that little bit of a lure there because it's there.
Yeah.
Whatever the girlie cares for, and then I'm not picky.
Oh man.
So and my missus knew that. And made it public with all the girlfriends, apparently. So, like, why not think? Because it's all been blogged about now.
Oh shit! Sanders just came out and he was defending Castro policy. Sanders defends Castro's policy.
All right.
Cuba's communist nightmare. Unfair to call it all bad. What the hell?
Here's a Castro policy. If you had HIV, they took you away and they took you into an enclosed prison that was guarded by fucking barbed wire and machine guns. If you were an advanced case with no hope of a thing, they took you away and they shot you. If you had a chance of getting in there with the new experimental drugs, and Cuba volunteered to be the French pharmaceutical company's fucking test trial fucking site because they got them for nothing. And they threw the fucking drugs out and all that sort of stuff. Nothing actually works, and the side effects have made the people fucking horribly fucking sick and all the rest of it. They actually ended up with the lowest survivability rate amongst HIV in the early days of the HIV, you know, the supposed advanced nations, which unfortunately the UN keeps on voting Cuba into it as an advanced nation. Because they've got strategic bombers and they've got fucking mid-range ballistic missiles. That qualifies you as a semi-advanced nation. Here comes JSUK. We've got to let this guy in.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, man. I just kicked him out.
Marianne Williamson just backed Bernie Sanders. Like, I don't know
He
what.
must be paying people to back him. Danny DeVito backs Bernie Sanders.
Really?
Yeah, and Dick Van Dyke has come out, and Danny
Yeah, I
DeVito
saw
has come
that.
out with videos. He must be
I
paying
saw Clint
people.
Eastwood come out against Trump for Bloomberg.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell is that?
That's it. I've given up on Hollywood. Fuck it.
Yeah, they're all screwed. They're all
a cult. They must be a cult. Well, we know they're a cult, but they must be more of a cult than we thought.
Clint Eastwood? Seriously?
Yeah, I know, right?
Seriously, there's got to be like, thank God, fucking John Wayne's fucking dead. And he'd have a fucking stroke and die. Clint Eastwood.
He should be stripped of his dirty, hairy status.
Dirty Mary now.
Guns, right?
And Dirty Harry's just turned into Dirty Mary over fucking night. Oh, I'm so fucking shattered.
Right.
Seriously, Clint Eastwood.
That was a Peter Fonda movie. Dirty Mary.
Oh, that's right, too. It was too. Peter Fonda.
My dad really likes Clint Eastwood, and my mum really liked him, and they got all the box sets and all the films and giving him a ton of money. And the studios a ton of money.
Right.
Danny DeVito was my childhood.
Look at my VHS library out the back. John Wayne and Clint Eastwood.
Yeah. But at least they're not as famous as they once were. If they'd have said this stuff when they were still making those classic films, it would have been a lot worse.
Right.
I couldn't believe it when I saw that Danny DeVito video. And back in Bernie Sanders. Yeah.
Can you imagine John Ford fucking reacting to Clint Eastwood coming out, fucking all this sort of thing? He'd big slap him fucking like fucking crazy. If he fucking was roughing on him on the fucking set back then, he'd fucking come out and big slap the fucking.
Right.
They don't even think, oh, you release one, then I'll release one a few months later. No, they all do it on the same day. Or the same 2 days.
Right.
Because they're stupid. It's like, okay, all these celebrities are coming out in support of Bernie. In everybody else's head, in a week, the news cycle moves on.
Hey, 5 or 6 years ago, I saw Clint Eastwood give a speech at a Republican fundraiser for Romney.
The convention, the empty chair speech.
Yeah, the empty chair speech. Man, it moved me. It moved me. He was going to vote for that fucking globalist fucking Romney and that. He's not backing Trump. And he's actually speaking out against fucking Trump.
I know. What a
14-inch big black fucking dong straight up fucking his ass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Big disappointment, man.
Whether it is or not, he's cucked.
Yeah.
He's a cuckold to the fucking left and the haters who won't believe truth or facts or anything like that. And it's such a shock, especially after the empty chair speech, as you put it.
Yeah.
It might be somebody has some dirt on him and told him he needed to change his views publicly, otherwise he boxed him.
For the first few weeks after he actually did that, I was hoping he was going to run for an office. I was hoping he was going to fucking run for, join the GOP and do something fucking serious. Because that man, that speech there, that was.
Well, you know what's basically happening with these actors and stuff? They're the propaganda arm of what would be a socialist government.
Big time. Oh, well, the same thing in that with. Look back at the Soviet Revolution. All the big players and that, because opera has always been big in Russia and that, and all the performing arts, and it was always sponsored by the Tsar and all that sort of stuff. They all came out on the leftist side and supported fucking Trotsky and fucking Lenin and all that sort of thing. And then Lenin fucking poisoned fucking Trotsky poisoned Lenin. And then he was pushing for now, let's take over the world and all that sort of thing. And Stalin said, no, let's slowly catchy monkey. Trotsky wouldn't fucking listen to that, so he got banished to fucking Mexico and that. And then still wouldn't shut up. He wanted to invade America and all that sort of thing. And Stalin said, no, we're not ready for this yet. Sent Vieira over there and his henchmen and that, and they fucking murdered him. So this is socialism. Back end deals, fucking sleight of hand, fucking murder, assassination, all the rest of it. Who wants any part of it? None of us have ever been any decent. Lenin went out there, and Trotsky included, bring us all the gays, flood the fucking, if you're feeling persecuted over there, get them over there. And 1933 comes along, Stalin fucking turned around and made homosexuality illegal. State crime. Now, the ones that were useful for the states, including the guy who wrote the Soviet national anthem, and that had minders, and they were allowed to exist in the thing and that and all that sort of thing, but they weren't allowed to hook up, they weren't allowed to do this and that, and they were watched and fucking all this sort of thing, and they were controlled. Same with the scientists and rest of the intelligentsia that had a bit of a fucking gay bent. Rightio? You could be the biggest fucking pedophile, though, and that was all okay. Half the fucking Soviet fucking Politburo were fucking child molesters. It wasn't until fucking Khrushchev came in and they killed that fucking process. Look at the purge under Khrushchev. They were all fucking rocky. And then all of a sudden in that 2004, this lady called Masha Noyizhikoya from Kazakhstan. She was his nanny. Came out and on a deathbed fucking thing and said he was molested by fucking somebody, and that's why I hated pedophiles so much. He was molested when he was a kid. And then we covered it up because I had to help seal his backside was bleeding, and that so anyway, he had a hatred of him and that, and fucking and stopped a lot of that and all that sort of thing. And sex criminals and the world's greatest fucking serial killer was in the Soviet Union. Killed someone like 590. Got away with years, and that wasn't until the change of regime because they prefer to cover it all up. This is what left is about. They don't want to admit there's a flaw in the state. They can't do this and all that sort of stuff. So he's not 100. Fuck. He's not 100, is he?
I think he's close. Yeah.
He's getting up there.
I thought he was only about. I thought he was 20 years older than me, so that made him 83. I think he's 90. Oh, I may be wrong. Someone made a comment one day, and they said, "Yeah, you're 20 years younger than Clint Eastwood," whatever that meant. So. Yeah, Buffalo Bill. Yeah, McCarthy was right all along. Who'd have thunk it? Hey, Gorbachev's last speech to the Politburo said, brothers, comrades, do not be outwardly concerned about all you hear about glasnost and perestroika. This is for outward consumption only. Our ideology has been successfully migrated into the West through their education and their media. Our ideology shall remain rule supreme, without a shot being fired, not through love of communism, but through love of Mother Earth.
Yep. And I know that because they're now teaching 5-year-olds to report hate crimes in primary school against LGBT people. That's what my profile picture is.
So that's, if you look up The Naked Communist, the 45 Rules to Change the West, or the 45 Ways to Change the West, however, Wiki has altered it and limited and all that sort of thing because they've gone left it and covering it up. But there is a reference to the 45 Rules to Change the West. But if you look up The Naked Communist, he was an undercover FBI agent inside the Communist Party of the USA. He was there for 7 years, and he gave the stuff. A lady senator in 1962 read it before Congress because the Dems fought against it for release and all that sort of thing. A Republican lady senator got it released and read in 1962 in its entirety. And then everybody and the mainstream media has been shutting it up and hushing it up ever since. Better read it. It's still out there.
It's like the people way back when that were just shouting, Enoch Powell, you're a racist, Enoch Powell, and he got dragged through the media. And then, like, Tommy Robinson's like this generation's one. But you go back and you watch some of the interviews and it's spot on with everything. Like, the second result down on YouTube, it's like a prediction of where we are right now.
Right.
JSUK, can you put a link in from where you are?
What to?
To what you were saying.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Thank you very much.
Here's something else too. Sotomayor issues a blistering dissent. Says Republican appointed justices have bias towards Trump administration. Who's this bitch saying they're talking about bias about anything, man?
Justice Sotomayor. To be honest with you, there's another Sotomayor. He's a black guy and that fucking got a YouTube channel and fucking rants off and gets fucking banned on a regular basis from there. Especially about how black women in America and that are falling into the welfare trap and all that sort of thing, becoming these low class individuals and all that sort of thing, stitching people up, milking the system, all that sort of thing. And there's now 3 and 4 generations of this happening, and you say no wonder people are getting fed up with this gutter system, as he calls it. Tommy Sotomayor, and I don't know if it's in relation to the Supreme Court's justice and that, but the guy makes a lot of sense, but he gets banned on a regular basis.
Right. Pumpkin soup sounds gross. I'm sorry. Yeah. Like squash.
You can, if you throw nutmeg on it, it's dessert, and you can serve it cold as well, and that with a scoop of ice cream instead of cream or whatever in the front, or you can serve it with pepper and serve it hot, and that as a aperitif or a starter or whatever. So it's very versatile. You can actually do it with the mains if you throw. You get speck. You know what speck is? Similar to bacon, but it's a different part of the pig.
Okay.
A lot richer and all that sort of thing. And you fry the speck and you throw that in there, and you throw in potato croutons. You get potato, you boil them a little bit, and then you deep fry them, and then you pan fry them afterwards, and that and herbs and oil and garlic and all that sort of stuff. Throw that into the soup and all that sort of stuff. So that becomes potato soup can become a main.
I'm good with pumpkin pie. I'll take pumpkin bread. I'll even do some pumpkin
scones.
Yeah, I'll even do pumpkin. Pumpkin spice cocoa and mochas and stuff like that. But maybe even a pumpkin shake. But the soup thing just sounds gross.
Well, throw some meat and taters and other stuff in it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I like pumpkin seeds too. But
Yeah, we roasted with salt.
Yeah. I tell you what, surprisingly, the weirdest thing I think I've ever eaten was a bacon shake.
Bacon shake? Yeah, you get that. There's that. Oh, shit, we did it.
Is that a bacon milkshake?
There's a
Bacon
roadhouse
milkshake.
on Route 66 that does the bacon shake.
Yeah.
And I pulled up on my fucking Russian Soviet period fucking Nipa T10 with sidecar. Yeah, true. And everybody came out of the fucking. I couldn't import it direct to Australia, so I import it through Canada, and then I wrote it down, and I had to go down and see some friends, as you do.
But it was good as hell. It was good. I was surprised. I had to try it. It's bacon, for God's sake.
Yeah,
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah. So the secret, I think, is they throw a shitload of lemon. Hey, don't leave it 15 minutes because it'll all curdle the shit house. The cream of the milk and the ice cream and the bacon together for a little while, but it plays hell on your guts afterwards, eh?
Yeah, that does.
Start to separate.
Right. But yeah, because I love everything bacon. I love everything bacon. I don't know. Bacon's good on everything, and I was like, I gotta try it.
I was just following American bloke I knew. When I first met him, he was secretary of the San Bernardino chapter of the Hells Angels. He was also their lawyer.
Yeah.
A few years later, he married a girl from my old hometown. Long story. Coonabarabra in Outback, New South Wales. He ended up becoming the commissioner of the New South Wales Legal Commission.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Steve Marks. And I loved the guy. Fucking champion bloke. Problem is, one fault, couldn't keep it in his pants. So, but he was just one of those classic good-looking blokes. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? And girlies would leave him astray. And he would grab his missus' arm and say, "Let's go, darling." Oh no, I want to say, "No, let's go, darling." She didn't get what was going on.
Right. You know, yeah, you're about to get the...
Let's go. And, oh, let's stay and have a few more drinks. Oh no!
Hey guys, I want to ask you a question. Yummy the other night, remember she came in?
Yeah.
She says I look like Negan. Do I look like Negan?
Who's Negan?
From Walking Dead.
What's Walking Dead?
It's a zombie movie series.
Zombie series. Yeah.
No. See, those sort of things I read in books, and my own imagination is fucking bad enough, let alone watching it on fucking, 44 fucking cubic inch fucking high definition TV. Fuck that.
She thinks I look like Negan, and I was like, I never had anybody say that.
I couldn't tell you. I've watched like maybe 3 seasons of that, but I haven't gotten to where he comes into the show. So I couldn't tell you.
I think it's like 7 where he comes in.
Mary Shelley and a quarter ounce of hash, and quite a fucking substantial amount of fucking homebrew fucking alcohol. That's enough. That's enough. Mary Shelley, the original Frankenstein, fucking hashish and fucking alcohol.
Right.
4 o'clock in the morning, you're still trying to get the fucking sleep, and you put the book down 6 hours ago.
Right.
Your own imagination, because of the hashish and the alcohol, it's fucking all fired up, and you're fucking every noise outside. I live in the bush, so emus wandered down my thing. Kangaroos bouncing on the centre strand, and you actually hear them because there's no background thing. Either that, or you hear this boom, boom. It's a train off in the distance. It's hitting and you're feeling the subsonics sort of coming through. But your natural reaction is to stiffen up to it and all that sort of stuff. Because to me, sounds like more to base plates, to be honest with you. So I'm thinking, oh shit, here we go. But yeah, no, it's a train fucking maybe 5 mile away and it's just hitting a rough thing and that, and then hitting another one, and every consecutive carriage, and then after a while you realise, train, it's all good, so you relax. For that first 10 seconds, yeah, you're stiffing right up, ready. Which way am I going to run?
Right.
All right, bug out bags over there, rifles fucking over there, fucking this is at there, the big fucking pack's out down in the shed. Do I take the fucking car or do I just fucking cut across this fucking scrub?
Right.
10 seconds, but you fucking think a shitload of stuff and that when you wake
That
up.
book scared the shit out of you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. I've never had a book scare me like that. No.
Well, any of that sort of stuff, that's enough to set you off. Okay, who wants to get into fucking zombies and fucking shit that's going to crawl out? Nah, fuck that.
I know. I was sitting there the whole time. What caught me was, I had a girlfriend at the time, and she was like all into it. So we just played a marathon on the weekend, kind of stayed together, shut in kind of weekend kind of thing.
Oh, look, don't get me wrong. I've read every Stephen King and Dean R. Koontz books ever fucking published, including the Backman books.
You freak out people. Tell them to watch The Stand now.
My own imagination is worse than fucking television every fucking time. Trust
Right.
me.
You want to freak somebody out if they've never seen it, never read it, or anything like that. The Stand.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'll freak you out.
It's a 3-4 hour video available on YouTube if you look hard for it. 4 hour fucking hits, 3 of them. It's a 12-hour fucking video. Scare the shit out of anybody if you like to get your ass puckering.
Mm-hmm.
And so especially if you're a believer out there, this will tell you. It shows you the difference between good and evil straight out.
Yeah.
Evil is self-destructive.
Yeah. All these Satanists think they're going to live. They're not going to live. Satan's going to come along and have their booty for breakfast when they're finished.
Yeah.
So many of them don't want to live. But they're just waiting to make a name for themselves on the way out.
Yeah. That's what
Yeah, that's the liberal mentality. I won't self-improve myself. I won't do anything. I'll blame the world. I don't want to live, blah, blah, blah. Then that's empowered by Bernie and people, idiots like that cash in on it. We will take on the 1%. It's all their fault. It's all Trump's fault. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm sick of that dickhead.
I actually prefer the book, but I enjoy the movie. My own imagination. Look, I was a soldier for a long time, and I've seen a shitload. So my own imagination's much more graphic than any movie can ever make it. So a few drinks, a few smokes, a graphic book like The Stand and all that sort of thing, especially when they're cleaning up the town of Oregon and all the bods out of the place. I know exactly what that smells like and all that sort of thing. So your imagination can do far more than the movie.
Yeah.
If you've never experienced that, I highly recommend the movie. I enjoyed that too. Watching it again and all that sort of thing was a total different experience, and it's very different from the book. Very different.
The movie is a lot different than the book. Yeah.
From the book, and it's got a couple of little twists in there that I would have liked to seen in the book. And I was sort of thinking, because then the imagination could have fucking taken hold, but now I've got that visual fixed in my head. Very hard to redo that.
Right.
Yeah, it is. Now, once you get a visual fixed in there, it's like the Titanic.
Well, I saw the movie first, and then I read the book because I was like, wow, okay.
So I go out of my way to do the books first and all that sort of thing. And it was only the last couple of years I've actually seen Rambo the movie, but James Merrill, I've got all of his books here, and they're all tattered as fuck.
Right.
And that, so read multiple times and all that sort of thing, treated like shit and all that sort of stuff.
I did it a couple times where I read the book first and then watched the movie, and I was so disappointed in the movie. Each and every time I did it, I stopped doing it that way. I watched the movie and then I'll read the book.
No. I because you get so much enjoyment out of your own imagination, not knowing.
Oh yeah.
Because the movie, even if the movie's a disappointment, and that you've had your own imagination playing on it, and you've got the best out of it.
Yeah, Ayn Rand books were so much better than the movies they made out of them. But
notice I played an Ayn Rand video, an interview from I think it was about 1971. Interview on that on Collected with me here earlier. So I'll post
all the entertainers are coming out in support of Bernie Sanders or Michael Bloomberg. Danny DeVito came out in support of Bernie.
Who is John Galt? I now understand who is John Galt.
That's what I'm saying. That conversation.
I am deficient in TVs, movies, and all that sort of stuff. Give me a book.
Yeah, that guy that created that magnetic engine over there. That's why I asked if you heard anything about that. And
Yeah. I've got a copy of the blueprints here and all the wiring diagrams, all the rest of it. Thousands of Aussies do.
The books are always better.
I'm going to disappear one day and I can't explain it. Make sure this fucking lives in perpetuity. You put it up, you put it out. Anybody you could write to a PO box and get hard copies printed out and all that sort of thing. Come back. It's like a 1/4 inch thick of A4 printouts and that, and a yellow envelope and all that sort of thing. I got both things. I got the digital download and that through.
oh no shit! You actually got the plans for the machine?
Yeah, thousands of us do. Yeah, all of us.
Well, damn. Yeah.
I know, but they're going after anybody who actually builds one and that and fucking puts it online.
Well, yeah. The idea is you build it and then use it. You know.
Yeah, and keep your mouth shut and don't put it online because they'll fucking come after you and you have a horrible fucking accident.
Yeah. Well, I've seen it happen in the hydrogen creation industry. Stanley Meyer, they killed him. Yeah. He died of poisoning.
Hey, a guy just recently, and that he got a copy of the plans out there and that, and published it on YouTube and all that sort of thing. This that thing, 7-part series and all that sort of thing. Now all gone off, totally deleted off YouTube, and that. But the truck driver swears a body fell off the overpass in front of his fucking truck, bounced about fucking half a foot. And then he ran over him. It was too late to fucking move. That was the trucker's disposition of death by misadventure.
Right. Wow. Well, you got it.
JSUK.
Yeah, I misclicked on something.
You hit the red button. Don't hit the red button.
Oh shit, we got somebody in private chat there. What's going on here?
That was just me. That's the video you wanted before.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm just going to bring that up.
1979 interview with Enoch Powell where he said everything that's come true.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Is that...
He was a politician over here, and he got attacked and dragged through the media for what he was saying. He was like very anti-immigration before the immigration started.
Oh, wow. You want to play that?
It's up to Jack or somebody. I don't have any audio. I'm using headphones.
Jack, you're muted. Or is that on purpose or?
Sorry, I'm just sorting this out. I'm going to play this live stream through here, if that's okay.
Yeah, if you want me to do it, I'll do it.
Yeah. I'll share screen here and all that sort of thing. Share audio, Chrome tab.
But there's a ton of good interviews from him.
Yep, I agree. No, the guy didn't give a shit about his personal advantages in life. He wanted the truth to get out.
What's meant by voluntary? I know at first blush Voluntary and compulsory seem to be perfectly straightforward, simple expressions opposite the one to the other. But let me just ask one question. Suppose it were decided that those who had dependents still abroad could not claim tax relief on their behalf. Now, no doubt, that change, an administrative change which will bring our tax law into line with that of many other countries, will greatly stimulate the propensity to accept assistance with repatriation. Now, I see. So you regard that as voluntary?
Persuasion.
I see. So that's voluntary. You class that as voluntary?
Persuasion or intimidation.
Well, you tell me. I want to know what you mean by voluntary. And I've given you an example of a government policy which would undoubtedly increase the propensity to accept assisted repatriation. Now, is that to be classed as voluntary repatriation?
No, I would term that as an inducement to accept.
And you regard that as voluntary. Yes. You ask me whether I have in mind voluntary or compulsory. And therefore I must know what it is that you regard as voluntary. Now I want you to tell me whether that would be voluntary repatriation.
No, I would think that would be intimidation.
Oh, I see. So any policy.
And he took on all the interviewers like this as well.
Before those who are here to remain here is, in your opinion, compulsory repatriation.
Well, what is your motivation for bringing in such legislation? Why are you suggesting that that should happen?
I'm suggesting it because if it is public policy that in order to avert evils which threaten all, including the immigrants, the prospective future size of the immigrant population shall be reduced, then the government would, in such matters as taxation, naturally and logically behave not on the assumption that this is a population permanently domiciled here, but that it is a population only temporarily domiciled here. And I gave you an example of it.
Yeah, he was trying to stop the immigration before it all came in.
About voluntary and compulsory, as though they were alternatives, monolithic alternatives, is nonsense.
Can I then ask you why anyone...
You've gone off there.
Well, if you wish to continue with the discussion,
yes, I see.
How would you define compulsory? You see,
well,
I'm wondering.
Compulsory in the sense in which this term is used, I'm sure that the sense which it conveys.
See how the interviewer won't let it go. Like compulsory repatriation is mad.
And deported, like a person being taken on board Majesty's ships of war at the end of the 18th century.
So where would you draw the line, Mr. Powell?
I draw it short of that.
How far short?
But we have to remember that on the other side, there is the alternative. We have to remember that we are making a choice of necessities. A choice, if you like, of evils, though to return to one's own country does not, to most people, though it may to some, appear to be an evil. But on the other side, there is a certain evil, and that is an evil as fearful for the immigrant population as it is for and that is bound to influence one's view of the public policy, which is justified as a means of increasing the readiness of the population to take advantage of what is offered.
But if they will not go back, quote, voluntarily, unquote, how are you going to induce them to go back,
I want to know, yes, well, I want to see what will be the consequences over 5 or 10 years of a series of public policies such as I outlined in my speech.
What a gradually increasing inducement, intimidation.
I don't think it's intimidation to tell a man that he doesn't get tax relief for dependents not in this country.
You're talking about moving 1 million people over 5 years, Mr.
Yes,
Powell. That's 200,000 a year.
Nothing.
Do you seriously think that voluntary repatriation is going to make 200,000 people a year leave this country?
It seems to me perfectly possible.
Do you seriously think that £1,000 is going to induce an immigrant?
£1,000 per head?
Yes, is going to.
That's 5,000 for a man of like 3.
That is going to induce a man to leave his home, the home that he's brought in this country.
Yes, I know.
The home in which he has lived for 15 years.
I know very many such cases. You're confident of that? I don't know how many, but we
You
have
got
no
to listen
means
to
of
when he
knowing.
said there's an
Because
evil
remember,
on the other side.
for the last
And he
25
was
years,
trying
the
to,
whole atmosphere, all the pressure of
and then it happened anyway.
all the pressure of
But there's a
government
ton of
has
other
been to
interviews
say,
with him.
this is
that are better than
They
these.
don't go. What if 200,000 people every year don't go to keep up to your schedule? I will wait and see. I will wait and see. I'm not prepared.
I mean, you must have thought it through, Mr. Powell.
Are you saying that a nation should not engage in a war, a defensive war, or that a general should not commit his troops to battle unless he has decided in advance what he is going to do or they're going to do if they're defeated?
He would be a poor strategist if he hadn't. He might be quite a good tactician.
And then they deflect away when he doesn't answer. That's like Nigel Farage.
Initiates a policy upon the
They try and
basis
put words in
of
his mouth.
deciding in advance.
How many times
what
has
one
this
will do if
interviewer
in
put words in his mouth?
To where would you repatriate those
Yeah, I'm watching.
immigrants who were born here?
To where they wanted to go. In most cases, they are the citizens of their countries of origin, or they're born in this country.
40% of the total immigrant population, I think, were born in this country.
Yes,
You would
and a
send
high
them to-
proportion of those are citizens of their countries of origin, under the laws of their countries of origin. So I'm dealing with the question of a legal difficulty in that there isn't a legal home any longer.
Now, you describe it as their home.
Yes,
in your
well, of course
script.
it is.
They've never seen it, of course.
Well, an Englishman born to missionaries in China is still an Englishman.
We're not talking about those numbers. We're talking about a lot of people, Mr. Powell.
Quite so, but we are talking about them individually. Yes. Now, let's go back to my Englishman, the second generation, born of missionaries in China. His home is England. He's always thought it's his home. No one would doubt that it was his home. His home certainly isn't China, unless indeed he has opted out of his citizenship and opted out of his attachment.
Now, how would you deprive these people born here of their British citizenship? Their British
I don't know what you mean by British citizenship.
Well, they believe that they're British, you see, and they're born here, and therefore they would argue that this is their home.
Well, they don't argue that this is their home. The majority of them regard India or Jamaica or wherever it may be as their home. It is simply unrealistic to pretend that these people born here in increasingly massive numbers regard this country as their home. Because they are born in this territory, our law, which has a feudal basis, treats them, as it were, as the product of the soil and appropriates them. They are born within the dominion. But in the eyes of the law of their own countries, they are citizens of the countries of ours.
They hold a passport, Mr. Powell, which says
And they
British
send
subject and
money
citizen of the
back
United
to
Kingdom
those
and
countries to
also
support
have a right
family
to
at
hold
a huge rate.
of their countries
Yeah,
of origin.
instead of
$6
as a
billion
No, it
US
depends
dollars
which
a month
passport
through
they're
Western Union
They
alone
British passport.
to
They
Mexico
are
and South
entitled to
America.
a British passport.
A
But I
month.
do wish you would
It
cease
was
to be so
9 billion
inhuman
during
as to treat
Obama.
this as a matter of a travel document which a person holds, and pay attention to the humane and deep meaning of the concept of home. And what I have to tell you is that for these people, it is insulting to tell them that this country is their home. It is as insulting as it would be to tell an Englishman born of English parents.
Look at the
in India
Pakistani
that
rape
therefore
gangs.
India
We
and not
spit on
England
your
is his home.
country and your laws.
Yeah. There's a lot more great quotes from him, though.
Education. For more than 8 years, I've been selling my own
All right, excuse me.
ranges of products.
Right, you gotta get the other screen real quick. Yeah, hello.
Yeah. The ad was following on. I'm trying to hit the cross and shut up.
When you share the screen like that and you provide for the sound to work with it, it echoes from time to time pretty badly.
Right.
Yeah. I just
All
want
right,
to let you know that.
I'll send you the link and you can play it from your end. How's that?
No. Just on the screen where I think if you mute the original screen,
Yeah.
I think it'll keep the sound going through. But I mean, I was just wondering about that because I noticed an echo from time to time. It wasn't all the time. It was just occasionally.
I've got a microphone down here on the desk connected up to headphones. I've got the headphones actually turned off and using the speakers.
Right.
There's 2 plugs on the end of this. Only the microphone's plugged in. So I don't get a conflict with those. But yeah, sometimes I get a bit of sound bleed over from the speakers up here. So that's down there amongst my junk. And the speakers are up there with my skull and the map home.
Right. There's your map.
Yeah, that's it. That's the way home.
Yeah.
A friend painted that for me. So I found my way back. We got a road down there. So I moved, what, about 1,600 miles? And that's from where I was down to take over this place.
Right. Wow.
So there's the map home.
But yeah, it's crazy. I mean, but you stop and think about it, that's exactly what Trump's doing right now. He's getting rid of them.
Yeah.
Deporting them.
All he wants to do is bring in merit-based immigration. What's wrong with that?
Right. You want to be a part of this country, be a part of the country.
Hang five. You're currently short of electricians and machinists, right here, lathe workers, milling machines, all that sort of stuff, because those things dropped out years ago. And they all used to be up there in an area called the Rust Belt, but they shut down. You know the story. So you're short on those. So if you can find a Norwegian guy or a German guy and all that sort of thing, his English is good and all that sort of thing, yeah, fucking bring him into the country. Right? He's going to add value. He knows his stuff and all that sort of thing, and he can speak English. Right? So it's merit-based immigration. Yeah, he's got a wife, and that her English is thing and that, but 3 months and all that sort of thing, it'll be fine. The kids, they'll fucking grow into it. Right? No worries.
Oh yeah.
Kids are adaptive in nothing else. So I look at my own and I hold them all over the fucking planet.
Yeah, the numbers of people in the MS-13 groups have been dramatically, and I mean dramatically.
Well, that's been the focus of your
ICE.
Yeah, ICE. That's it. I keep on thinking INS, but I'm an old fart, remember?
Right.
I know it's called INS, but it gets caught up in fucking brain. And because I had to go through INS myself, and that when I had my green card, and I was working at 29 Palms.
Well, now get this. I saw an article the other day that these ICE guys, they're camping out outside the jails. So when these guys get released, they're snatching them up as soon as they get released.
I fucking love it. Hey, yeah. I tell you what, allow initiative. $150 bonus for a fucking hard to get fucking case. Like this. You get the infinite drum, fucking set it all up and all that. So the $150 bonus at the end of the month when you get fucking paid, and for catching this fucking stench. And if you get 5 in the month, well, there's five times 150 fucking bucks. Yay! Bring back the bounty.
Yeah, do bounty hunts on these things. Yeah.
If you want to talk about productivity bonus, that's what a bounty is.
Yeah. Welcome to free market.
Yay!
Yeah. I think Amazon Video just released a TV show called The Purge as well.
Oh, The Purge has been it's coming out soon. It's fucking it's been out for a long time actually, and that Purge 2 is out and all that sort of thing. Amazon's releasing out that way, but the one that you're going to watch out for is called The Hunt.
The Hunt, yeah.
It's a bunch of elitist leftists fucking grab fucking Trump supporters, fucking kidnap them, fucking throw them out in the middle of the thing, and all the lefties are fucking hunting them.
Yeah, they have a TV show in Britain called Hunted, where people try and go off grid, and it's literally the same thing. They're just hunting them all down.
Yeah. And the elitist leftist fucks get to hunt them down and kill them.
Yeah. But they don't kill them in that.
Brainwashing a generation to come or what?
Right.
Yeah.
Training our kids to come over and get us.
And Big Brother, the TV show as well, glamorizing people being locked up in a house.
Like Saw.
You know what I say?
See, that's what we do to leftists. We'll just do the Saw thing to the leftists, and you know.
Yeah, we'll be miles more creative.
Right.
Just put a friggin' Donald Trump doll in front of them.
Right.
They can just say bing bong, and then they die at the end.
Hey, folks, not being rude. I'm going to have to duck off here in a little bit. And I'm just going to mute my phone call on the thing and duck off to the side. I'm going to call my girl and sort a few things out. I'm in the shit. I was a bad man today, so I've got to find out what I did wrong. So,
get some makeup, you know.
I don't mind admitting if I fucked up. I just don't have all the information at the moment. So, like,
Right.
I may have fucked up fucking majorly. I don't know. I'm quite willing to fucking wear it. I don't know if I have, but I didn't see anything wrong.
But you're like me. I just assume responsibility. Okay, what did I do?
No, you just got to be. No, you can't be flippant about it. You got to be serious. Don't
I know.
shit if you haven't done anything wrong. I just want to find out the facts. She might know more. Probably knows more than me because obviously something triggered her.
Right.
What it was. And
if everything works out,
I'll back her up then. And next time someone comes in and say, "Hey, look, did you mean it this way?" Because I'll put them on the point.
Right.
Did you mean this? And that are you shit stirring me? Because I don't get it. Right. A lot of the American snidey humour I don't get. Some of it I do, and I let it ride. Because it is snidey. It's meant to be like sarcastic fucking humour.
Well,
some of it's derogatory and all that sort of. Who gives a fuck? When it's directly, openly fucking abusive and all that sort of thing, I that's when I fucking go hard. And it's your show. It's these people's fucking show. They don't want me here. They can say so and I'll fuck off. That's all good. But you know. Oh, hang on. You're booting up something. What do you got there loading there? JSUK? You got to turn the sound on.
I just got Pac-Man. I was going to put Pac-Man on the screen while I was talking.
Pac-Man?
Yeah, the old arcade game.
Can I ask you, hey, can I ask you a favour?
Yep.
With your British accent, can you slow it down?
Do what?
With your British accent, can you slow your speech down?
Oh, yeah. I kind of forget to do that when I've just had a coffee, but I'll try.
Yeah. Pac-Man. When you say Pac-Man, and I'm trying to think, but I remember the intro screen, so yes, it's Pac-Man.
Pac-Man. Yeah.
It's 5 times slower than what you say.
He's all caffeined out. He's
Yeah. Hey, look, something. I'm not going to cast aspersions, but yeah, no, he talks fast, and I'm old and slow, so it takes me a lot longer to listen.
Right.
That's why I'm playing Pac-Man.
Cool.
You should call it Caffeine Man.
Darling,
perfect game to play.
I have slowed my accent down like you would not believe. If I talk like I talk with my mates here, and that you'd never understand me. Trust me. I speak strong, not Australian. I speak strong. SCA. A couple of apostrophes in there somewhere.
Just wherever you like.
Hey, look, it is 5:01 p.m. here. Fire in the bowl. I'm going to have one last comb with it, and then I'm going to duck off and call me true love and find out where I fucked up today.
All right.
I was reaching for the lion, but the goat fucking bellowed. Hey, don't fucking laugh. You ever seen Marines and that when the fucking flag starts going down and that, and they play that announcement? I've been at fucking...
Yeah, actually, there is a Trump 2020 PlayStation 4 group that's quite popular that people post on.
Cool. I'd rather the Pac-Man myself. Not being rude to all the Americans or Mr. Trump out there and that, but like, yeah, I'm sort of overdosed on Trump 2020. I know he's going to happen. I'm getting lousy odds from every fucking bookmaker I'm looking at. I got 99 to 1 fucking back in 2016.
Right?
Best I can get is fucking 2 to 1.
Oh, really? 2 to 1?
Yeah, 2.5 to 1. But that's to cover the tax and all that sort of thing. And the fees and it, you know. So like, I want to put $1,000 down. I want to find some fucking leftist fucking idiot bookmaker in the US, fucking Las Vegas or fucking Tahoe. They'll give me 50 to 1. And I want to rape the fucking bastard.
Right. Oh shit.
Look, when the 2016 election came around and all that sort of thing, I just had Tracy over here, and all that sort of thing. I was tight on money. I wasn't real well, and all that sort of, all I could do was put down was $100, and I posted my betting ticket, fucking plenty of times. Let me find it here. Slow computer.
Yeah, I tried promoting Censor Wars in there.
Rock on.
See, that's my gaming name, Egg Pop. That's where Egg Pop comes from.
Yeah.
I was like, hey guys, if you're sick of being censored, then nobody replied. Oh wait, I said hi, and then somebody else said hi, and then that was it.
Right.
There's 34 people in there, though.
Yeah, give it time. Somebody will.
I didn't even know they had this on PlayStation. They have a communities tab where you can make your own community for stuff. And there's a QAnon one as well.
Last minute though, they hooked me up at 99 to 1, and that but only paid me fucking 4.5 to 1.
Oh really?
Yeah, they fucking rooked me.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Uh-oh. Here's the storm. Anyway, that's me, all that sort of thing. So I've shut that down, stopped sharing, bring everybody back into normal. I'm going to mute this and duck out the side, called Tracy, and hopefully I've got a set of nuts when I'm finished. So,
all right. See you in a bit.
First Mad Max, because they figured Americans wouldn't understand the Aussie accent. I've seen it with the original soundtrack and only had trouble with a few slang items. Yeah, they called it Road Warrior over there for the first release of the edition one, I believe. And if you look in the credits, you'll see Jack Johnson as the armourer. Made some good money out of that movie. Yeah. And the third one. All right. I'm going to hit the mute and mea culpa with the girl.
All right, bud. See you in a bit.
Yeah, that's the day.
Give her our love. But yeah, this stuff is getting crazy. I'm just waiting. I'm just looking at things, and I'm seeing the kind of stuff I'm hoping for. I think.
Yeah, you want to see something kind of wild.
I want to see 2,000 attorneys removed from the DOJ.
No, this isn't, national news or anything big, but this is local. This happened about 10 miles from me earlier today. Let me throw it up here.
Oh shit!
Yeah, there's a four-story condo tower that caught fire kind of down the road from my old neighborhood the next time over where I lived for 10 years.
Did it say what happened?
I don't know anything about a cause, no. Where the camera was panned, if you to the right where that road was, if you go another 100 feet, there was Interstate 90. They had to close 90 down for about 4 hours. So it screwed traffic up in Cleveland all afternoon.
Wow.
Yeah, it's snowing here at the moment.
Is
That's
it?
what I was trying to show before. Yeah, there's snow outside.
Wow.
So I think today's just going to be a stockpiling day. Get some more tins. Because they're saying in the news that 4 people that got off that cruise ship, they have the coronavirus in the UK now.
Lovely.
Oh wow. Yeah. Well, it's gonna get everywhere. I mean, it's gonna eventually work its way around. It's about like a flu kind of thing.
So seeming as it snowed, I'm just going to go and buy a load of tins of corned beef.
Yeah, get some more corned beef, right? Right. No
It's the
shit.
best I can do with where I am.
No, I'm
We're not self-sustaining here, so.
Right. But yeah, this is. I've just been scanning everything I can about this stuff. The stuff about Bernie Sanders doesn't even faze me. This is like we know this shit about that. It's just strange that we see it on the press headlines and stuff like that now.
All right, my local AM station here, it's the biggest radio station in the state, and they do talk news and sports and stuff. Like 95% of it is conservative, but because of that one law, they have to give equal time to opposing opinions. So they have 1 hour of liberal broadcast every Sunday just to make things even. And the show was on when I came home today, and they got this. He's a convicted felon who runs the show. He's a piece of shit. And he's like, every single poll shows Bernie beating Trump. I'm like, are you serious? Are you serious?
That's bullcrap.
It's utter insanity.
There's no possible way that Bernie's gonna beat Trump. This is no
They
way.
can't even beat Mike Bloomberg.
Right. What makes them think that it's gonna be?
Ryan's taking off.
Ryan?
Christine Ryan.
You bet. Thank you for modding for us, brother. Thank you very much. Coming out and being here. Appreciate it. Dream well, Patriot. Right. Not diggity. But yeah, no, this is getting kind of interesting with that stuff. But all the rest of the news has been like unnews. It's like non-news.
Yeah, there's no news here. We had the opposition politicians on breakfast TV defending transgender rights and all that kind of stuff. That's the only thing I've seen. It seems
Right.
like at weekends they just go to absolute rubbish news while people are off work. It's like fluff news. Here's something about a dog or a cat.
Like this. Who is Martha McCullum? But Martha McCullum unlocks family mystery about her uncle who was killed in Iwo Jima 75 years ago. Okay. It's like, that's not news.
Yeah, there's a ton of celebrity news at weekends as well. I still can't believe that all the celebrities from my childhood are coming out supporting Bernie Sanders.
I
Danny
know.
DeVito, Dick Van Dyke, all on the same day, like I say. So they've obviously been told to do it, or paid, or blackmailed.
Yeah, well, they're all part of. They all got the dirt on them, dude.
Yep.
They all got the dirt on them. They have to. There's no way. They have to toe the line, or the dirt comes out from them.
Yep. So now I'm thinking about Danny DeVito and Dick Van Dyke. What were they doing?
Right? Like, what the hell's they? What kind of dirt they got on them? You know, crazy stuff, man. But I'm just trying to find something that's newsworthy. You know, it's like that's not easy to do today.
It's kind of like InfoWars when they have no news, they just talk about the same stuff.
Right. Yeah, because there's just absolutely. They're saying Italy's rushing to contain outbreak.
Oh yeah, apparently there were 2 that came off that cruise ship in Australia as well.
Right. Yeah, the Australian. I think Jack commented about it earlier. Seeing an article that the main health department person for Australia came out and said there's really no reason to go wearing masks. And then 2 hours later, they come out with the warning about the outbreak possibilities in Australia.
Somebody was pointing out as well that coach in China that they were on, the coach driver didn't have a mask on. So yeah, they definitely want it to break out. My sound go?
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just
Okay.
sorry. Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to go through these headlines and see if I can find anything that's worthy of anything to talk about. But you know, I just want to make sure. Moscow targets Chinese with raid. Raiding though.
Yeah, I'll check our media in a minute, see if there's anything going on over here.
Are you playing? You're doing good. You gotta keep Pack alive.
Well, I've been awake. Like I've had 4 hours sleep in the last day because yesterday every single thing went live, one after the other. There were the anti-child abuse campaigners, and they were talking about being censored on the street and being messed with by the police. One of them was talking about how he got arrested at a Free Tommy Robinson demo, and they strip searched a woman who was attending there as well. When they got back to the police station, they made her remove all her clothes instead of most of them. So I was really interested in that. I was listening to it this morning. And then that went on for 5 hours, and then somebody else went live.
Oh.
So I need my downtime from it all.
Right.
Race around in little go-karts.
John Voight went against Trump. The news was saying
everybody's come out against Trump. I don't think there's anybody left. Like, once Danny DeVito is for Bernie, then they weren't joking when they were cheering at that "fuck Trump" thing. I just thought that was like, yeah, they're just cheering just because, like, but I think they genuinely meant it. Now that they're all coming out and saying, I
Right.
support Bloomberg, I support. It's definitely a cult.
They have to support somebody besides Trump.
Yeah.
So you got to pick somebody, I guess. But
Yeah.
I mean, just the John Voight, he's always been an advocate for Trump.
Well, they must have dirt on him.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah,
Which, that then the conspiracy theories of you don't get into Hollywood unless you do bad stuff, it's probably true.
yeah, I was going to ask when Canose comes back, I'm going to ask him about that. I'm like, where did you see that? Oh, man. Good stuff.
Illuminati symbols. I apologize. It's not me, it's the game maker.
Well, right. I was gonna say, did you see something where John Voight was talking against Trump?
Oh no, I only said that because he's very pro-Trump, and things will be going crazy if he ever does turn.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's his only claim to fame right now. To be honest with you, he ain't got nothing else going on, does he?
No, he's done.
Yeah. So, but yeah, this is awesome. I mean, I don't know. I'm done looking. There's just nothing out there. It's like something big is going down today, guys. And I've watched it come out tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like always when you're looking, there isn't anything, and then when you stop looking, that's when something breaks.
Yeah. But if you notice, when there's a down day like this, where there's almost nothing out there in the news whatsoever, the next day, something major happened. And nobody's got the story up yet.
Apart from the ongoing coronavirus cover-up. That's about it.
Yeah.
There's a YouTube channel that compiles translated mobile videos out of China. And they make them into like half an hour or an hour long compilations. And they haven't posted today either. They post every week.
I have noticed that a couple of the things are talking about that this may be a China released situation for their own population control effort.
Well, they're rounding up people for not wearing masks and clobbering them and stuff.
Well, I mean, just think about the nature of what's going on over there, and the way they control their people is like you would take care of chickens.
Yeah.
But no, seriously. I mean, you're raising them for food. That's the way they're treating their people.
If you're good, we'll give you food. If not, you get slaughtered.
Correct. Right. As soon as we don't want you around anymore, we don't want to take care of you anymore, you're going to get slaughtered. Doesn't matter if you got a big family, little family, because that's all controlled anyway. They don't have big families over there. But they can only have one kid or two kids now.
Yeah. Like here, they've limited welfare to 2 children, but if you have more than 2 children, you can get all the European grants still.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's a ton of European grants that you're entitled to that people in Britain aren't entitled to.
So now that you guys are no longer part of the EU, can you deport these people?
I have no idea. He's trying to do skill-based immigration first, which is like Australia. If You're an unskilled person. You can't come in.
Well, I'm just saying about the people that are already there too. If they're on government assistance or something like that, okay, you're getting deported.
I don't know. I don't know what's coming.
I mean, has there been any talk about any of that other than this guy that was on the video?
Nope. Oh no, that was the guy from 1979. That was Enoch Powell.
I know.
But, he was trying for it all back then.
Right.
But I think Boris is just wanting to do a skill-based immigration system first. And then he might move on from that. I don't know. But that should stop people just coming in and immediately claiming welfare or what they're entitled to.
Yeah, I think Trump put it in immigration reform that they have to be here for 5 years before they Was that you?
No, I'm going through some news articles and there was a pop-up audio on it in Japanese. They're saying that the coronavirus situation over in Japan might cause them to cancel the 2020 Summer Olympics.
Well, they should do. It's like not banning flies. It's like, why? Coronavirus at the Olympics.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
The whole stadium just drops dead.
Right. Everybody there has to take the vaccine, the global vaccine.
As long as they don't make that mandatory, I'm fine.
Right.
Worry me about it.
Well, I'm telling you, there's some crazy shit going on. That's for sure.
And then we don't know if the vaccine's really what it says it's for. It could be rewriting your DNA. It could be life shortening because they want to depopulate quicker. It could be anything.
Right. Well, from what Jack's research has said, he's come back with, and a couple other people I've talked to, or I've watched articles on and stuff like that. A lot of this is just Asian people. And I don't know if it's just because of their extent of being exposed in China or something like that, but it appears that
genomic targeting.
Yeah.
Our media's had 4 white people in it, but I don't trust the media anyway. So they could stage that, if you get what I mean.
They would say light skinned or white if they're light skinned. Yeah.
They were just yeah, but they weren't Chinese anyway. But yeah.
Well, they even changed their names. Like you no longer hear Muhammad Abu Dhabi, right?
Sure.
Abba Dabba Doo, you know what I'm saying? You're hearing John Sullivan, or Craig Smith, And you look at the guy and he's like, that sumbitch's name is Muhammad. You know what I'm saying? How the hell he get Craig Smith in there? Yeah, no doubt. Because we had that years ago too, because they would come over here from like South Korea and Taiwan and stuff like that. And they would pick an American name. I know that for a fact because I worked with a bunch of them in the tech industry.
There's a lot of that out in Washington and Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
But every single major city,
Americanized name.
Every single major city in Britain has a Chinatown district.
Mm-hmm.
And they also have a gay district. So I don't know if these are going to be used as things for a HIV outbreak in the future, maybe. Or they can put it in the Chinatown areas and say that it was people that came from Wuhan.
They had connections with somebody in Wuhan and they met.
Yeah. because I was watching a YouTube channel when it first broke out, and he was like, "I'm in the Chinatown district in Manchester.
The Chinatown district.
They could do whatever here because it's a high population area as well."
It's echoing really bad, Bill.
Is that Bill?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was me. But yeah, so it's weird how all these places have exactly the same things, like Birmingham, Manchester, London, Cardiff, all the major cities all have a Chinatown part.
Yes,
Like,
we've got.
There's a lot of American cities that do too. Yeah, even Cleveland, we have a small. It's not a Chinatown; it's an Asian town.
And
But,
yeah.
we have it.
And in St. Louis, we got the Central West End, which is the gay area. Yeah.
See, Cleveland's a very unique international diaspora city. We have the largest Polish diaspora in the world, and Polish people outside of Poland. Huge Italian population. We have a big Jewish population, a lot of Germans, a lot of Russians, and a lot of Arabs. It's always been a culturally, unique city.
Exactly, Crow. Yeah.
But every city in England has the gay village right next to the Chinese village, which I've always thought is a bit. And they actually call it the gay village. That's what it's called in Manchester, gay village.
Really? Yeah. In New York, I think it's called the Village. Right.
So we're more politically incorrect than you are.
That's where the joke came out. Hey, the Village called. They're idiots missing. Right. But Huckleberry, Trump's pissed, not about them coming back, but that he was not informed and approved of through the Health and Human Services for the management of their return. That's why he's pissed. They did a workaround or non-notification kind of situation.
They definitely want it to break out.
Yeah, they do.
There's no two ways about that. Not banning flights and doing that.
I mean, why would you keep all those people if you clear them, you know what I'm saying, of the virus after 14 days or whatever it is?
Yeah, the carelessness that's going on, it's a little ridiculous. Did you guys see last week on the War Room with Owen Schroyer? A lady called in. Her husband works at March Air Reserve Base in California, which is where the first flights came into. It's it's like in Riverside, a little bit east of LA. And she's saying that her husband told her that there's base personnel that are like within close proximity of these people that came off that plane, and none of them are wearing face masks or wearing gloves or anything. They're all told by their officers, "Oh, it's fine. You don't have to worry about it."
Yeah, I heard that.
Really? Yeah.
I saw that, yeah.
So, hey, Bill, what's happening?
Like I said, that coach driver that was driving the people around that were infected, he didn't have a mask on.
Right. But it's got to be part of their agenda because you're hearing all these people, all these health officials coming out. Oh, there's no real reason to be worried. There's no reason to wear masks. And then the next thing you know, oh, you got infected in this area.
And all the superstores are stuck in the masks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But they don't know about the silver, though. That's what I'm trying to say, guys. You don't even have to worry about it. Take the silver. Get the colloidal silver, 3 eyedroppers in the mouth, swish it around like you would mouthwash, and then swallow the remainder. And put another eyedropper in your nose while you're laying on your back till it hits your ear tubes, and then you're good. Do that 4 times, and then every other day or every third day after that, twice a week. And it'll keep it up, and you'll never have to worry about getting the flu, a cold, or virus, bacterial infection, anything. So I'm telling you, it's just that simple. Get rid of the fear, protect yourself and the ones around you. your loved ones, your family, your friends. Tell them, get it out, get the news out there, because the rest of it's all bullshit. Okay, the silver is a very readily available resource. It's easily made. You can make it yourself. I'm going to be doing a video here after on how to make it and stuff like that, and I'll be posting that up. So yeah, it's not a big deal, and it's just like people just don't realize how simple it is, and it just takes the fear out of the situation. And if it's not this one here, this one blows over, guess what? There's going to be another one. There's going to be another flu season. There's going to be another cold season. You have to worry about these super viruses and stuff like that. Not when you got silver. Not when you know how to use it.
What scares me the most about an apocalypse scenario? All these people who can't even wake up and go to sleep without the meds.
Yeah.
They're going to flip the frick out, dude.
They will be the zombies.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, you're right, JSUK. The antibiotics are coming out of Wuhan, China. And now the factories are all shut down. All our antibiotics and yours come out of Wuhan. We don't make it anymore. We used to. And I don't know what other medications are coming out of China too, but I know that the antibiotics they were saying was all being made in China. What happened? What the hell happened?
It's like it was planned.
We pioneered it. Why aren't we making it?
Right. Because they use slave labor to do it. And that labor costs nothing when you only have to feed it.
Did you guys follow the market at all today?
No, what's going on?
Look up the 24-hour gold spot.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not looking it up because I'm just on a phone.
Yeah.
He's sleeping because I left him outside in a snowstorm. He's not happy. Because I forgot about him.
Oh shit, dude! You forgot about you left baby outside, huh?
Yeah, so he's not happy now. I think he's ready to pounce at me if I go anywhere near him today.
Right,
he's gonna sink his claws in your face. You'll be asleep and you'll sink his claws in your face, probably.
Yeah, he was literally screaming at the window when I went to get a cup of tea.
Oh,
"Wah!" Let me in.
Gold's 1864. Silver's 1875.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, Huckle, but I don't think he's in the mood to mess around today. I wouldn't be either, to be fair. If I got
they're saying the purest silver is the Canadian coins.
Yep. I'd like to get me a couple of those maple leafs.
It's 99.8% pure silver.
Yeah, with your let's see here. Hold on a second. Let me go back here.
I saw an article the other day from a gun blog. There's a company that's making .999 silver bullets for like 44 long cold or something like that as a vampire round, and it's real pretty bullet.
Right now, JM Bullion's got their 999 bars, the 99.999. At you can buy them at $19.25 a piece, and if you buy 20 or more, oh wait a minute, oh, okay, if you buy 20 or more, they're $19.74 a piece. Okay. So that's what that deal is. So they're still under. It's still a good buy. Anything under $20 is a good buy.
I saw a guy who when he set up his little silver rig, he uses those silver coins, or you can get rectangular plates also.
Well, they're
rectangular.
Good gold bar. I mean, they're bars.
Yeah. And then it collects all the impurities on one side and leaves the other side clean. You just take it out every so often and clean off whatever impurities are on it, and then put it back in the water and build
Those ain't
up
impurities.
silver.
It's not impurities. It's oxidation.
Oh, okay. Well, the crust, whatever.
Yeah. But all you really have to do is switch polarities on your electricity from time to time. Like in between batches, you switch polarities for the next batch, and you won't end up with a lot of that. But I collect it up so that I can put it into ointments.
Well, I could go to a thrift store and pick up. I could go to a thrift store where they have all the electronics crap and all that,
right,
sitting in there, because they'll have like big piles of phone chargers and everything. It's kind of like the Goodwill over here. We don't call it the Goodwill; it's the Deseret Industries, and just go over there and in the electronics place and pick up old chargers or whatever. I bet I could probably find a converter. It's not the inverter; it's the converter. Am I right?
You're talking about the did it to his cat, but you're talking about the inverter. What do you mean?
It converts from 110 to like 24
DC.
volts or whatever it is.
Yeah. Not necessarily an inverter, but a transformer.
Oh, transformer.
Yep.
A regular 2-2 train transformer, I'd probably pick up at a hobby shop.
Sure. Or you take 2 car batteries and hook them together.
Because all I'm doing is I'm converting it from AC to DC, and it would be 24 volts with 2 car batteries, exactly.
Yeah. Well, see, I got that 24 volt battery system that I'm building the box for. I'm going to build the box, put the batteries in the box, run the wire up through the floor, and then I'll have my amp meter and then my inverter, so that I know what my inverter's drawing out of the batteries, and I can get an honest level of the batteries. And then turn around and use the 24 volt from there before the inverter, run leads up so that I can put them on alligator clips to connect to my my anode and cathode silvers, and then I can use the inverter for the other stuff too. So
it would be so easy just to go get a transformer from a hobby shop and run a silver wire from the hot end and one from the ground, right straight off the transformer, and then it'd have variable voltage.
You got an old computer?
Probably.
Well, I could probably dig around in my barn. I've got probably a dozen transformers that I've scrapped from old computers. I could send you out one.
Yeah, right. So if you got a computer power supply, you can rig it to put out 24 volt by just making it's got to be a dual rail power supply, but you can make that one do 24 volt. Now it normally puts out 12 volt and 5 volt because that's what the computer boards and computer services use inside the machine. Everything's 12 volt or 5 volt, and turn around and there is a 2.5 volt kick down, but usually that's not used very often, and it's usually transformed on the board through chip manipulation. But you can take 2 of those 12 volt leads, one from each rail, connect them together, and get 24 volts anytime you want it. So yeah, that's you probably already got one somewhere. The other thing you can use if you've got an old laptop that's no good anymore, but the power brick is still good. That puts out 19.3, 4, something like that.
Yeah.
You can use that too.
You know what I'm gonna do if he's willing to do that, Canoes. I can text you my email information to Wizard, and then if you want to contact Wizard, because I can text Wizard.
Hey,
are you on Sensor Wars though?
What?
Are you on Sensor Wars?
No, I got off of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Put it in private chat here on
Yeah.
StreamYard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Then everybody else.
Only
Jack
people in here. Only people in this area can see it.
Oh, okay. Let me try that. Private chat.
On the right-hand side, you'll see the fourth icon down. It says private chat.
Well, I'm in private chat.
Okay, there you go.
But it's kind of blanket for it's for everybody that's on the screen there, so.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Take me a second here. I have fat hands.
Hey, Colonel. Like I said, Colonel, get your colloidal silver. 3 eyedroppers in the mouth, swish it around your teeth, swallow the remainder, eyedropper in each nostril, get it coated, or do that for 4 days, and then twice a week after that, you're done. You don't have to worry about that crap anymore. Also, whatever hand sanitizer or hand soap that you use, put a few eyedroppers in that hand soap, mix it up really good. You're done. Good to go.
See, I can't buy InfoWars products. Well, I can, but it costs me like twice as much as the product in shipping,
Because
so
of
I
the
don't
shipping.
bother. Yeah. I was going to buy one of those little war room beakers, but it costs like twice the amount of the product for shipping because they use UPS.
Right. Do you have any pure silver, JS?
No.
Okay. Can you get some pure silver?
I wouldn't know how to. I have no idea.
Silver coins or silver bars?
No, I don't have any of them. Because our silver coins aren't silver, are they? They're like...
No, you can't use coins because they got nickel in them. It's poison.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be 99.999 or 99. It can be 2 9s or 3 9s. 3 9s are better. Yeah, it's got to be a silver bars, like JM Bullion sells them. Okay, silver bars for $20 a piece. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And you can, any one of these metals dealers where you go get the spot price and stuff like that, I'm sure you have something locally available for you that doesn't cost you a bundle for shipping. It is pure silver. It is malleable. You can take one bar, cut it in half, and beat it with a hammer until it's a round rod. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you can use that to make your colloidal silver with anywhere from 18 to 24 volts. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't know any of the process either. I wouldn't know how to do it.
Positive on one of them, negative on the other one. Stick it in the fluid, and you're done. And you watch your parts per million. If you start the better, if you know what 0 water filters are.
No.
Okay.
I don't know any of that stuff.
Okay, 0 water filters are just commonly retail kind of deal to what the water filter units. They got one that fits in your fridge that has a little spigot on it. Costs like $30. You buy, and it comes with a filter, and it also comes with a parts per million meter. Okay. So when you filter your water, you can test it and make sure it's 000. That's its claim to fame. Well, you take that meter, you get the water 000, and then you use that water. You stick the silver rods into it, and negative on one, positive on the other, and you watch the parts per million. Come back and check it every 10, 15 minutes. Stir it up a little bit, and then turn around and check your parts per million. And when it reaches 30 parts per million, you're done. You pour off all the liquid. If there's any oxidate left in the bottom, you don't want to put that in your drink. But, you know what I'm saying, in your solution. But you just pour that off into a bottle with an eyedropper, and you're good. You're doing it. You got it. That's it. It's that simple. And yeah, it's that simple. Yeah, I'd say
Canoes,
and use it as a rubber. Use it as not as a rubber, but I mean as a one of those finger things, like people used to rub coins and stuff.
Cleaner.
Yeah, it's and you handle that coin, you're basically disinfecting yourself. The silver coin.
Yeah, they call it value added tax, even though it adds no value whatsoever. It's 20% on every product sold. It's the most dumbest name ever.
Yeah, the people who created it, then they give it to a distributor. There's a value added tax there. Then they give it to basically a wholesaler. Then a wholesaler finds a distributor. They take another VAT.
VAT. Yeah.
Right. And it just makes everything more and more expensive. And all that money goes straight to the state. Or this,
And every product you buy in a supermarket or a shop has to have it as well. So by the time it gets to us, it's like there's a place here called Poundland. It's kind of like Dollar Tree. They make a profit on stuff, even though it's only £1 for everything.
What do they call it? Pound Tree?
Poundland. But it shows you how cheap everything really is.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they can make a profit when they've got to buy it in bulk, sell it, and they're selling stuff, all the stuff that you can get, like you can do a full shop there, household items, gloves, hats, everything for £1. Everything else everywhere else, that's like £5 for the hat, £15 for the hat if it's Nike. It's like you're being ripped off.
Yep. Yeah. That's a fact. It's crazy stupid, but yeah, it's true.
Pound Tree.
The Pound Tree.
Well, at least it's not Pound Town.
Pound Town.
It has other implications here in America.
Yeah, Colonel, it has been proven to work. That's what I've been doing for the last 6-7 years. And I tell you what, I haven't even had a cold, a flu, an ear infection for the last 6 years. No sinus infections, nothing. If I do feel like I'm getting something, I just buffer it up again, and bam, it's gone before I wake up the next morning. Yep, it's a natural antibiotic.
You couldn't get the InfoWars stuff in the UK because of the shipping. Have you tried looking up the InfoWars products on Amazon?
That might be a good idea.
Yeah.
All I want is a beaker with a war room emblem on it.
Yeah.
Before you start setting it up to make your own, you probably want to go get a bottle right now for starters.
I mean, it doesn't take but maybe a couple hours to make a batch of it. You know what I'm saying? Once you got the setup going.
Yeah, but hell, I don't have the silver.
Right.
Because I like going on morning walks. I like going on morning walks around the hills and stuff. So if I could have something that's like that war room emblem, that's not actually immediately obvious what it is.
Right.
You know what I mean? I can just be smug, just drinking my tea as I'm walking. in the morning.
Oh, the hexagon logo.
Oh, I love the
Yeah.
hexagon logo. That thing's badass. I want to get one of those in chrome and stick it on the back of my car.
What's up, most hated?
Hey, most hated.
Oh yeah, they do sell InfoWars stuff on Amazon.co.uk.
Yeah, I've bought the bodies on there before when it was sold out through the main InfoWars store. There was still some on the Amazon.
But yeah, Colonel.
Roughly,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
it's roughly the same price as well. It's like £36 for a survival shield. I thought it'd be more. Yeah.
Damn. That's like that's almost $50. 55.
Well, we're paying weird duty taxes with the UK right now, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Right. But those, if you were to take a 1 ounce bar and do that with it, I mean, I've made gallons of this stuff off of the silver bars I've got. So, yeah, I mean, and they ain't nowhere near being wore down. So, I've made gallons and gallons of it, dude. So, yeah.
Hell, you got a place right up north of you called Sterling. Don't they have sterling silver up north of you?
You're talking to JS, right?
Yeah.
What, sorry?
You've got a place up north of you in Sterling. Don't they get sterling out of there?
Yeah, they must do. Our coins are made out of sterling. They call it pound sterling.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Well, there's Stirling, Scotland.
It's a little bit too north for me. I'm only in England. I'm in northwest England, so I can't travel anywhere. I'm too poor.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, imagine the gas over there. The petrol is really expensive too.
We don't know how lucky we got it here in the States, guys. I'm telling you. I mean, gas.
In order to drive a car in the center of London.
Yeah, they've done a lot of taxing people for air pollution and stuff as well.
If you buy an internal combustion engine, you pay a special fee just to drive in the city areas. I'm bugging in no matter what. My bug out bag's a 40-foot container. It ain't going nowhere without a big ass truck to move it.
Well, that's no, you're right. I mean, the first you should have two plans. You should have a bug in plan, and then shit really gets bad, then you have a bug out plan. So everybody should think you don't know if you're going to have to bug in or bug out.
I ain't bugging out nowhere. If it comes to the end here, that's where it comes to an end. And I'm going to live till I die. I ain't worried about shit. I protect myself against all threats that I can, and I'll figure out how to protect mine that I don't. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Imagine if it was the end of the world and it was just you versus Danny DeVito.
This little fucking doesn't stand a chance.
You know that Danny DeVito. You know about Danny DeVito? He sued the city of New York, right?
What for?
They said he sued him because he said they made the sidewalks too close to his ass.
Really?
Yeah.
But he is practically his ass anyway.
Right? It's all ass. Didn't you see Twins? Didn't you see the movie Twins? Yeah, he was the piece of shit that was left over.
I think Danny DeVito is probably just one continuous ass.
Right.
So an ass said he's too close to his ass.
Right.
I mean, he's got a butt crack that goes all the way around.
Yeah, that's going to be the death of his career. He's going to be sorry he did this. And all these actors and stuff like that, they're just exposing themselves. That they would back Bernie Sanders over American Way. They'll never be able to do another hero movie again. Clint Eastwood, toast. This is all coming down as a divisive situation because of their own making of the Democratic Party and the leftists and their bullshit.
They're all revealing themselves. It's the weirdest thing.
No, it's coming.
It's prophecy.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Because the prophecy is that that all things of darkness will be brought out into the light.
Yes.
And that's what's happening.
It's exactly what's happening, brother. It's exactly what's happening.
And Ricky Gervais's speech as well at the Hollywood Awards thing, that was bringing it out into light.
And I've been watching the prophecy of Clem Clement. We're at apex on one of his prophecies, and it's all based around stone. I'm telling you, I'm like checking that one out. That I want to see. This is it, dude. This is right here. This is one of the apexes of the prophecy. When he raises the stone, remember that name.
Oh wow! I didn't think about the correlation of the words.
Because he comes off with he says, and Trump raises up a simple stone. Remember that name is what he says.
Yeah, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't associate that. Wow.
Yeah. And
I
Roger.
watch Kim Clement. I'm watching old Kim Clement reruns lately because I want to understand how these things are playing out right now.
Yeah.
And I know we didn't really play it earlier, but Enoch Powell was spot on about everything with immigration and stuff.
Yeah, he was on it with that stuff. Yep. He's a jumbo shrimp.
And even used the word in that interview. Evil, the other side, the evil. It's evil that we're combating.
Yeah. Oh man.
How can you be a large midget?
What?
Colonel Robert Shaw said he's a large midget, Danny DeVito.
Oh.
And I'm just like, how can you be a large midget?
He's a giant midget. That's funny stuff.
But how could DeVito have a butt crack that goes all the way around?
Oh god. No, he even talks, there's a part of Clem Clement that talks about the Supreme Court. And I can't remember exactly the part of the prophecy, but he talks about some will be taken and others will be shaken.
Yeah, one will be taken, or two will be taken and one will be shaken, or something like that. Yeah, I heard it.
I can't remember the numbers or what he's talking about, but he is talking about Supreme Court justices that are going to die, and then two that will step down over embarrassment of being involved with the corruption of the House of Bail.
It's scary how much has been written in the past and said in the past, and there's even a Bible verse about people becoming more selfish, and it says
Yeah.
don't affiliate with those people. It's like people will become greedy, disrespect their mothers and fathers. They will become self-centered, and
Right.
you see it all happening, and it's written in like a really old book. And the more you go through everything, you can link it back to a Bible verse about it.
Right.
So that's like I said, it's all about watching. That's how I give context to our day-to-day stuff now is through prophecies and through ancient teachings. It's just really kind of crazy stuff, but it's all happening.
We've had the fire falling from the sky with the bushfires. We've had bugs eating crops in 3 countries. We're at the point now where it has to rain for 40 days and 40 nights. That's the part we're up to with that one.
Rain for 40 days and 40 nights.
Or what it said in the Bible.
Well, no, that was Old Testament. The New Testament. See, the rainbow supposedly is that it will never rain again. Well, this is my perspective, for whatever it's worth to you. But I perceive what's in the Bible as we had a baptism of the earth. It was baptized with water. The second baptism of this earth that we are in here is going to be by the baptism of fire. We had a baptism of the earth. The next baptism is the baptism of fire, which is also representative of the Holy Spirit. That's the way I perceive it.
Yep, that's correct, Colonel. It is going to get worse, and not in the ways that we think. Like I said, I've told people for years, I am not preparing for the end of the dollar or the political situation or that kind of stuff. I'm getting prepared because of the nature-made stuff that we're going to have to go through that can't be changed. Even if we knew about it, we wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
Well, there is a great tribulation coming. There's a time of tribulation. And when you hear the word tribulation, I'm going to tell you, there's some people out there that think we're in the tribulation. Hell to the no. This is nothing compared to what the tribulation is really going to be.
Right. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've read Revelations like 5 or 6 times now. Because I've reread it a couple times just trying to keep up with it. I mean, it's just so much going on and so much that it covers, just trying to keep up with it. I mean, the 7 trumpets, and 7 bowls, vials, and stuff like that.
Revelation is good, but there's more to it than just in Revelations. Like if you read Revelations, then you can also see where it lines up with a lot of things in the book of Daniel, and then you can also see where because it talks about locusts with the faces of men that will be as the beating of many wings, and everything in that description sounds like helicopters. If you look at it from a primitive person's perspective who's never seen a helicopter, he's seeing what looks like locusts with the tails of scorpions with the faces of men. And that's what he's seeing in that. And then in the book of Daniel, you see it talks about chariots that will have eyes bright eyes, and they will be as cherub, and it sounds like a description of cars. This is a primitive person back in primitive times
trying to explain
a couple of thousand years ago,
like they
describing what he's seeing. Yeah, describing what he's seeing. He probably didn't even speak English, so he's describing what he's seeing, and he's seeing cherubs being lit like fire, that they will travel in the blink of an eye, or however that it's put that way. But when you read these things and you go, my gosh, it equates to things that are going on right now.
It's not that hard to figure out.
Right.
And then Jesus, to quote Jesus specifically, he said this. He said, nevertheless, these are in the red letter words of the Bible. Nevertheless, perilous times shall come, and in those times men shall walk by faith and not by sight. So we know our own Savior said that perilous times are coming, and we need to walk by faith and not by sight.
And I have no doubt,
And
with the way things have lined up and the way that God's guided me and many others already, I have no doubt that when we walk in faith, we will be guided by them as well.
Yes, you will. Yes. That's how it works. I've been
Like the three wise men thing.
right.
You know?
I to be honest with you, that's how I've been living for the last few years. Because I just can't do it by myself anymore. You know what I'm saying? I can't explain away anything. I can't, do anything about it. So the frustration and anger and all that stuff that builds up in you that makes you want to go out and just face it down. You know what I'm saying? You know that you can't make that big of a difference. You could make a difference maybe, but not big enough to put an end to it on your own. So you look for the opportunities to join with others, and just like God.
your words have power.
Huh?
The words you speak have power.
Of course.
And when let's say you're a little kid and you had a parent that called you stupid all the time. It's no wonder so many people, go into their adult life thinking they're stupid when they had a parent that was
I had
telling
that
them that
all
they
the
were
time,
stupid.
and teachers
Well,
as
that's
well.
prophecy. If that happened to you, then it was prophesied over you, and it doesn't have to be, because you can change those things around with words you speak over yourself.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of that.
Yeah, you do positive self-affirmations in the name of Christ. Okay, you say, I don't accept that. I don't accept that. In the name of Jesus, I'm not stupid. I'm smart.
Yeah, that's the difference.
You
You
know?
need to do it in the name of Christ and Jesus, because all these like meditation people, they're like misled. You need to do it in the
But
name
there's
of your
power.
Savior and all that.
There's power in the name of Jesus.
In the name
There's
of Jesus,
power.
yes.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
You bet.
So you positive things. I'll speak something positive over Jack. Jack, everything's gonna be okay.
God
Right.
bless you, Jack. God
It
bless
is.
you, Wizard. And blessings really do count.
Of course it's going to be okay.
God bless you, Girl.
What I walk into.
We'll
I
bless
thank
you
God for
too.
each and every one
God
of
bless
you.
In the name of Jesus.
Yeah.
I bless everybody here in the name of Jesus.
And I pray that His hand of protection upon your life and your people you love.
Not everybody's on a dead end road.
Right? How's that?
I thought I'd spell a shitload of Latin actually and all that sort of thing, but I thought second of it because I'm a bit smashed and a little bit stoned and that, so I probably mispronounced most of it. But Communius Fidelis Thesis Dolus Dentorium Tatera Tefira Christorium Tatfora Dio Pontara. Thank you. Just off the top of my head, by the way.
People who get the microchip are on a dead end road.
Oh gosh, they're so that.
Yeah. There's a juxtaposition.
Right.
Oh,
you take
one other thing. May God bless all the farm maids and pie bakers out there.
Yes.
In Jesus' name.
In Jesus' name. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Amen.
God bless the
especially.
All good, Jack?
I got my little farm maiden coming over in about a month. So yeah.
Speaking of maidens, is all good?
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay.
Look, obviously I've missed something and all that sort of thing. So I'll go back tomorrow morning and that, because after about 6 hours, the full text is published. I'll go back and have a look. I've missed something she's picked up and that, so I'll have a look. And just be aware. I'm not going to take any action on it if there is something fucking cheeky in that, because obviously it was subtle. But a little bit of subtlety, nothing wrong with that either. I know, but yeah, I love my girlie for looking after my arms. So
Right. But I mean, if somebody's attacking you or her or something, that person, like I said,
a little bit. Look, to be honest with you, I saw some stuff in there. I thought my personal thoughts on it were they were more defending their position on something that we were disagreeing on. Okay,
right.
I can see that and all that sort of thing. I don't think that was an attack upon myself. Very different, and that defending one's position to an outright attack. I thought they were defending their position.
Okay.
Based on something more, I don't know. I got to go back and check.
Okay.
That's all I took it as. And everybody's entitled to defend their position and all that thing. Back it up with facts. And when the facts don't match up, well, then be prepared to see. Same as I have to. I got to back stuff up what I say with facts. And if I can't provide the facts, well, then it's fucking hearsay, bullshit, fucking whatever, and all that sort of thing. And I'll, nod in the head and that to say, you got the better argument. And you got more facts on your side, so I've got to bow to that. That's how the real world works. That's how we learn stuff.
Right.
I've changed positions so many times in my life and that on ultimate stuff until I worked out a lot of the stuff is my own theory. There's one out there that's fucking the premier mathematician, astrophysicist, anything, and because they're spreading, it's now spread like crazy. Basically, I've equated creationalism and modern theory of evolution and all that sort of thing jointly by using Einstein's theory of relativity.
Okay.
Okay. Biblical age of the Earth.
Well,
6,000, 8,000 years ago, and that depending on which branch of the Christian faith here that you're a part. And so let's take a random thing, 6,000, 8,000 years old.
It's only tied to religion.
Okay, yeah, we tie it into that. Science tells us that the Earth's roughly about 8 billion years of age, and the galaxy Big Bang was about 13 billion years ago, and all that sort of thing. Using Einstein's theory of relativity, and that basically you're moving away from your starting point. The further you get away, time slows down. When you get to where we are here, what is the approximate equivalent of a day after the Big, or a year after the Big Bang in modern times now, and how much do you fit into a year and all that sort of stuff? When you work it out, the first billion years after the Big Bang is 9 months of current time, because we've slowed down time so much.
Okay, I see where you're coming from with that idea. Yeah.
When you work out on that basis of an equation, what's the age of the universe and what's the age of the Earth?
Right.
10,000 for the universe, 8,000 to 7,000 for the Earth.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from with that. Yeah.
And it's got the mathematicians, it's got the physicists, and I'm getting so much abuse for it online, it's not funny, but I'm also getting a shitload of praise from these guys. Some of it sarcastic praise, and that, haha, you've worked out a thing that you differentiate from, and that, well done, and all that sort of stuff. But some of them are fucking asking questions back, who the fuck are you? And when I explain I'm a blacksmith in fucking Dimboola and fucking regional Victoria, they're really fucking knocked on their own.
You're some crazy bloke from the outback.
Jolly good, Governor. He's old.
He's old. He's gone loony.
Fucking crackers, mate.
Yeah, fucking crackers. Oh my god.
So
That's the problem. So I got a master's in mathematics, and I play with the shit every now and again.
Right. That's cool. That's cool.
Colonel Shaw says energy becomes mass at a certain speed. Well, it also happens vice versa.
Yep.
At a certain speed, mass can become energy.
Absolutely. The whole thing of kinetic energy is mass becoming energy. That's what the basic thing of kinetic energy. Like a meteorite, it's mass. It's coming in at us at 10,000 kilometers a second. It hits the Earth, and it turns it into a nuclear winter overnight because there's that much energy in that fucking thing. It's like 1,000 atomic bombs going off all at once.
More than that, baby. Yeah.
Huckleberry, it's 17 minutes past 7 in the morning for me. And I don't have a clue what he's going on about either.
Yes.
I'm not good at science.
Well, that's energy versus mass. I am pissed. I don't know X Lamsley squared.
Yeah. But no.
You know, I got a Fulton fucking prize and that because I've been doing carrying on bloody Einstein research. And I can't remember what the MC is. I am tanked.
Right. No, it's just like I think what they're referring to is we got a couple deer in the headlight looks at the talking, Einstein theory and stuff like that.
Relativity and all that. So all of a sudden, the blacksmith spouting.
It's good if you understand it. I got F's in science in school. I'm no good at. I can't even attach a battery to something. Like, battery addiction shows off his batteries, and I'm just like, whoa.
For the folks out there, I'm a blacksmith in Dimbulla, but I have a PhD from Oxford.
Yeah, I'm just
I have a master's from MIT. I have a master's from Caltech. I have a master's from Sydney University, and no one from London.
Right.
A number of bachelors. The whole idea of me joining the army was to get an education. You do 10 years in the Australian Army and they will pay for any education courses like this. And if you pass one, it's still open book on the next one. And provide you, and if you get honours, they will fucking up your pay grade as a serviceman and all that sort of stuff. So I was an enlisted man fucking earning officers' fucking wages for part of that education because it could be applied. So I did physics and ballistics as part of the off branch for mathematics. And I did a ballistics theory and that as part of my thesis for my masters. And that which the Australian Army then could apply to radar control fire systems. And they thought that they told me they're getting every fucking cent out of me because they would have to hire a university and have to do this sort of work for it. And here I'm doing it for nothing. They're paying my way, but I'm doing it as my own studies and that's my thesis.
Right.
Sort of shit. They just ate it up and let me do whatever I want after that. They got their little bit out of it and then they let me go as weird as I wanted, including metallurgy. What was I going to do with metallurgy? I like making knives. That's what. But to the army, it meant nothing. But they didn't give a shit. They got their little bit. It's all good after that.
Oh shit! Huckleberry called FITB.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh hey folks, Huckleberry. It's only 20 pounds. Oh darling, you're gonna kill me.
Well, we didn't do it at the top of the hour. We kind of got right through it.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, we're gonna make it up then.
Yeah.
My apologies, Huckleberry. My apologies. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware.
Right.
I just have a question for Jack. I want to know if he puts liberal tears in his bong water.
No, I pissed in it.
Yeah.
Good job.
it's the goat in the box, right?
You know, I noticed how smooth that people are saying that their bongs smoke when they put liberal tears in there.
Not enough liberals around here and that to get tears. Seriously.
Oh man.
I get Punch Murray and that commie tears and that, but fucking man, he's 92 years of age.
Just go downtown. Go downtown Dimbula down there and just start yelling in some liberals' faces and get them to cry so you can fill up your bong.
You have to go to Starbucks for that.
Nah, look, we've got a shitload of old socialists here, right out front, from the leftover Union states and all that. Their idea of socialism, I don't find offensive, but they don't understand what real socialism is. Right now, they think it's union, workers united, coming together, fighting the government to get a fair go for the
That
worker.
happens a lot in Britain.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen a building near me that's boarded up now, but it says Liberal 1839 on the side. And it has the words equality and diversity at either side of the doorway. And I'm like, if those people in the 1800s could see it now, they wouldn't even do it. That building wouldn't even exist. They would have been like, what the hell are we doing? Equality for LGBT people and censoring people, and what are we doing?
Look, LGBT folks are as equal as they want to be, but the problem is they don't want equality, they want to dictate. So that means they lead, they demand, they control.
You hide behind the word equality for it.
We've seen it, I've seen them in the military. When I was a fucking 16-year-old, 9-month kid, I picked out one of my corporal instructors at Kapuka as a fag. Shirtless, we used to call them back in them days. But anyway, a couple of years later, and I'm up in my battalion at the time, and he's outside of there, and he's transferred up. And sure enough, he comes out. He's a fag. Good bloke, big deal. He's a fag. That's his thing. Whatever he does in the bedroom and all that sort of stuff, that's fine. It just struck me as always a little bit effeminate and all that sort of thing. You're probably the bitch and that, and somebody's fucking family. But he's not. But he was a fucking good soldier.
Yeah.
Now, I had to think. I learned a lot off this guy, and he was
Good night, Colonel Shaw.
Sort of thing. And he never bagged me for my religious beliefs and all that sort of stuff and all that sort of thing where a lot of folks did. Being a Mennonite in the army is fucking funny. It's not.
Have a great day, Colonel.
So, cheers, Colonel.
Yeah. Now, Bro Minion, you're exactly right. They use that terminology. They twist the terminology into social programs and stuff like that. So these people think socialism is great because they're going to get all this free shit.
Yeah, they keep on forgetting, though. Someone's got to pay for the free stuff.
Right.
And until the money runs out, and then there's no more free stuff. Look at Venezuela. Everybody got a living wage in Venezuela for 8.5 months. And then it collapsed.
Venezuela got hit hard. People were literally drinking from sewer pipes over there for the water.
They fucking broke into the zoo and ate all the fucking animals.
Yeah.
Well, just imagine all the thousands that are relying on, all the thousands of parasites that are relying on us to provide their milk and honey.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I say how off to work I go. I've got welfare parasites.
We call it being on the government teat. Pardon, I don't mean to offend any females, but that's what we call it up at the VA, up at the Veterans Administration. We want to get a lot of these veterans off of the teat.
Well, instead of a lady human, a big sow with about 100 breasts and that one above another, lying on a side, feeding a few hundred suckling pigs and that welfare parasites. So it's not a lady, and that's how you got to draw it up. Because that's what it is. It's feeding millions.
We don't just want we don't just want illegals getting off of welfare. We want to get everybody off of welfare. We want to get everybody back to work. We want to get we want to help people to understand the meaning of a hard day's work and earning your way.
Yeah, but I'm sick of people thinking that the American dream is an idea going out and getting a slave ass job and then working till you're dead kind of shit is supposed to be the American dream. Kiss my ass. The American dream was you were going to be productive, you were going to have a business of your own, you're a creator of something with whether it be ideas or a market or what have you, and you're a provider of services or a creator of a product or
a contributor,
sort of craft, and that's the American dream, that you could benefit from the labor of your own hands, that you could profit from that labor. That's the American dream.
That is what it is.
Mark Twain, the American dream.
That's right.
An American can come here and that with and be absolutely penniless, and that within the week have a job.
Make something of yourself.
A year, he can have his own business.
Yep.
And that within 10 years, and that he can have he can sell that business and build it up and retire if he wishes, or start another business.
Yep.
What about Australia? Was it any different?
Oh, same here. Government never built anything out here. Communities built stuff. Settlers came in here, built that.
Yep. All the government do is destroy the community.
The courthouse.
Here in Britain.
We hired our own judges. We hired our own school teachers.
Australia used to have pride in itself. They had pride in
Britain.
Big time.
Your national pride is freaking down the fucking tubes, dude.
Yep.
The people there have gone. They've lost their pride of nationalism. The same thing in the UK. God bless the UK.
Is a dirty word over here. They try to say nationalism is the same as nationalist, as in Nazi nationalist.
Yeah, you racist bigot.
I'm leaving the socialist part out of it.
Everybody's a racist bigot except the racist bigots.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. Look at that Cheryl the other week and that fucking multi-ethnic bloody thing over there. Oh, too many white people! Too many white people! Get out of here! She barely fit in them jeans. If she'd screamed any louder, that top button was going to tear apart.
They're doing it in the media here, all the race-based and stuff.
Here in about 15 minutes, Trump's supposed to be live.
You take care there, Huckleberry, and that you have a good night. Thank you very much for your help here today.
Trump's a racist bigot.
Dream
TV
well,
told me so.
So Trump's on in 15 minutes. Are you going to stream it?
Good night, Huckleberry.
Cool.
Good night, Huckleberry.
Dream well, Patriot.
I can sit back and have a couple of hash cookies and that and enjoy the live stream of Mr. Trump talking.
I think so. I'm going to see if I can't catch it. But
or O&E?
It's supposed to be on Right Side Broadcasting. Let me open this up.
Lives matter.
I do have a email sent to me from Rosetta. It starts with M. I forget the name. From O&E, and that's saying I can restream their stuff anytime I wish. Nice folks, hey? Not bad.
That's my eagle.
Where was
it? It's very hard for Australians to get O&E out here. Do you mind if I restream at their time? And they said, oh, please. And we'd love Australians to be in our audience, all that sort of thing. Share it as many times as you can.
Oh yeah, there you go. Now, what is it? You were talking about the sharing?
Yeah, O&E. I got an email. I can, if anybody bitches, YouTube bitches and all that, I got an email from Rosetta at O&O saying please restream for an Aussie.
Okay. Oh, good deal. Good deal.
Because she said there's a lot of Aussies out there big time Trump supporters. And I said, yeah, well, I want. I said, I personally want to adopt the bastards when he can't run any more over there and that, and fucking bring him over here so he can run. Because if I adopt him, he gets citizenship automatically and that, and he can run for parliament here.
I don't know.
He wouldn't do it. Not enough money over here.
Yeah, Michelle said something about there was a link somewhere for it, and I don't see it.
All right, I'll bring it up. Hold on.
Because it's in India.
Gotta go back up to RSPN.
I'm gonna find somebody who's homeless today and offer them something because it snowed and now it's rainstorming on top of the snow.
Oh,
So I'm gonna go out and give them some thermal blankets or something. Everybody I think to me is genuine. I know, like, I was talking to Ben about it before, and he was like, "They're all scamming you. Homeless people are scamming." And I'm like, "Well, I've met at least 3 suicidal people on the side of the street." So
here it is. Stop that. Hang for it. No, hang for it. It's not for today.
Right.
The 29th of the 2nd and the 3rd of the 3rd are the ones I can see.
I'm gonna go get going and try and get on an early bus over to the other town. I'm gonna have a shower, and then I'm gonna. It's sad that every time you go outside, you just see numerous homeless people around. So God always guides me to the ones that are genuine. I've still got to meet that pastor tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Good deal. God bless you. Damn.
Be blessed. Be blessed out there. Be
I
safe.
hate it when the weather's like this because I'm not in the best situation myself. I'm like one step away from being on the streets, really. But
About DTV live now. I don't know if it's going to be in English.
JSUK, you can never outgive God. You can never outgive him. Whatever you bless other people with, God will multiply it back to you.
that's the weird thing. The last person that I helped who was homeless, they said, "God will bless you for doing this."
In private chat.
Has been pointing out there are people actually even crowding the aisles and so on. So
This one's coming through my satellite link. So there's the link in the chat. So.
But yeah, see you soon. God bless you all.
All right, I'll get that here.
Hopefully, I don't fall asleep on both.
One of them, and there's another one through Telugu.
I got it. Yep.
Telugu, ABP, and NDTV, and INTV here. So, like, tell me which one you want. They're all live.
I got the link you got in there. I'll go ahead and post it up. That way you don't tear up your pen. All right, and go back to here. Do that. Get that.
They seem to like him over there from the little bit that I watched.
Yeah, they got this huge thing going on now.
Records being made, Nidhi. You know, this is where Sunil Gavaskar reached the 10,000 run barrier in test matches. Kapil Dev went past Richard Hadley's record for the maximum number of test wickets. So in this sense, there's a lot of that cricket history that perhaps is getting a little overshadowed.
In Hindi means is a cross between hello and welcome.
Of this particular ceremony.
It's a friendly greeting.
Stadium also now has a clubhouse with 55 rooms, indoor and outdoor games.
Namaste.
Yeah. Excuse my Aussie accent. I'm a bigot. I know.
Has now been in Ahmedabad for some time now. He's pretty much stationed himself there. And of course,
Yeah, I got the sound down so we can talk while they're doing their thing. But they got some interesting things going on here.
Yeah. Apparently, he signed in some money, his own pocket money, not US taxpayers' money, and that's for some shrine and temple. But did sign it into an act that the US would recognize it somehow. Some, like historic fucking places or something. It's not going to cost you any money. He gave him I think it was $100,000 of his own money, and that. But this thing's like 5,000 years old, so they're looking at restoring it and all that sort of thing. He chipped in $100,000 of his own money, and encourage other folks to do it. And they've got a big GoFundMe. Saw that part while we were watching on the side.
Oh, that's badass, though, dude.
Yeah. He's giving
away his own money.
He's not fucking spending more money to do something. He's using the media to endorse it. If you want to chip in, well, fucking call this number and use the credit card. Remember, it is India. Sorry if I seem racist or bigoted and all that sort of thing about Indians and that folks and all that sort of thing, but they fucking hammer Australia hard for these phones. Half the time I've had to answer the phone here, I don't see me come back in a few seconds. And hello, this is Telstra technical support calling, and you have a virus on your computer. You must allow us access to fix this, and it will charge you only $50. If I only get five of those a week, it's a good thing.
So we're waiting for Trump or what?
Yeah, well, there's the thing in the top right-hand corner at the moment on the screen, the thing that he's saying to my friend thing, Donald Trump. And all that sort of thing. He's heading to
No, Trump doesn't bow down to more God.
So he's heading off to some stadium somewhere.
Most hated was saying. He said that Trump was bowing down to the Hindu gods.
No, I read the thing, how my friend, and I wish you could watch the thing. They're trying to restore a 5,000-year-old temple over there. He gave him $100,000 of his own money, not US taxpayers' money, and he said he would see about getting it listed as a historical monument on the world listing. That doesn't cost money, audio. But UNESCO, United Nations, all that sort of thing, there's money for that. And everybody chips into it anyway. So maybe that'll help. Hey, Winnie Vu, Winnie on Tucson, how you doing? And Crown Minion's back. Excellent.
Good.
So we're following the motorcade at the moment. Trump's on his way to India, and that's Namaste, or however you pronounce it, Trump, greeting for him. And actually, he's got a shitload of support over there.
Hey,
Namaste.
Cookies.
Namaste. How's that? Uh-oh.
Sounds like nasty.
Winnie Van Hoostine. Hey, how you doing? I like that one.
I'll be back in
Hoostine.
So I gotta go collect some more pop before it gets dark here.
A sign of a healthy diet. Good snacks.
Bye. Oh my goodness! I wasn't aware how late it was.
Oh yeah. I tell you what, I'll stay up to watch the Trump thing. Wow, look at that! You got their own signal producers.
Well, I didn't. I had my old man nap today, so.
There you go. Did you see the statues? The hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I thought that was Chinese thing.
It's all.
I thought that was Chinese, not. Oh.
I think that's a meme from It may be Chinese. I don't know. I have no idea.
That's not by itself sort of an end, but that is in itself significant. Also, the fact that his family has come with him. It's not just the first lady, but
Trump is definitely making some inroads with India.
members of his family, but also important advisors in Donald Trump's scheme of things. They are all traveling.
It's very good to have good relations with.
At what age is one allowed to start taking old man naps there, Wild Bill?
Well, because I was late last night with Jack, we were having a conversation that went into 4 o'clock in the morning for me.
Just.
Oh wow!
Yeah, almost 10:30 here. So you see the little
It was a good
male,
time.
how they've gone all hermaphrodite. There's the male flower stem shutting out the side there, and there's another one over this side jutting out all of a sudden. And that. But yeah, give me 20 minutes and we'll be smoking. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Let me change the focus on this.
Check you out.
Wow.
The male flower here and the other one there poking out. See the white and all that sort of, but the rest of it's for females. So they weren't hermaphrodite during the frost and the heat stroke. So, but into the oven it goes. 20 minutes, we'll be smoking the bastard.
Oh shit!
Do you know what the difference between an herb and a plant is?
No, what's that?
It's the number of chromosomes.
Oh,
so
okay.
And it's a plant has, I think it has more. I think a plant has more chromosomes. Tobacco is considered a plant and not a herb. Marijuana is an herb. It's an actual herb. So it's anything that's considered an herb has some kind of a medicinal value as well.
Yep. We call them nanny naps over here there, Crow. Only nannies have naps. Grandpas are just thinking with their eyes closed.
What about grandpa naps?
No, they're just thinking with your eyes closed.
Remember, Joe Biden's old nickname was Sleepy Joe. Remember that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh look at him in bloody Congress there. How many times they catch him counting Z's?
And then it changed to Creepy Joe. And it was Shotgun Joe for a while.
Yeah. It's always Creepy Joe.
He's given us a lot of meme material, hasn't he?
Look, who's that ex-Secret Service guy? Fucking Dan Bongiorno. He called him Creepy Joe fucking years ago while they were still VP.
Yeah.
And nobody could figure out why, and then it all started to come out because he couldn't say. He couldn't say he was bound by that eight-year agreement. Come that 8-year agreement, he's going to spill his guts. And that or with 2 in the back of the head called suicide.
There's a couple more actually. There's actually several ex-Secret Service guys that have when the time had passed that have spilled the beans.
Where do you see this visit by the U.S. president?
He's not spilling the beans, but he's going hard at them.
And how do you see it?
Because he's still bound by a government agreement.
Two countries.
That government agreement ends. Worked out.
like to contend.
That's a good time to start, Cro-Minion. It's already raining here, man. What the hell?
If you take a myth or an American tradition alive, if you talk about the American dream, then the idea is that with great power comes great responsibility. The idea happens to be that United States of America, right from the days of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, all the way down to Bush, Clinton, and Trump now, they have a status and they have a functionality of working as a regulator nation, not as a hegemon or not as an arm twister. This is something which United States of America, especially under President Trump, has understood very nicely. I personally feel that there happens to be a great responsibility on the strong shoulders of Prime Minister Modi and President Donald Trump. There are a whole plethora of expectations which are going to be there. I would personally feel that the Chinook supply of helicopters, apart from that, the defense issues which are in the offing, that is the anti-ballistic missile thing which is being done.
That's what they're sucking up for. The fucking Chinook helicopters.
Over LOC. They happen to be one of the key idioms, apart from the trade deal. I am personally besotted with this sulk that President Trump had declared 10 days back that we are not going to have a full-fledged, comprehensive and a holistic trade deal with India. And we are going to have a mini trade deal with India, which might be as a kind of a setback, which comes as a setback for Trump followers and for the observers and analysts of India-US relations.
Let's just reflect on these visuals coming in at this point. The motorcade arriving at the Motera Cricket Stadium. So, as we said, it's just about running 10 minutes or so late, according to that very tight schedule that was shared with the press. This event was to have begun at 1:05. It's already 1:17 or so. So, just a little behind schedule. But not a lot, and of course we're likely to now see that Namaste Trump event that everyone has been waiting for begin in just a short while from now. Nidhi, give us a sense of what we're likely to see. Yes, the two leaders together and exhibiting their personal camaraderie and friendship for the world to see, but beyond that, are we likely to hear them say anything very effectively? And of course, this point that is being understood election year for President Trump, and for him, the NRI vote.
That's reloading.
See Jack up there laughing his ass off.
Yeah, look, India, if you remember 6 years ago when India bought a shitload of Fiat and Hind 8, they're the bubble nose troop carriers, not the Hind D-24's gunships. And now they're begging for Chinook because America's thinking about shutting down production of the Chinook. And India's begging, no, continue the thing and we'll buy a fucking shitload off you. They fucking played the US backwards and forwards for about a fucking year, trying to get the price down. We'll buy here, we'll buy there, we'll buy here and buy there. They still haven't yet made a payment on those fucking Fiats because Fiat's screaming. And the Russians are starting to make overtures and all that sort of thing about fucking payments. But they've just taken over a gold mine in India. So that may have lessened the deal. So, very funny. Why do they need Chinook if they've got all these fucking Fiats and irons? Indians are fucking famously not good at fucking maintenance.
Right? No, they were they've been playing it for both sides of the for a long time.
Look, they learned from China, and that China fucking promises to buy fucking jets from fucking Boeing, then fucking cancels the fucking order and that fucking thing. Give us most of our favourite nation fucking status in the trade fucking deals and that, and then we'll fucking renegotiate the order and all. All that fucking crap. They're just doing the same fucking deal. Trump's told me they
There's the beef. Which one of these is the beef?
That one.
I think it's that one there in the screen now. So the tyres are wider than the one in front of it.
because of the armor plating on it.
Yes, two AR 500 fucking steel plates and that with the support fucking gauges in between.
Wow.
You know they're built here in Australia. Those bulletproof tires.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Made in Adelaide, about 400 mile, 500 mile straight line that way.
Wow. All right, I'm gonna bring the sound up again.
Cool.
Event, the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world. Namaste, Trump. And we've been hearing cheers emanating from the stadium from early in the morning when people started trickling in from 7:30 or 8 in the morning. It's a very bright, sunny
Before we
day.
get started, and that, if a fucking couple of shots ring out, please don't be fucking spooked because fucking India has a fucking horrid assassination in public history.
To be part of.
What were you saying, Jack?
Well, they've knocked off 2 of their own prime ministers at national fucking events. They knock off fucking judges, fucking police commissioners, all that sort of thing, at public events on a regular basis. That's India.
All right.
I would never do a public event in India. It's just like asking to get all these fucking guns pointing at you.
Oh, no shit. Yeah.
Morning, but their joy, energy is only increasing with time. Young children, students, youth, artists, they're all gathered here. Arts, culture, sports, cinema, music, folk dances, all of this.
Can you see the text in the bottom? Trump holds a Keep America Great rally in India.
Amazing experience.
How much fucking bias do we have here?
No doubt. Oh my God! Look at those people.
Man,
Wow.
that's bigger than his rallies back home.
Yeah. Holy shit.
I'm led to believe there's seating for 180,000 inside.
Wow.
But that's only
Stadium.
When I was looking it up to bring it up, they said the stadium approximately 180,000.
Jeez. Wow. The Democrats do that.
Yeah. Well, look, fucking, they couldn't fill a fucking a primary school library fucking for Hillary.
Wow.
They had 23 people there, and that fucking 11 of them were fucking media.
Right. Hillary Clinton was when she was going for president in 2016. They would bus in high school students.
Yeah. That's how they fill up the crowd and that, and say, "Oh, she's going to do this."
They didn't even know why they were there. They were just like, it's for political class.
This is the former ambassador to the US, and that we fucking publicly fucking trashed Trump. That's why she's the former ambassador to the US, and that now she's sucking up fucking real hard trying to get back in government because she's fucking been sidelined. Racist people.
With social media. Both are prolific users of social networking sites. Donald Trump is the most popular head of state or government with 72.6 million followers on Twitter, while Prime Minister Modi is at number 2 with 53.
True.
Oh, come on.
Ma?
What's going on?
Further live coverage is expected.
What the hell?
Let's see if we can't fucking Jalaba. Thank you. Search.
the heck?
All right. Actually, there's a link coming through from the Sun. Is it the Indian Sun or the UK Sun? Same thing. Oh no, shit. It says further live coverage is expected. Same deal.
Maybe it's just a network error. Maybe they'll get it squared away here in a minute.
I can see if I can download from India if you want. Let me just jump off here and that for a second, and I'll just pop my connection so I can download it from Jaipur. Let me just come up here. Was checking bull. That's me. Restrictions.
Oh, yeah. Well, damn. So you get all the cat yak?
Yeah, it was a mess.
Oh, man.
You can't just do it in one spot. They gotta like move 10 feet, puke in another pile, and run around the room with Jason trying to clean them up.
They're still yakking. Hey,
well, no, the problem is this one cat I got, he licks my curtains. For whatever reason, the fabric in the curtains, he likes the taste of it. He's getting all the fibers out of it, and he picks up these big ass blue hairballs with these blue fibers from my curtains.
What the hell?
He'll sit up in the windowsill for hours.
Good grief.
And then when you feed him cat food, he, will eat a ton of it, and then it gets backed up and yak, yak, yak.
Right. Oh, yeah, battery. Remember I told you about Dan, the guy that runs Sleepy Hollow Goods? They're building an airship home. Yeah. I can go. He's told me he wants me to come down and do a video log of it, and from time to time. And but I can't use a cell phone, an active cell phone, because it's like he doesn't want them to have coordinates on it.
That's what I'd like to have.
In the US comprises.
There we go.
Close to 4 million people. More than 90,000 employees live and work in the Silicon Valley and account for every 6th startup in America. Enterprises started by Indians in America represent some of the most successful startups in the world. Companies started by Indian founders in the Valley account for $235 billion in market value. President Trump's visit to India is a great opportunity to strengthen relations between India and the Silicon Valley, to
You
pave
did the same video that I got with
potential
quick
growth
search
in the
video.
area.
Everything I connected to in India, nothing's got English subtitles on it, so you might as well go through YouTube one.
Prosperity in the Indian.
Say again, Jack. Couldn't hear you.
Sorry, I ducked out. But I've got live stream going on with Indian channels, but there's no English.
Right.
So you might as well go with the YouTube ones.
Well, this one here is active again.
Yep.
Yeah, I've just got the sound down right now, so that yeah. All right, I'm gonna bring it back up. It should be any time now. Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, oh my gosh.
People gathered here are eagerly waiting to welcome President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, wearing their white hats that says Namaste, Trump.
Namaste, Trump, indeed. President Trump's maiden visit to India begins here in Ahmedabad.
What does
A very
Namaste
special
mean?
honor for the people of Ahmedabad.
It's a combination of hello and welcome.
Namaste means hello and welcome. Okay.
A cultural reception was given to the visiting dignitaries at the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport. They then moved towards Sabarmati Ashram. En route, there was the Mega India Roadshow that showcased the cultural rich heritage of this great nation, India. At the Sabarmati Ashram, the US President, the First Lady, revisited the ideals and values of Mahatma Gandhi. And now, Ivanka Trump, senior advisor, Trump administration, and daughter of the American President Donald Trump, arriving at the Motera Stadium to loud cheers from the spectators. She was here to attend the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in Hyderabad in November 2017. Very happily posing for photographs with the joyful audience there. For those wondering what is Sachin's record here at the Motera, well, Sachin Tendulkar became the first ever cricketer to score 18,000 runs in one-day cricket in a match against Australia during the 2011 Cricket World Cup.
Stronger friendship, brighter future. Indeed, it is. The bilateral relations between the
I was waiting until I was going to start talking
India
about
and
cricket.
the United States have arrived at unprecedented levels of convergence.
What'd you say? 180,000 people?
Something like that.
Yeah. There's not an empty seat in the house.
Cricket aficionados in our country, cricket lovers, when they have been coming to Motera before, it took 1.5 years to refurbish the stadium from its earlier avatar, would have cheered with as much gusto when Javagal Srinath took six wickets in the fourth innings of a test match against South Africa, where the visitors faltered by chasing 170 to win, ending up at 105 all out. Do you think it was the same kind
Sorry, folks, they're still talking cricket.
India only continues to grow, and not only for cricket. India is ready.
Say what, Jack?
They're still talking cricket.
I know. Yeah, 180,000 people capable of the stadium's capable of holding. You said
If someone bowls you a googly at you, you'll end up with a sticky wicket.
But yeah, this is they keep talking. They're just delaying. I guess they're getting everybody in place and stuff like that from the entourage and security getting in positions. Yeah.
For posterity. The stadium is spread across 63 acres of land with 3 entry points. It has 75 corporate boxes, each with a capacity of 25 people, an Olympic-sized swimming pool. A unique feature of the stadium are the LED lights instead of the usual floodlights at cricket grounds. This is a first of its kind design. The LED lights have been installed on an antibacterial fireproof canopy. Any moment is a good moment to break into cheering and dance.
Well, one of the other hallmarks of New Motera Stadium is the Hall of Fame. So if you're an avid cricket lover, a beautiful museum with very nice photographs showcasing India's triumph at the 2011 World Cup, 1983 World Cup, all the cricketers who went on to serve the country with great distinction, bats with their signatures, memorabilia, all of them at Hall of Fame.
Oh my Lord, they're dancing the Macho Man.
Anticipation just building up to see both the global leaders on the stage, and in moments from now you will see Prime Minister Narendra Modi exiting from the left side of the southern gate, and the President of the United States of America and the First Lady from the right side. And as leaders would walk through the tunnel like we saw in the Howdy Modi event and come out on the ramp from their respective side, handshake in the middle of the ramp, one can only imagine the roar from the spectators gathered here at the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Stadium, popularly known as New Motera Stadium.
And Amit, no matter what the occasion, whether formal, informal, or in events like this, when you see the national sky color being waved, it swells the heart with pride, doesn't it?
Absolutely. See these colors.
Women in their bridal finery, all dressed up for the occasion.
Truly, this is a historic milestone for Indo-US friendship. The
We know
President
what you mean there, Barry.
will address the audience here. They are very keen to hear the American President Donald Trump, also Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As we now see Prime Minister Narendra Modi being welcomed by a loud cheer, and President Donald Trump shaking hands, a warm hug, symbolizing the great Indo-American friendship. The aim is to strengthen and deepen the ties further, as we see
Hey, Modi's milking it, eh?
America and both the global leaders reciprocating to the cheers by the spectators.
एक ऐतिहासिक घटना
आज मोटेरा के इस विशाल स्टेडियम में जिसके साक्षी हम बने हैं, मैत्री का ये संदेश आज विश्व भर को प्राप्त हुआ है। हमारा सौभाग्य कि आज इस क्षण के हम साक्षी हैं। जोरदार तालियों से आइए इस घटना का स्वागत करें। Let us welcome this moment of goodwill and kinship. We now request you all to rise for the national anthems. We now invite the dynamic, dedicated and determined architect of New India, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, for his welcome remarks.
He's drinking and boy Italian, give him a break.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। नमस्ते ट्रम्प, नमस्ते ट्रम्प, नमस्ते ट्रम्प, नमस्ते ट्रम्प, नमस्ते ट्रम्प, नमस्ते ट्रम्प, नमस्ते ट्रम्प। मैं कहूंगा इंडिया यूएस फ्रेंडशिप, आप बोलेंगे लॉन्ग लिव, लॉन्ग लिव, लॉन्ग लिव, लॉन्ग लिव।
The echo there is crazy.
यूएसए फ्रेंडशिप, इंडिया यूएस फ्रेंडशिप, इंडिया यूएस फ्रेंडशिप। नमस्ते। आज मोटेरा स्टेडियम में एक नया इतिहास बन रहा है। आज हम इतिहास को दोहराते हुए भी देख रहे हैं। 5 महीने पहले मैंने अपनी अमेरिका यात्रा की शुरुआत ह्यूस्टन में हुए हाउडी मोदी कार्यक्रम से की थी। और आज मेरे दोस्त प्रेसिडेंट डोनाल्ड ट्रंप अपनी ऐतिहासिक भारत यात्रा का आरंभ अहमदाबाद में नमस्ते ट्रंप से कर रहे हैं। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, वो अमेरिका से सीधे यहां पहुंचे हैं। इतनी लंबी जर्नी के बाद भारत में उतरते ही प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप और उनका परिवार सीधे साबरमती आश्रम गया और फिर इस कार्यक्रम में आया है। दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी डेमोक्रेसी में आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। ये धरती गुजरात की है, लेकिन आपके स्वागत के लिए जोश पूरे हिंदुस्तान का है। ये उत्साह, ये आसमान तक गूंजती आवाज, ये पूरा वातावरण एयरपोर्ट से लेकर के यहां स्टेडियम तक हर तरफ भारत की विविधताओं के रंग ही रंगा हुआ नजर आ रहा है। और इन सब के बीच प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप, फर्स्ट लेडी मेलानिया ट्रंप, इवाका और जेरेड की उपस्थिति, प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप का अपने परिवार के साथ यहां आना अमेरिका रिश्तों को एक परिवार जैसी मिठास और घनिष्ठता की पहचान दे रहा है। इंडिया यूएसए रिलेशंस आर नो लॉन्गर just another partnership. It is a far greater and closer relationship. इस कार्यक्रम का जो नाम है नमस्ते, उसका मतलब भी बहुत गहरा है। ये दुनिया की प्राचीनतम भाषाओं में से एक संस्कृत का शब्द है। इसका भाव है कि सिर्फ व्यक्ति को ही नहीं, उसके भीतर व्याप्त डिविनिटी को भी हम नमन करते हैं। इतने भव्य समारोह के लिए मैं गुजरात के लोगों का, गुजरात में रहने वाले अन्य राज्य के लोगों का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, फ्रेंड्स, आज आप उस भूमि पर हैं जहां 5000 साल पुराना प्लांट सिटी धोलावीरा रहा है और इतना ही पुराना लोथल सी पोर्ट भी रहा है। आज आप उस साबरमती नदी के तट पर है जिसका भारत की आजादी में अहम स्थान रहा है। आज आप विविधता से भरे उस भारत में हैं जहां सैकड़ों भाषाएं बोली जाती है, सैकड़ों तरह के परिधान है, सैकड़ों तरह के खान पान है, अनेकों पंथ और समुदाय है। हमारी ये रिच डाइवर्सिटी में यूनिटी और यूनिटी की वाइब्रेंसी भारत और अमेरिका के बीच मजबूत रिश्ते का बहुत बड़ा आधार है। एक लैंड ऑफ द फ्री है तो दूसरा पूरे विश्व को एक परिवार मानता है। एक को स्टैच्यू ऑफ लिबर्टी पर गर्व है तो दूसरे को दुनिया की सबसे ऊंची प्रतिमा सरदार पटेल की स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी का गौरव है।
He's comparing our national monuments to theirs.
That we share shared values and ideals, shared spirit of enterprise and innovation, shared opportunities and challenges, shared hopes and aspirations. मुझे खुशी है कि प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप की लीडरशिप में भारत और अमेरिका की फ्रेंडशिप और अधिक गहरी हुई है और इसलिए प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप की ये यात्रा भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों का नया अध्याय है। एक ऐसा अध्याय जो अमेरिका और भारत के लोगों को प्रोग्रेस एंड प्रॉस्पेरिटी का नया दस्तावेज बनेगा। फ्रेंड्स, प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप बहुत बड़ा सोचते हैं और अमेरिकन ड्रीम को साकार करने के लिए उन्होंने जो कुछ किया है दुनिया उसे भली भांति परिचित है। आज हम पूरे ट्रंप परिवार का विशेष अभिनंदन करते हैं। फर्स्ट लेडी मेलानिया ट्रंप, आपका यहां होना हमारे लिए बहुत बड़े सम्मान की बात है। हेल्दी और हैप्पी अमेरिका के लिए आपने जो किया है उसके अच्छे परिणाम मिल रहे हैं। समाज में बच्चों के लिए आप जो कर रही है वो प्रशंसनीय है। आप कहती है बी बेस्ट। आपने अनुभव किया होगा कि आज के स्वागत समारोह में भी लोगों की यही भावना प्रकट होती है। इवांका 2 वर्ष पहले आप भारत आई थी, तब आपने कहा था कि मैं दोबारा भारत आना चाहूंगी। मुझे खुशी है कि आज आप फिर से हमारे बीच में हैं। आपका स्वागत है। जैरेड, आपकी विशेषता है कि आप लाइमलाइट से दूर रहते हैं, लेकिन आप जो काम करते हैं उसका प्रभाव बहुत होता है, उसके दूरगामी परिणाम निकलते हैं। जब भी आपसे मिलने का मौका मिला तो आपने अपने भारतीय दोस्तों की भरपूर चर्चा भी करते रहते हैं। आपसे मिलकर, आज आपको यहाँ देखकर मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। आज इस मंच से हर भारतीय और अमेरिकी के साथ ही पूरी दुनिया प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप को सुनना चाहती है। उनके संबोधन के बाद मैं उन्हें धन्यवाद देते हुए आपसे और भी कुछ बातें जरूर करूंगा। मैं 130 करोड़ भारतीयों की तरफ से प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप को निमंत्रित करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, I present to you my friend, India's friend, the President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald Trump. हम सब खड़े होकर के नमस्ते ट्रंप, नमस्ते ट्रंप।
Yeah, the only one I want to say a transcript today.
Namaste. Namaste. And hello to India. This is such a great honor. Let me begin by expressing my profound gratitude to an exceptional leader, a great champion of India, a man who works night and day for his country, and a man I am proud to call my true friend, Prime Minister Modi. The First Lady and I have just traveled 8,000 miles around the globe to deliver a message to every citizen across this nation. America loves India. America respects India. And America will always be faithful and loyal friends to the Indian people.
You gotta get them away from
The United States welcomed your great Prime Minister at a giant football stadium in Texas. And today, India welcomes us at the world's largest cricket stadium right here in Ahmedabad. It is a profound honor to be the beautiful new stadium to be here with you. Motera Stadium, so beautiful, and joined by so many distinguished guests from all across your nation and all across the world. To the hundreds of thousands of everyday citizens who come out and line the streets in a stunning display of Indian culture and kindness, and to the 125,000 people in this great stadium today, thank you for the spectacular welcome to your magnificent country. You have done a great honor to the American people. Melania and my family, we will always remember this remarkable hospitality. We will remember it forever. From this day on, India will always hold a very special place in our hearts. The life of Prime Minister Modi underscores the limitless promise of this great nation. He started out by his father's side as a chiwala, a tea seller. When he was a young man, he worked at a cafeteria in this city instead. Everybody loves him, but I will tell you this, he's very tough. Today, Prime Minister Modi is the tremendously successful leader of this vast Indian Republic. Last year, more than 600 million people went to the polls and gave him a landslide victory like no other in the largest democratic election ever held anywhere on the face of the earth. Prime Minister Modi, you are not just the pride of Gujarat. You are living proof that with hard work and devotion, Indians can accomplish anything, anything at all, anything they want. The Prime Minister has a moving story of an incredible rise, and so does this entire nation. Your nation is doing so well. We are very, very proud of India. The story of the Indian nation is a tale of astounding progress, a miracle of democracy, extraordinary diversity, and above all, a strong and noble people. India gives hope to all of humanity. In just 70 years, India has become an economic giant, the largest democracy ever to exist, and one of the most amazing nations anywhere in the world. Since the turn of the century, India's economy has grown more than 6 times in size. In a single decade, India has lifted over 270 million people out of poverty. Under Prime Minister Modi, for the first time in history, every village in India now has access to electricity. 320 million people, more Indians, are right now connected to the internet. The pace of highway construction has more than doubled. Over 70 million more households, think of this, 70 million more households have access to cooking fuel. 600 million more people have access to basic sanitation. And incredibly, 12 Indian citizens are lifted out of extreme poverty every single minute of every single day. India will soon be the home of the biggest middle class anywhere in the world, and within less than 10 years, extreme poverty in your country is projected to completely disappear. The potential for India is absolutely incredible. India's rise as a prosperous and independent nation is an example to every nation all over the world and one of the most outstanding achievements of our century. It is all the more inspiring because you have done it as a democratic country. You have done it as a peaceful country. You have done it as a tolerant country. And you have done it as a great free country. There is all the difference in the world between a nation that seeks power through coercion, intimidation, and aggression, and a nation that rises by setting its people free and unleashing them to chase their dreams, and that is India. This is why India's accomplishment over the last 70 years is completely unrivaled no matter where you go. It is your faith in the strength of a free society, your confidence in your own people, your trust in your own citizens, and your respect for the dignity of every person that makes the United States and India such a natural, beautiful, enduring friendship. While our nations have many differences, they are both defined and propelled by a fundamental truth, the truth that all of us are blessed with divine light and every person is endowed with a sacred soul. As the great religious teacher Swami Vivekananda once said,
He said it.
the moment I stand in reverence before every human being and see God in him, that moment I am free. In America and in India, we know that we are all born for a higher purpose, to reach toward our fullest potential, to work toward excellence and perfection, and to give all glory to God. Powered by this spirit, Indians and Americans are always striving to be greater. Our people are always seeking to be better. And so our nations have become thriving centers of culture and commerce and civilization, giving light and vitality to all of the world. This is the country that produces nearly 2,000 movies a year from the hub of genius and creativity known as Bollywood. All over the planet, great joy in scenes of Bhangra, music, dance, romance, and drama. and classic Indian films like DDLJ and Showj. This is the country where your people cheer on some of the world's greatest cricket players, from Sachin Tendulkar to Virat Kohli, greatest in the world. This is the country that built the tallest statue on the face of the earth to honor the namesake of this stadium, the great Indian patriot native of this state, Sardar Patel. India is the country where hundreds of millions of light candles to celebrate the triumph of good over evil at Diwali. And it's where, just days from now, Indians of all faiths will pour out onto the streets to celebrate the beautiful festival of Holi. India is a country that proudly embraces freedom, liberty, individual rights, the rule of law, and the dignity of every human being. Your nation has always been admired around the earth as the place where millions upon millions of Hindus and Muslims and Sikhs and Jains, Buddhists, Christians, and Jews worship side by side in harmony. Where you speak more than 100 languages and come from more than 24 states, yet you have always stood strong as one great Indian nation. Your unity is an inspiration to the world. In America, we have come to know the splendor of Indian culture personally through the 4 million Indian Americans living in the United States as our wonderful friends, colleagues, and neighbors. They are truly spectacular people.
Wow.
Indian Americans enrich every aspect of our national life. They are titans of business, the biggest, the best, pioneers of science, masters of the art, and innovation of technology like few people have been able to see, no matter where you go, anywhere in this universe. Nearly 1 in 4 Indian Americans trace their roots right here in Gujarat. Gujarat is a special place. So on behalf of the entire American people, thank you, and thank you all for the contributions your culture and traditions have made to my beloved country. Americans are eager to strengthen these beautiful ties between our two people. This is truly an exciting time in the United States. Our economy is booming like never before. Our people are prospering and spirits are soaring. There is tremendous love, tremendous We like and we love everybody. Unemployment has hit historic lows and small business confidence has hit an all-time record high in the history of our country. Our military has been completely rebuilt. It is now stronger than ever before, and we are quickly revitalizing our alliances and friendships all around the world. We have spent $2.5 trillion on rebuilding our military. It's the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. That is why I have come here to India in the spirit of fondness and goodwill to expand our cherished partnership of incredible power and potential. The First Lady and I have just had a pleasure of visiting Mahatma Gandhi's ashram a few miles from here, where he launched the famous Salt March. And tomorrow in Delhi, we will lay a wreath, plant a tree at Rajghat in honor of this leader who who is revered all around the world. And the First Lady and I look forward to visiting one of your country's most iconic landmarks. We are later today going to see the majestic Taj Mahal. The Prime Minister and I will also continue our important discussions about how to deepen the relationship between our two great countries. Both of us understand that when leaders put the interests of their own citizens first, we can forge strong and fair partnerships to build a safer and more prosperous world. Just months ago, this critical partnership took a major step forward when the U.S. military and your brave Indian Armed Forces conducted the first ever air, land, and sea military exercises between our two countries. It was something to behold. We called it Tiger Triumph. As we continue to build our defense cooperation, the United States looks forward to providing India with some of the best and most feared military equipment on the planet. We make the greatest weapons ever made: airplanes, missiles, rockets, ships. We make the best, and we're dealing now with India. But this includes advanced air defense systems and armed and unarmed aerial vehicles. And I am pleased to announce that tomorrow our representatives will sign deals to sell over $3 billion in the absolute finest state-of-the-art military helicopters and other equipment to the Indian Armed Forces. I believe that the United States should be India's premier defense partner, and that's the way it's working out. Together we will defend our sovereignty, security, and protect a free and open Indo-Pacific region for our children and for many, many generations to come. The United States and India are also firmly united in our ironclad resolve to defend our citizens from the threat of radical Islamic terrorism. Both of our countries have been hurt by the pain and turmoil of terrorism and that terrorism brings. Under my administration, we unleashed the full power of the American military on bloodthirsty killers of ISIS in Iraq and in Syria. Today, the ISIS territorial caliphate has been 100% destroyed, and the monster known as al-Baghdadi, the founder and leader of ISIS, is dead. In the United States, we have also made clear that while our country will always welcome newcomers who share our values and love our people, our borders will always be closed to terrorists and terrorism and to any form of extremism. That is why we have taken historic steps to improve screening and vetting of applications for entry, and we are working to ensure that anyone who threatens the security of our citizens is denied admission and will pay a very, very big, costly price. Every nation has the right to secure and controlled borders. The United States and India are committed to working together to stop terrorists and to fight their ideology. For this reason, since taking office, my administration is working in a very positive way with Pakistan to crack down on the terrorist organizations and militants that operate on the Pakistani border.
That's a big issue for them.
Oh, it's fucking hard. Pakistan, 300 years.
Thanks to these efforts, we are beginning to see signs of big progress with Pakistan, and we are hopeful for reduced tensions, greater stability, and the future of harmony for all of the nations of South Asia. India has an important leadership role to play in shaping a better future as you take on greater responsibility for solving problems and promoting peace throughout this incredible region. Over the course of my visit, Prime Minister Modi and I will also discuss our efforts to expand the economic ties between our two countries. We will be making very, very major, among the biggest ever made, trade deals. We are in the early stages of discussion for an incredible trade agreement to reduce barriers of investment between the United States and India. And I am optimistic that working together, the Prime Minister and I can reach a fantastic deal that's good and even great for both of our countries. Except that he's a very tough negotiator. Since my inauguration, commerce between our two nations has increased by more than 40%. India is now a major market for American exports, and the United States is India's largest export market. A booming America is a great thing for India, and it's great for the world. And that's why we're so happy to announce that we have had the greatest economy ever in the history of the United States. In America, we have proven that the best way to attract jobs and opportunity is to reduce burdens on business, knock down barriers to new investment, and eliminate unnecessary bureaucracy, red tape, regulation, and taxes. Prime Minister Modi has already made significant reforms here in your country, as you very well know. The world looks forward to even more rapid improvement to India's business climate under his leadership. He wants to do it, and he's doing it at a record pace. 2 years ago, Prime Minister Modi warmly welcomed my daughter Ivanka to the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in Hyderabad, and she is back with us today. Ivanka, thank you. Thank you for being here. We are delighted to be joined as well by dozens of Indian women entrepreneurs who are helping to build your nation's future. They are great and natural entrepreneurs, and I just say to the men, be very careful. They're really good. The United States and India are also working closely together on the future of space exploration. You are making impressive strides with your exciting Chandrayaan lunar program. It is moving along rapidly, far ahead of schedule, and America looks forward to expanding our space cooperation with India. As you push even further, you are pushing the limits, and that's a great thing, including in the realm of human spaceflight. The United States and India will be friends and partners on our voyage into the stars and into space. It is truly extraordinary what this nation has achieved in the span of just one lifetime, and what they have done under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. It is absolutely incredible. Mr. Prime Minister, congratulations. You have come so far, but it is nothing compared to with how far India will go into the future. And the Prime Minister is laying the foundations for a future like few other countries can even think of. This nation is blessed with many treasures, from the sacred banks of the Ganges to the Golden Temple and the Jama Masjid. It is the home to some of the most cherished cultural heritage anywhere on earth. It is also the land of stunning vistas and astounding natural wonders, from the rugged peaks of the Himalayas to the splendid shores of Goa. And India has always been a wellspring of deep wisdom and great ideas, from the Vestas and the ancient epics all the way to the modern India nation. But standing before all of you today, I know that true strength of India is not found in its textbooks, its landmarks, or its landscapes. The true strength of India is found in 125,000 beating hearts in this stadium, and the millions and millions of people who have seen and witnessed our great friendship and admiration today. It is all found in the soul and the spirit of the Indian people. Your courage won and secured this nation's independence. Your devotion built this great and enduring democracy. And it is your dreams that will power this country to a future, even greater progress, prosperity, equality, and opportunity for every citizen across your land. So today I say to every Indian, North and South, Hindu and Muslim, Jewish and Christian, rich and poor, young and old, take pride in the glories of your past. Unite for an even brighter future, and let our two nations always stand together as powerful defenders of peace and liberty and the hope of a better world for all of humanity. Thank you again, Prime Minister Modi, for your hospitality, and thank you, India, for this phenomenal welcome. I want to just leave by saying, God bless India, God bless the United States of America. We love you, India, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
थैंक यू मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट। आपने अभी जो भारत के बारे में कहा, महात्मा गांधी, स्वामी विवेकानंद और सरदार पटेल को श्रद्धापूर्वक याद किया। भारत के लोगों के सामर्थ्य, उपलब्धियां और संस्कृति के बारे में कहा। मेरे बारे में भी बहुत कुछ कहा। मैं इसके लिए प्रत्येक भारतवासी की तरफ से आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप ने न सिर्फ भारत का गौरव बढ़ाया है, बल्कि अमेरिका में रहने वाले भारतीयों को भी सम्मान दिया है। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, जहां से आपने भारतीयों को संबोधित किया है, वो दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा स्टेडियम है। खेल संबंधित कुछ सुविधाएं यहां अभी अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, फिर भी आपका यहां आना खेल जगत से जुड़े हर व्यक्ति को भी उत्साहित करेगा। मैं गुजरात क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन का भी धन्यवाद करता हूं। उन्होंने ये शानदार वेन्यू इस कार्यक्रम के लिए उपलब्ध कराया। हो सकता है इससे उनके कंप्लीशन टाइम टेबल में कुछ परिवर्तन आया हो, लेकिन मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि वो इसे मेकअप कर लेंगे। साथियों, दो व्यक्ति हो या दो देशों के संबंध, उसका सबसे बड़ा आधार होता है विश्वास, एक दूसरे पर ट्रस्ट। हमारे यहाँ कहा भी गया है, तन्मित्रम यत्र विश्वासः, यानी फ्रेंडशिप इज वेयर ट्रस्ट इज अनशेकेबल। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत और अमेरिका के बीच विश्वास जिस नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचा है, जितना मजबूत हुआ है, वह ऐतिहासिक है। अमेरिका की अपनी यात्राओं में मैंने इस विश्वास को दिनों दिन मजबूत होते देखा है। मुझे याद है जब मैं वॉशिंगटन में प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप से पहली बार मिला था, तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा था, इंडिया हैज ए ट्रू फ्रेंड इन द व्हाइट हाउस। प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप ने भारत के प्रति अपने इस विशेष प्यार को हमेशा प्रदर्शित किया है। जैसा आपने जिक्र किया, जब व्हाइट हाउस में दिवाली मनाई जाती है तो अमेरिका में रहने वाले 40 लाख भारतीय भी अमेरिका की समृद्धि और प्रगति के सह यात्री होने पर गर्व महसूस करते हैं। साथियों, अमेरिका की तरह ही आज भारत में भी परिवर्तन के लिए अभूतपूर्व अधीरता है। आज 130 करोड़ भारतवासी मिलकर न्यू इंडिया का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। हमारी युवा शक्ति एस्पिरेशन से भरी पड़ी हुई है। बड़े लक्ष्य रखना, उन्हें प्राप्त करना आज न्यू इंडिया की पहचान बन रहा है। आज भारत में दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा स्टेडियम ही नहीं है, आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस स्कीम भी चला रहा है। आज भारत में दुनिया का
Go Goonie Gaga to you too, buddy. Love you. Sure. All right. Yeah, not able to understand anything he's saying, so I was just like, but yeah, it was fairly dry for a Trump speech, though.
Look, understand the politics at the moment. 3 years ago, fucking India started talking with China. Made trade partners and all that sort of thing. And because they're vying for world trade, most favoured nation. Right, yeah? And it's because China got it from the US, now China's going to pass it on to India as their open market, I think. There's a lot of feedback on my voice. Where's that coming from?
I'm not hearing it personally. Canoes, you hearing it?
Yeah, I'm hearing it like I go.
Aha.
Let me reduce the screen here.
Let me play.
All right.
Check that out. No, it's still there. All right. Okay. Check that out. How's that? 1, 2, 3. Wiz, it's your end.
I'll refresh. I'll be right back.
All right. No.
It's probably because I was hosting the video and I brought it down.
Yeah. And we just get it sorted out and we fix it. No dramas. How you doing, Canoes?
Oh, not too bad.
Cool. And we've got no egg.
I got one more day to work and then I'm off, but another day of running around taking care of property business and taxes and bullshit like that.
All right.
Lawyers and guns and money.
Yeah.
Dude, it's already raining here, man. I don't even.
Yeah, I saw the radar, man. You're gonna get hammered all night and all morning.
Yeah.
Or rain.
I'm checking it out now. It's like, I'm glad I got everything done today that I did get done then, because I just transplanted 2 baby trees into the orchard, and now they're getting rained in. It's perfect.
Man, it's steaming here. It's not that hot. It's inside the house. It's probably around about 78, 79, maybe 82. I'm trying to figure it out. But humidity's up high. Damn you! What's that bloody thing that doesn't like taking my shirt off? Mixer. Yeah, damn you, Mixer. Damn you to hell!
Right?
Humidity, man. Sweating like a pig. I'm wet under the arms.
Really?
Running down, yeah. Like the gadget here is saying it's 81% humidity at 26 degrees centigrade, whatever that is. So I think it's low 80s. Is that 80 or 81?
Just high humidity.
Yeah. End of the day, all that sort of thing. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. So everything's shutting down and all that sort of stuff. Buzzers in bed, chooks are in bed, kangaroos waking up and coming out the backyard. I heard them bang against the shed earlier. I got an unco kangaroo down there. He always bangs the corner of the shed. Unco for the US folks means uncoordinated. He bounces too far off center. Maybe he needs glasses. I don't know. But yeah, same one every time.
Holy crap!
Yeah, there's some whopping great storms coming through there. That's rain or snow.
No, it's just all rain. It's all rain.
Cool. Rain you can deal with and all that sort of thing. Yes, it causes flooding and all that sort of shit and all that sort of stuff, but it doesn't fuck up your solar panels. Snow does.
Yeah, right, exactly. But it's just the mud and the muck.
Yeah, I'm worried about some of the back end of this.
It's supposed to go to like 9 a.m. as far as the predictor went, and we're not going to get out from underneath the rain according to it.
Oh shit!
Till 9 a.m. Even at 9 a.m., it doesn't look like it's going to be stopping. And then they got thunderstorms supposed to be happening tomorrow evening. So,
oh, cool! Your turn. I had one early this morning.
wow, yeah.
I
can get out of my yard. I'm parked in my yard in front of the house.
we got thunder and lightning and no rain at about 4 a.m. And then about 9 or 9:30 or 10:30 of my time, I called Tracy, and actually she got the day off, so she's home all day. Spoke to her then, and from the time that I pressed the dial, because her number's programmed in, and that bang, dial up and all that sort of thing, speak to her and get the intros and hello, how you doing and all that sort of thing. All of a sudden, it just pissed down, and I mean, it was coming down buckets, and there was water that deep running down the driveway.
Wow!
Within 2 minutes, everything was over flooded. The ground wasn't absorbing it and all that sort of thing. It was just rising up and starting to run off everywhere. Won't have to water the place for a week.
Right.
At dump, all in 20 minutes.
Right.
Gone. See you later. So don't know how much we got, but I'd say close to an inch in 20 minutes.
Right. Wow.
Life in the desert, man. Life in the desert. If you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. It'll change. You don't know what it's going to be, but yeah, it'll change.
Well, I don't think he kissed the Pope's ring, most hated. I don't think he did.
Let's hope he does. And that, so you got something to fucking really fucking gripe about. There you are. Goes out to Alistair Crowley's grave and lays a rose. Just a single rose on Alistair Crowley's grave. Would that make you happy? Make 1,000 people fucking happy at least. Actually, with all the lefties out there as well. Would they be happy about that?
They probably would. Yeah.
See, Hayden's a bit different from the left. I know. So he's happy about things.
Yeah.
I don't lefty sort of often. Oh, what's that?
That's the S-3B Viking that NASA has at the Cleveland airport here.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I shot
That's
that at the air show about 2 years ago.
They called them the little jump jets, mail planes for the aircraft carriers.
Yep. They did some, cargo and mail duties, but they were strict. They were designed as an anti-submarine warfare plane. They could drop torpedoes, depth charges, shit like that.
A long time ago, the Australian military that went to the rescue of 3 American civilian yachties in the Indonesian archipelago off the island of Crow. KRAU. I happened to get injured on that operation. It wasn't nothing major and all that sort of stuff and that, but they had to sew it up and I was bleeding a fair bit. And I got lifted by a chopper to the Essex, US aircraft carrier, and one of those flew me from there to Guam. And from Guam, they operated initially and all that sort of thing. Well, they did some operation and patched me up and put a whole pile of wadding and sewed up all the major bleeders on the Essex. Then flew me to Guam. So all that sort of thing. And I had that scar today, and Tracy laughs about it because it's quite personal. It was 4 inches one way. It'd be don't call me Jack, call me Jacqueline. The worst part about it was it went through the pelvic bone and that caused a little bit of thing. And I was digging out fucking fragments for 2 weeks. So it's 3 weeks. So yeah, and I was in a cast from the knee up to like just under my nipple there. So
right, moving above and below. Yep.
But I can't complain. I was back on after I got that cast out. 8 weeks later, and that I passed the test back on active duty. So
Nice. That's good.
Yeah, a little bit stiff, but you don't tell the doctors that.
Right.
Now, it's stiff from it because I'm fucking now 63 years of age, and every winter I know about it.
Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah! With the broken bones and the shots. Yep.
Yeah. I got to get a scan of my X-rays at the time because you can see through the hip, and that there's a clean hole through one, and then the back there at the thing, there's a gouge out of it. And, there was all these fragments out there at the time from everything that they had to go fishing for, and that. So yeah, it's one round and that, but straight through and through. But yeah.
Wow. Listen, guys, I've got to crash. I am way out of time here. My eyes are hurting.
It's 8 p.m. So you're what generally about running 2 hours late now. Canoes around about an hour late.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. here, 3 at here.
3 a.m. here. So yeah, I'm hurting, man. I gotta crash. My eyes are killing me.
Well, no drama. It's been a good night. Thank you very much for the show. We'll shut it down. I know it's been look, we've been online 9 hours and 43 minutes.
I know.
Take it out to 9:45. Everything's good. I've got a cone packed. Everybody, please pack their respective and individual items.
You got it.
We'll have one more hail to the goat and everybody in the chat and each other here. A wonderful good evening and a happy and prosperous next day.
Hey, Bruce. Welcome in. You're just in time. Kick that goat. Rock on. Another beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
That was a big one.
They'll be playing that. I want to see what they say about Trump in India tomorrow.
I'm looking at the transcript. Look, my Hindi's fucking shocking, to be honest. I picked up a shitload of things. He mentioned Islam a few times. Strength and new power. Daru, and he mentioned new power. Daru's an old term. It's out of the Sanskrit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When they talk about the Vishnas, that was the new power of that age.
Yeah.
And that, so like I don't know what he's talking about, and I don't know. Trump understood what he was talking about. I want to see the transcript, so because I didn't understand enough, but there was enough in there that actually worried me.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too.
See, India and China have traditionally had border conflicts. They've had fucking 8 actual wars in the last about 60 years. Russia and China have also fucking bumped heads about fucking 10 times over the Amity River there and all that sort of thing. Kashmir, if China fucking backs if joins on with the West and China backs fucking Pakistan in a fucking big way, that's going to be a fucking source of conflict. That's one.
That's going to be a nightmare because they're supposed to be our allies. They've got
ideological. It's not fucking practical. It's not a fucking line. It's ideas, right? Yeah. And you can't brainwash fucking people out of their fucking ideas, especially not jihadis. And Hindus aren't so fucking bad at being fanatical fucking when it comes to it either, trust me. You know, the other side of this, India stays with fucking China. I'm looking at this as a personal offence. At the moment, there is an alignment between fucking India, China, and Indonesia, and they all call Australia the fucking Southern Resource Area. Okay, I'm looking at this as a purely personal point of view. India has a standing army now of 1.4 million. We've got 85 fucking thousand here, and that's it. And that includes all the cooks and fucking bottle washers. So, like,
the play is to use India as a defense. The play is to use India as a defense if China misbehaves.
So I love what Trump was fucking doing, saying fucking supporting the fucking guy and that swinging India over and that, because there's a big fucking play here. If India stop out against China, that fucking covers us. That means there's 2 less aircraft carriers and fucking 66 fucking frontline fighters and that against our 51. Okay,